Chapter 401. It was not easy for the chess and sword music school to be one of the top 3 schools among these behemoths. There were many talented people in the Yu House, and every head of the Yu House was a brilliant genius. There was almost nothing that they did not know, and they would often become the imperial tutors of the Beimeng officials. Their status was even more respected than the head of ceremonies. The most interesting thing about the House of Chess, Sword, and Music was that no matter how many mouths it could feed, it would take in disciples based on the number of CI names in the world. Right now there were 612 CI names in the world, which meant that the House of Chess, Sword, and Music currently had a maximum of 612 people. Only if a great literary figure created a new CI name, and had a famous piece passed down would the House of Chess, Sword, and Music be able to add another person. However, the Yu House had already abandoned the use of CI names 64 times, and there were still a considerable number of CI names that would not be used easily. As long as no suitable person appeared to take the title, it would be left empty. Taking everything into account, the Chess and Sword Music School currently had no more than 500 people. It was no wonder that the children of the Beimeng nobles who were as numerous as carps crossing the river wanted to enter this school, as if they were possessed. Hong Jingyan, who was ranked 7th in the Wushu rankings for the first time, was from the Chess and Sword Music School. His CI name was Gung Lizi. This CI name was originally not that special in the Yu House, only ranked 4th in the middle. However, it was believed that after Hong Jingyan appeared, Gung Lizi would become the most popular CI name in the Yu House. If the next CI name was not a great talent who did not lose to Hong Jingyan, there would be no way for them to take the title. Su Fengnian counted on his fingers. There are 5 first-class CI names, and they have been passed down for hundreds of years without any changes. For the 2-word CI name, Hangu takes first place. For the 3-word CI name, the command of peace and sword aura are tied. For the 4-word CI name, the divinator Slow takes first place, and there is also a bronze-figured Suilu Pan. In the past, the prefect of peace had always been the great prefect, and the prefect of sword Qi had always been the prefect of the sword prefecture. The prefects of the chess prefecture and the Yu prefecture had no particular requirements when it came to their names. However, the previous and current Taiping decrees were not able to become the emperor's preceptor. The reason was that after the empress of Beimeng ascended the throne, she once reprimanded the Taiping decrees to his face. Since ancient times, the sacrificial rites were arranged according to heaven and earth, the monarch, the parents and the teacher. The lonely one had no parents to kneel and worship. If you think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth, then you can become the emperor's preceptor. These words were indeed spoken by an emperor. It sounded very domineering. However, the imperial decree of peace did not become the imperial preceptor, and the current Hangu became the crown princess. It could be considered a slap in the face and a date. Beimeng's own top-notch master, Broken Spear Wang Mao, ranked 4th in the Liang dynasty, belongs to the 4 pillars of Jianghu, far more than the Chess and Sword Music School. However, the school closest to the Beimeng Palace is still the Chess and Sword Music School. Beimeng borrowed the strength of the young leader of Wudong Mountain in the south, and Li Chuangong's sword that broke 2,600 armor to create a new ranking that included masters from 2 dynasties. However, because one of them was killed and the other was seriously injured, they did not make it onto the ranking. They were suspected of burning the bridge after crossing the river. The Liang dynasty had always complained about the ranking of their own dynasty, but this time, most of them were convinced by the ranking made by Beimeng barbarians. The first place was Wang Xianji from Wuwu City, the second place was Tuoba, the undisputed number 1 in Beimeng's army, and the third place was Dong Tai, the peach blossom sword god. Next was Hong Jingyan, who had been dormant in the Chess and Sword Music School for 20 years and finally made a name for himself. Chao Chongqing, who had entered the imperial palace 3 times like passing through the corridors. General Gu Jiantang, who had recently become the leader of the world's machete men. Luo Yang, who was the only one who dared to enter Beimeng's imperial city openly. Murong Baoding of Orange State. Deng Mao, who had been defeated by Spear Fairy Wang Xiu back then. And Han Diaoxi, who was nicknamed Human Cat, ranked 10th. Each dynasty had 5 masters, and it could be said that the world was divided equally between the north and the south. However, it was obvious that Beimeng's ranking was relatively lower, which was also the key to the Liang dynasty's approval of the ranking. This kind of unbiased ranking was less exaggerated. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that at the end of the ranking, 2 saints of the 3 religions were specifically pointed out. They were Beimeng State Preceptor, Taoist Master Qilin, and Taoist Master Qilin. The other one was the abbot of the 2 Zen temples. Among them, Hong Jingyan, who didn't use a sword, was the pillar of the chess and sword music school. I wonder what Wang Weishue's name is. If I remember correctly, there's remembering the flute on the Phoenix Terrace in the name. Wouldn't he have to report such a long list when he meets people? Moreover, this name is really suitable for both refined and popular tastes. I wonder which unlucky person has the courage to walk out of the chess and sword music school. After Su Fengnian raised his head and laughed, he glanced at Jiaoyang and murmured sadly, "Oldly, you're not on the ranking. Aren't you annoyed by this forgetful Jianghu? When you see the stubborn Jiang and I, let's see how you're going to trick her into learning swordsmanship from you. As for the bull-riding guy, you bastard, why don't you stay a little longer? Martial arts is the best in the world. Didn't you always say that no matter how good you are at the top of Wudang Mountain? The only time you weren't a coward was when you tricked my sister, and I didn't even settle the score with you. In any case, let me, your brother-in-law, roam the Jianghu and brag to others, right?" When the young Wang Dashi reached out to wipe his sweat, he inadvertently saw young Master Su's side profile. He struggled to stand on his tiptoes and sneaked a glance at the girl's back, feeling melancholy in his heart. The reason for his melancholy was simple. He wasn't even as tall as her. Chapter 402. His Royal Highness might not be an expert in the art of war, but he was definitely not a layman. Looking at Yan Huiguan Pass, which had been abandoned on the chessboard of the war between the 2 dynasties, he felt incredible. Not only did it not have the desolation of a declining city wall, but it was even more majestic than the mark on an old map in the prince's mansion. He roughly calculated from a distance. It was obvious that the square city had been rebuilt. The city had expanded from 6 to 9 miles. The city walls were made of rammed earth and bricks. There were battlements outside the city, and there were countless horse-stopping walls covered with bricks. Even the commanding platform had been erected. It looked like a miniature fishing platform. Su Fengnian, who did not intend to enter the city, immediately recommended himself after looking at the city wall of Yan Huiguan Pass from afar. He followed Lu Nerong, Gong Sunyang, and the 3 young men from the Fish Dragon gang into the city. Since there were no city guards, there was no need for any guide. Su Fengnian walked into the city and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. The first thing he did was not look at the people coming and going, but at the Barbican, which was not built outside the city but inside the city, according to the old military book. The Barbican would be built outside the city. Moreover, the inner Barbican of Yan Huiguan Pass had holes dug in the city wall for soldiers to hide. Su Fengnian had heard Li Yishan and Su Xiao talk about military affairs at the strategic level. They occasionally mentioned the improvement of the Barbican, so there was the idea of setting up the Barbican to hide soldiers. However, the inner Barbican was mostly used as a defensive posture for big cities. Yan Huiguan Pass, which was sandwiched between the 2 dynasties, could withstand the ravages of thousands of iron cavalry, even if it had to defend desperately? Without anyone to rely on in the barren desert, isolated and without help, Yan Huiguan was a piece of chicken rib that could not be tasted good no matter how much seasoning was added. To actually spend so much money and effort, what was the intention of the mastermind behind this? Su Fengnian suddenly had an impulse to pull out the snail. Gong Sunyang, who had been exiled in Beimeng when he was a teenager, showed a strong sense of nostalgia. Gong Sunyang took 2 steps forward, as if he was taking the initiative to collide with 2 children at the same time. The 2 children, who looked 6 or 7 years old but were actually 3 or 4 years older, did not fall. They slid past Gong Sunyang like swimming fish. Seeing Lu Nerong's surprise, Gong Sunyang chuckled and said, "It's just a few taels of silver. This is called paying respect to a stake in the mountains at the border. It's a common thing. If you don't pay, these children have a lot of local gangsters behind them, which is tantamount to slapping them in the face. You can't avoid being blackmailed by a large group of people, but you can't pay too much. Few fools carry too much money when they go out. Once you become a fat sheep to be slaughtered, It will be more troublesome. Following the direction of Gong Sun Yang's hidden gaze, Lu Nerong really saw a middle-aged man with a ruffian aura at the corner of the street. He took the money bag from a child and weighed it in his hand. When he met Lu Nerong's eyes, the face of the man with the hideous tattoos on his arm didn't change at all. Instead, he impatiently gestured for her to get lost. Lu Nerong did not know whether to laugh or cry. She whispered to Gong Sun Yang. In Yanhuiguan Pass are all thieves so bold? Gong Sun Yang, who was limping, smiled and said, Here officials and soldiers are all rats crossing the street. Thieves and bandits are the bosses. Gong Sun Yang hesitated and said, Miss, we can't stay here for long. Last time at Tuma Pass, the old man thought he was going to die. He did not want the horn bow that had accompanied him for most of his life to be drawn, so he broke the bowstring himself. The bowstring is specially made, and the material can only be found at the border. The shop is not easy to find. Lu Nerong nodded and said, It's not a problem. Uncle Gong Sun can go find the string. Let's arrange to meet at the city gate in 2 hours. Is that okay? Gong Sun Yang thought for a moment and said, Miss, remember not to enter the shops with little business. Most of these shops have big backers to be able to take root in Yanhuiguan Pass. They make a lot of money and are not easy to deal with. Also, buying things in a place like Yanhuiguan was naturally a lot more expensive than buying things in other places. This money should not be distressed. The more you haggled, the more those shrewd merchants would sell things at a higher price. They would not feel any pain even if they shouted the price to the heavens. Also, in Yanhuiguan Pass, although you have to endure when you encounter big things, you must not lower your head and show your cowardice. At the border, where people rely on their fists to make a living, it is easy to attract flies that bully the weak and fear the strong. These people have noses better than dogs and eyes sharper than eagles. Lu Nerong remembered all of this in her heart. Before Gong Sun Yang left, he added, If you don't see me in 2 hours, don't wait. Lu Nerong was just about to speak, but Gong Sun Yang waved his hand and left without saying a word. After hearing the warning, the young men of the Fish Dragon Gang, who were not afraid of tigers, immediately shrank back, which made Lu Nerong angry. Only Su Fingnian stood beside her calmly. He had the potential to attract flies, which had attracted the interest of the woman with the mink forehead, and also the ability to frighten some snakes and rats. After all, a young master who dared to enter Yanhuiguan Pass was not a weak scholar. He would only come to the border to study if he had nothing better to do. Previously, there was a great literary master who was famous for his frontier poems, and only took his page to visit the border. In less than half a month, someone took his broken finger to ask for a huge ransom from his family. Fortunately, his family was rich and he handed over the money. The border kidnappers were quite trustworthy. Moreover, the literary master had a relationship with the border army, so he went back alive. As for the page boy, it was said that he was dismembered by the impatient kidnappers who waited for the ransom. At the real border, the folk customs were extremely simple and plain. As Lu Nerong, Su Fingnian, and the others walked, a woman wearing skimpy clothes walked towards them. Her clothes were thin, and her breasts were swaying. The woman was petite, and she was half a head shorter than Lu Nerong. However, when a burly man bumped into her chest, she quickly kicked him in the groin. She lifted her leg and retracted it in one breath. She didn't even look at the man who was 3 times her weight, but was rolling on the ground. She probably despised him for being noisy, so she turned around and kicked the hairy man in the chest. Her embroidered shoe directly stepped into the pitiful man's chest. The woman's expression didn't change as she lifted her foot up, and blood dripped down endlessly. Some cheered loudly, some ridiculed, but there was no one who spoke up for justice when they saw a murder case. When the woman saw Su Fingnian, she smiled charmingly. When the two brushed past each other, she slapped Su Fingnian's butt loudly. The 3 people from the fish dragons behind Su Fingnian were stunned. Lu Nerong turned her head and looked at the woman who didn't forget to look back at Su Fingnian. Then she looked at the man surnamed Su who was walking straight ahead. As if sensing Lu Nerong's resentment, Su Fingnian said helplessly, "What? Do you want me to shout molestation? When the time comes, you'll be the only heroine on the whole street. It'll be fun." Lu Nerong turned her head, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Chapter 403. The three members of the fish dragon gang couldn't understand why Su always took all the good things for himself. When they were at Falling Horse Pass, the plump beauty with the mink fur coat almost wanted to snatch this pretty boy. When they entered the city, they got a snake wall for no reason. Now they had only been in the city for a short while, and he was being teased by a woman whose breasts could suffocate a man to death. Comparisons were odious. The three of them rolled their eyes and glared daggers at Su. After a while, they were no longer frightened by the notoriety of Yanhui Pass. Lu Narong, who was afraid that the three of them would be exposed, felt relieved. Following Gong Sunyang's instructions, she went to a few popular shops and bought some dry food and water. The price of water here was as expensive as oil. If it wasn't for Gong Sunyang's reminder, Lu Narong really wanted to turn around and leave when she saw the shopkeeper squatting by the well with a ladle. When she heard the man's obscene words, saying that he would give her a ladle of water if she just touched his hand, she almost pulled out her sword and stabbed him. She could only stay a few steps away and let Su deal with these hooligans. Lu Narong stroked her rapidly heaving chest and subconsciously looked down. She didn't feel it before, but compared to the shameless woman just now, it seemed that her breasts were really not big. While she was in a trance, someone patted her shoulder. Lu Narong, who seemed to have seen through her shameful thoughts, blushed, but pretended to be ferocious and looked very awkward. She saw Su standing in front of her with a gourd ladle filled with well water. Lu Narong frowned. Su smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is my treat. I lied to the man who sold the well water that you are my sister. I promised to introduce you to him later." This ladle of water was originally sold to strangers for 3 taels of silver, but now it's only half a string of money. Anyway, I'm borrowing your favor, so there's no need to feel guilty about drinking it, right? Lu Narong hesitated for a moment, and squeezed out a smile. "Forget it, I'll just put it in the water bag." Su Fengnian looked at the young woman whose lips were so dry that they were bleeding. He was angry and amused at the same time. "I said it was for you to drink. I took advantage of your favor, because I was a rascal. Why are you learning from me? Do you want to drink it? If you don't want to drink, I'll drink it myself." Lu Narong took the gourd ladle and raised it in the air. Her lips didn't touch the ladle as she slowly poured the cool water from the well into her mouth. She felt a refreshing coolness from head to toe. She stopped to drink it slowly several times until there was still half of it left. The man surnamed Su saw that she was in a difficult position, and took the ladle without saying anything else. He raised his head and gulped it down. He patted his belly and turned around to return the gourd ladle in satisfaction. He didn't forget to whisper a few words to the shifty-eyed well-keeper. Lu Narong clearly knew that the two of them were destined to have nothing good to say, but she couldn't get angry. She secretly scolded herself. "Lu Narong, where is your backbone? Is it only worth half a ladle of water?" The 3 young men from the fish dragons were carrying more than 20 water bags, a large bag of dry food, and cooked food such as sauced beef. Su Fengnian was empty-handed, except for the spring thunder hanging on his waist. It was inevitable that he would be glared at again. He walked beside Lu Narong and said with a smile, "You don't know how expensive oil and salt are until you're in charge of the family. Just buying water cost you more than 80 taels of silver. How do you feel?" Lu Narong used her finger to moisten the corners of her dry lips, and didn't say anything. When they approached the city gate, there was still some time left before the 2 hours agreed with Gong Sunyang. Su Fengnian suddenly stopped and said, "I may have to stay in Yanhui Pass for a day or 2, but I definitely won't delay the business in Yanhui City. I won't see Miss Lu out of the city." Lu Narong looked sideways at Su Fengnian and calmly asked, "If anything happens, who can I find to reason with? How can I go back and see my grandfather? And the 4 coffins that are still on the way to Lingzhou? Will I be qualified to go to the morning hall to burn incense?" Su Fengnian frowned slightly, and was thinking about what to say. Lu Narong let out a long breath and said softly, "I vented my anger. Young Master Su is magnanimous, so don't lower yourself to my level. You just have to be careful." Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he just waved his hand and turned to walk back into the city. He came to a tea stall on the outskirts of the Barbican and sat down. The water was simple well water, and the tea leaves were also the dregs of cheap tea leaves. It was not an exaggeration for a familiar face in Yanhui Pass to pay for water, especially for the residents who had taken root. Drinking well water did not cost much, but a bowl of tea would cost half a dozen coins. In the end, it did not matter if the tea was good or bad. To be able to travel thousands of li from Jiangnan or Shishu to Yanhui Pass on the Tea Horse Ancient Road, even if it was tea dregs that could not be placed in a banquet in the south of the Liang dynasty, it was not cheap. Su Fengnian originally had around 300 taels of silver on him. Later, he took advantage of the burning house and plundered around 200 taels of silver in banknotes. He could still afford to drink a few bowls of tea. He quietly waited for the boiling tea to warm up and took a sip. Looking at the barbican that did not fit into the military system of the two dynasties, Su Fengnian's brows were gloomy. Along the way, he even squatted in a corner for half a day. He noticed that the drainage troughs made of bricks on the inner walls were meticulously built. They were built like this and they were maintained like this. Slowly retracting his gaze, Su Fengnian prepared to walk around the city 2 more times later. Besides, after arriving at this quiet Yanhuiguan Pass where the frost heavy drum was, if he continued to head north, he would truly arrive at Beimang. The owner of the tavern was a middle-aged man. Looking at Su Fengnian's appearance, he did not seem to be lacking in money, so he shamelessly mentioned how authentic his braised beef was. Su Fengnian agreed with a smile. As the sun set in the west, wild geese from the south flew overhead. A plate of steaming roast meat was placed on the table. Su Fengnian picked up a piece with his chopsticks. Unsurprisingly, it was wild beef from the local area. Of course, it was not as delicious as yellow beef. However, the tavern owner, who was selling tea and cooking ladles, was somewhat quick-witted. He took a type of vegetable that was known as everlasting spring and marinated it in the roast meat. It was better than any other spices. This large plate of roast beef looked extraordinary, and its taste was also mouth-watering. Su Fengnian simply asked the tavern owner to replace the tea with wine, and then asked him to go to the stall next door that sold pancakes to buy 2 large pieces. This meal was very comfortable. Su Fengnian raised his head and saw a travel-worn old scholar. He was short and carried a large bamboo bookcase that was seriously disproportionate to his body size. His figure could be considered vigorous. When he smelled the aroma of the wine, pancakes, and beef, his appetite was aroused. He sat down heavily, took off the bookcase, and casually placed it at his feet. He rubbed his shoulders and waved to the tavern owner, saying, "Please give me the same meal as this young master." The tavern owner's ability to judge people was already practiced to the point of perfection. Although he was unhappy, he did not move his feet, which could be considered as saving the old scholar's face by not directly asking if he had brought enough money. The old scholar did not mind. He took out a cotton money pouch, dipped his finger in his saliva, and took out some silver and copper coins. He divided them into 2 piles and pushed one pile toward the tavern owner. The latter made mistakes when judging people, but when it came to money, his eyes were sharp and golden. He wiped the money on the table and put the silver and copper coins into his sleeves. His face was full of smiles, and he hurriedly took out some wine and shouted for the stall next door to bring 2 pancakes over, saying that he owed the tavern owner money first. Then he busied himself with the braised beef. Not long after, he brought the same dish of everlasting spring beef to the old scholar. The white-haired old scholar patted the dust on his sleeves, raising a lot of dust. He held the pancake in one hand and the chopsticks in the other. The bowl of wine was placed in front of him so that he could drink it if he lowered his head. He ate the pancake with the wine and meat. He was already very busy, but the old scholar was still unwilling to stop. He said that the beef nourished qi and blood, and was beneficial to the qi disc. He also said that the everlasting spring beef could clear the eyes and remove annoyances, detoxify, and clear away heat. He chattered non-stop, but the pedantic old scholar ate very slowly. The customers at the nearby tables were already envious of the old man eating heartily. They could not stand his chatter, so they threw their money and left. This made the tavern owner, who could not wait for the customers to leave, very happy. No matter how much Su Fengnian chewed and swallowed, he still put down his chopsticks after he finished eating. He asked the owner of the tea house, "Is there a shop in the city that makes bows? It's best if it's an old shop." Yanhuiguan was only so big, and the owner of the tea house had lived here for 5 or 6 years. He could walk down with his eyes closed. He rewarded himself with half a bowl of wine and replied with a smile, "There is, why not? It's just 2 streets away." The old man's surname is Zhang, and the bao is long. He casually takes out a bao embryo from his shop, and can make people jealous. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and the craftsmanship has been passed down for more than 10 generations. I heard that he used to be the royal craftsman of Dongyue and Shishu. Old Zhang came to our Yanhuiguan early. His daughter-in-law is a local, and his grandson was born here. Can young master draw a bao? But I'll say the ugly words first. Old Zhang has a strange temper. There's a 2-stone bao hanging in front of the shop. If you can't draw it properly, you won't be allowed to enter. If young master's arm strength is average, don't go and ask for humiliation. Su Fingyan said, "Oh, a 2-stone bao. I can't draw it properly." Su Fingyan regretfully asked, "Is there a shop where I can buy a bao embryo without drawing it? I can't afford a bao that's too good." Seeing that the old man was still talking endlessly, Su Fingyan couldn't help but laugh and say, "Old mister, bend over and see if your bag of books has fallen." The old scholar didn't respond to this teasing, and was still immersed in his own world. Su Fingyan paid the exact same amount of money and got up to leave. Just now, when he saw that the scholar had split the money in half, Su Fingyan had been calculating what price the owner would call out while eating. After calculating, a pot of coarse and strong swallowtail wine, a plate of everlasting spring braised pork, and even the premium price of the bowl of tea dregs after walking on the Tea Horse Ancient Road were all included. In addition to Yan Huiguan's efforts to rip off unfamiliar faces, he found that the old man was not only a chatterbox who liked to drop his bag of books, but also an old scholar who was good at calculating. Chapter 404. The tea house owner was chewing on a piece of broken silver. When he saw the teeth marks on the silver, a smile bloomed on his face. In the past, when he sold tea, the profit was as thin as paper. Most of the time, he sold to neighbors who knew him well, so he couldn't bear to be ruthless. Today he had earned a lot of silver from 2 plates of meat and 2 pots of wine. When he went back home in the evening, he would claim credit for it with his wife. Perhaps his wife, who looked coarse but had a huge butt, would do some work. He would ask her to sit on top of him obediently and grind the 2 plump pieces of meat on the millstone. Usually, when he had sex, this woman would just lie there with her arms and legs spread out. He finally felt some pleasure, but suddenly heard her thunder-like snoring, which was extremely depressing. It was said that blessings never come in pairs. Today God opened his eyes. A young master with a saber with a mixed accent had just left, and before the old Confucian scholar had left, a large group of men and women with noble auras had arrived. There were 7 or 8 of them. One of them, a woman with a sword, was so beautiful that the tea house owner's eyes almost popped out. The tea house owner could be considered a remnant of the southern Tang dynasty. His whole family had fled to this stepmother's Yanhuiguan. His father had long passed away with hatred, so he had long forgotten about the family sacrifice. Most of the time, when he burned incense, he absent-mindedly said a few trivial words to bless his business, and was too lazy to mention anything about the spring and autumn period or southern Tang dynasty. It had been many years since he had thought about the lotus pond under the humid climate in the south. When the sky was clear after the rain, there was a green lotus standing tall and graceful. The woman in front of him really made people feel ashamed of their inferiority, so he couldn't even have any evil thoughts about her. In Yanhuiguan, there were all kinds of people coming and going. It was the first time for him to see such a stunning beauty. The tea house owner, who was in a good mood, shouted enthusiastically. When he heard that an elegant middle-aged swordsman in yellow only asked for 8 bowls of tea, he didn't mind. She was a feast for the eyes. If he could get a closer look at the woman, who was about 24 or 25 years old, he didn't mind at all. Traveling beyond the Great Wall, no matter how good the foundation of a beauty was, her charm would be reduced by half by the yellow sand and the scorching sun. How could she be as moist as the one in front of him, who could make him feel refreshed just by looking at her? His master, Wu Miaozai, was the yellow-clothed swordsman who had asked to buy the tea. Wang Weishue had a wide range of friends in the sect, and was already familiar with the people in the room. This was especially true for martial uncle Huang, who was as beautiful as a green lotus. Back then, the latter was annoyed by Wang Weishua's pestering, and made Wang Weishua bedridden for half a year with just 3 strikes of his sword. This incident had caused a huge commotion. The martial uncle Huang was a direct disciple of the chess manor, while the woman with the surname Huang, who came from a poor family, was a popular candidate to be the next mansion master of the sword manor. Originally, the sword manor intended to ground her for half a year, so that everyone would have a way out. However, the martial uncle Wang Yong personally wrote a letter of apology to the woman. After that, Wang Weishua jumped out of bed and didn't hold a grudge. Instead, his relationship with martial uncle Huang had improved slightly. Wang Weishua, who was known for his extravagance, didn't speak to his master. Instead, he looked at a muscular woman with dark skin and said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Li Zhu, my master is stingy and stingy. Why don't we order a portion of braised beef and make them drool?" The woman had a coarse appearance to begin with. Next to the woman in a green dress and embroidered shoes, who had her hair tied up with a red sandalwood hairpin, she looked even uglier. Furthermore, the name Zhu sounded like sarcasm. Fortunately, the dark-skinned woman's breadth of mind wasn't inferior to men. She waved her hand and said, "As long as it's your treat, martial uncle won't say anything." Wu Miaozai laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about uneven distribution. You're a disciple who favors outsiders. We won't make you poor. Other than your martial uncle Huang, treat each of us to a plate of braised beef. Boss, is there enough beef?" The tea house owner didn't give these fat sheep a chance to go back on their word. He ran to the back to chop the beef and shouted as he ran, "There's enough." Wang Weishua glanced at the old scholar sitting in the corner. He retracted his gaze and said softly, "I spent money to buy information at Yinmen Pass. The Bailiang people who came from Tumbling Horse Pass are all from the Fish Dragon Gang in Lingzhou. They're a small gang with at most 200 to 300 people. The gang leader's surname is Lu. The one who led the way this time, Lu Narong, is the granddaughter of the gang leader. There's nothing suspicious about this group of people. They definitely don't know old Gu Tu. However, there's a young man with a saber in the Fish Dragon Gang. He's a little strange. According to the senior brothers, after they came back, they saw a genuine legend of Gong Yang on the ground. At that time, what I saw was old Gu Tu escaping with the Qingfu sword cannon on the cover of the legend of Gong Yang. The man with the saber chased after him, and said that he wanted to acknowledge a master. After that, he said that he didn't know what happened. I deliberately threw a piece of snake wall to this guy. I hope that more people will talk and make this guy reveal himself. The yellow-clothed Wu Miaozai had an elegant appearance. He was a man with a beautiful beard. When a man reached 40 years old, as long as he had a temperament, he would be a real flower. Mature women were more picky than little girls. This was the only thing that they liked. He twirled his beard with 2 fingers and said with a smile, "A shrimp crossing the river can't even take care of himself. We don't need to be distracted. This Qingfu sword cannon from the Wu family's sword tomb is extremely precious. However, what makes our chess and sword music school even more curious is that other than this top-notch sword writing classic, there are 3 or 4 other secret manuals that entered the border at almost the same time. If the mastermind wants to do this, it will be interesting. Westlake Shitty, what do you think?" The man who was as thin as a monkey but dressed in luxurious brocade clothes looked completely different from Wu Miaozai. He held an iron rui in his hand, but his eyes were clear and cold. He had a kind of dignity that could only be felt without being angry. He smiled slowly and said, "East Deity Shixiang, you are blind. With my one-track mind, I can only find that guy surnamed Song and kill him with the iron rui." Chapter 405. The rest of the disciples smiled knowingly. It was true that Shihu's disciple was straightforward, but playing chess was like being a human being. Every time he placed a chess piece, he would strike at the heart of others. He definitely could not be underestimated. The 3 mansions of the chess and sword music school were able to be harmonious on the outside because of Shihu and E. Dendrobium, who were both boorish and meticulous at the same time. Furthermore, the most enviable thing about the chess and sword music school was that there were no less than 20 pairs of immortal couples in the school. They either lived in seclusion in the manor and practiced their swordsmanship all year round, or they walked the pugilistic world hand in hand. They helped each other in times of need, but they did not forget each other in the pugilistic world. To the chess and sword music school, a Qingfu sword code was not a big deal. It was also not something that they would beat their chest and stamp their feet if they could not find it. Otherwise, they would not have only sent Wu Miaozai's generation of elites out of the manor. Instead, they deliberately let Wang Weishue and the rest of the juniors come to the border to gain experience, to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. In addition to the chess and sword music school's unique million chess pieces, was the school's purpose. Wu Miaozai alone might not be able to subdue old Gu of the devil path, but together with the other two disciples, it was enough to trap him to death. Therefore, if an elder of a higher generation in the manor came out, such as Wu Miaozai's master, Yi Shanlu, whose name was Fisherman's father, his swordsmanship was as decisive as the wind of chess. As long as he was seen, the demon surnamed Song, who was lucky enough to obtain the Qingfu sword code, would not be able to escape. Wang Weishue had been secretly sizing up the sword manor's martial uncle Huang, who was drinking tea. Wang Weishue was born in the first class of the dynasty, so he had seen all kinds of beauties. There was no doubt that this elder's beauty was beautiful, but what really moved him was her rough circumstances. She was born in an inconspicuous family in the Dragon's Waste province. When she was young, she was chosen by her master, who had traveled far and wide, and brought back to the chess and sword music school, causing a sensation in the three manors. Everyone praised her for her extraordinary talent, which was not inferior to any of the previous manor masters. The second class, Banished Immortal, title had been vacant for 100 years. The sword manor master originally wanted to give it to the delicate little doll, but he was worried that he would spoil things if he did not do so, so he wanted to wait for the girl to grow up to take the title of Banished Immortal herself. This child did not disappoint him. After practicing swordsmanship for 3 years, she reached the profound level of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, she fell seriously ill at the age of 10 and almost died suddenly. After that, her meridians withered and her acupuncture points closed. For the next 5 years, she did not speak a word, and was no different from a mute. She practiced swordsmanship all day long but to no avail. At the age of 16, she was judged to be a famous poet, but only received the 6th grade. Mountain gradually turns green. To make matters worse, her master passed away soon after. If that were the case, this girl named Huang Baozhuang would have remained a nobody for the rest of her life after her epiphany. However, at the age of 18, she entered the Green Mountain behind the sect by herself. By the time she left the Green Mountain, she had already enlightened 212 acupores. She then practiced the sword, and her realm improved by leaps and bounds. The 3 prefectures were shaken, and she was regarded as a genius who had the potential to become the next sword chi master. Even Hong Jingyan, who was already the #1 player in the chess and sword music school, often played chess with her. Wang Weishue said infatuatedly, "What a good mountain gradually turns green." Wu Miaozai kicked this lecherous disciple of his under the table, and the latter immediately returned to his normal state and smiled mischievously. After Hong Jingyan, Huang Baozhuang, who had once again received the full support of the chess and sword music school, finished her tea. She stood up and gently bowed to her senior brothers and sisters before silently leaving. Everyone was used to it, and after returning the greeting, they continued chatting. Only Wang Weishue wanted to follow, but was pulled back to his seat by his master, Wu Miaozai. His Royal Highness stood on the city wall and overlooked the entire city. At this time, Yanhui Pass was quiet and serene, like an old woman dozing off in her twilight years. However, His Royal Highness was sure that this old woman had nothing to do with kindness. Once she began to struggle, she would be abnormally ferocious. Su Fengnian was the only one on the city wall. He slowly walked to the platform on the east wall, where there was a stone tablet. After squatting down to take a closer look, he saw that it was the masterpiece of Beimang's calligraphy master, Yu Liang, called Records of the Buddhist Shrine. The writing was obscure and mixed with too many Buddhist terms, so most people would not be able to recognize it. However, Yu Liang's writing was exceedingly refined, and his writing was top-notch. Among the 4 great calligraphy masters in the world, Beimang's Yu Liang, who was the armorer advisor, was on the list. Even the literary circle of the Liang dynasty sincerely praised that Yu Longzhua's writing is filled with the spirit of gold and stone. The Beimeng Empress was also quite fond of this official of calligraphy. She once joked to a close official, "Yu Liang is learned and skilled. He seeks favor with his calligraphy and expresses his gratitude with his writing. He is like a little bird that relies on its owner, and is wholeheartedly close to me. I will naturally take pity on Yu Liang." Su Fengnian sat cross-legged and read Records of the Buddhist Shrine, word by word. After reading it, he laughed involuntarily and said, Master Yu, Master Yu. It must be uncomfortable to be described as a little bird that relies on its owner by a 50-year-old woman, right?" Then, Su Fengnian turned his head and asked with a smile, "Miss, do you like to hear me read Records of the Buddhist Shrine?" Behind His Royal Highness was Shan Jiaqing, Huang Baozhuang, who had inadvertently arrived at the city wall. An ancient sword, green waist, hung from her waist. It was one of the 3 famous swords that had been collected by the sword residents for 400 years. It was rumored that the sword's pattern was like 9 green snakes that swam in the water like living creatures. In the chess and sword music school, Huang Baozhuang, whose face was as cold as frost, revealed a trace of shyness. Su Fengnian was inevitably surprised. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find a thin-skinned woman in Yanhui Pass. Moreover, she was also very beautiful. He glanced at the green silk-wrapped scabbard and asked, "Miss, are you from the chess and sword music school?" She hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Su Fengnian stood up and bowed. "I am Su Dianxia, the Dianxiao of the palace and the Xia of the sword case." Huang Baozhuang returned the greeting with the unique sword salute of the chess and sword music school. In the blink of an eye, Su Fengnian's figure suddenly rose and rushed to the woman's side. He placed one hand on her chest to seal her qi, and the other hand pinched her chin, forcing her to open her mouth. He squinted his eyes and looked into her mouth. "Just as I expected. Master once taught me some lost physiognomy. I only remembered the 6 most magical physiognomy, including the celestial physiognomy and the dragon concubine physiognomy. This miss actually has 2 of them. She should have died a long time ago because she couldn't bear it. There must be the only pearl in the vast history that has been witnessed and recorded growing in her body." There was a red pearl hanging in Huang Baozhuang's mouth. After she opened her mouth, it was difficult to conceal the brilliance and color of the 1,000-year-old pearl. Huang Baozhuang's tears rolled down her cheeks like beads. Her eyes gradually lost focus, but she still tried her best to hoarsely say, "Run." Chapter 406. Su Fengnian was not stupid. He knew that the girl from the chess and sword music school had a split personality. He obviously preferred to deal with the shy and graceful girl. The girl in front of him should be at least in the finger xian realm. Spitting out the pearl was equivalent to releasing a great demon. No wonder she told him to run away. It wasn't that Su Fengnian was greedy for this pearl that was rumored to be able to make a woman stay young forever. At the very least, he wanted to see the wonders of the celestial form and the dragon concubine form. However, he never expected that a pearl would cause so much trouble. Killing people across realms was very satisfying, but it was proven that Su Fengnian could not do it at the moment. She said playfully, "Promising not to kill doesn't mean you can live happily. But you do have some skills. You can withstand a flick of the finger. You should have drawn your sword and killed him from the beginning. You wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Why did you hesitate? It's stupid to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. You've practiced your sword to the point of being deliberate. This is the same as Li Chenggang, who sealed his sword after reaching the finger xian realm. Yes, you have the embryonic form of Li Chuangong's sword Qi rolling dragon wall in the western Shu imperial palace. What's your relationship with this old man? Tell me. If I'm happy, I'll teach you some good things that are not inferior to the 2-sleeved green snake." Su Fengnian held the spring thunder superfluously. The girl stood on the city wall with her hands behind her back. Her red and purple eyes were very scary. She smiled condescendingly and said, "Oh, it seems that this old man really has a place in your heart. You're even willing to risk your life to protect him? What's so great about him? He just entered the Vajra realm at the age of 16, and the finger xian realm at the age of 19. That's about the same as me. Besides, he only reached the celestial phenomenon realm at the age of 24, which is later than me. What a joke. I think it's only your Liang dynasty that doesn't have a true master. Oh, Wang Xianji is one. Su Fengnian, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth. He spat out the blood that had already surged to his throat. It was not that he wanted to be a mute, but he really could not speak. He could only make a few words with his mouth. She stretched out a finger, and the pearl twirled around it. She smiled and said, "Oh, you mean go and f***ck your mother?" After she finished speaking, Su Fengnian's sleeves fluttered. After he closed his mouth again, the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth became even thicker. She curled her lips and sneered. "It's only because you don't know who I am that you have so much backbone." She jumped down from the city wall and stretched. She held the pearl and gently rubbed it against her cheek. She sighed reluctantly and said, "Let's go back." Li Zhu went back into her mouth, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. The woman with the green sword stood there in a daze. When she finally saw Su Fengnian sitting on the ground, she ran to His Royal Highness with teary eyes. She pressed her lips together and gestured in the air with her fingers. Su Fengnian, who didn't dare to slack off, understood what she was trying to say. "Don't kill me. I'm sorry. If I open my mouth or die, she will come out and kill a lot of people." Su Fengnian was secretly glad that he didn't kill her when she came back to her senses. Her words to provoke him were indeed premeditated. He was afraid that she deliberately gave him a chance to kill the other her. This terrifying demoness was quite scheming. This relatively ordinary female swordsman from the chess and sword music school was just as close to the Vajra realm as he was. When it came to close combat, Su Fengnian was 90% sure that he could kill her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue her in an instant. She was clearly a fledgling who had no experience in the martial world and fighting. Most of the direct disciples of the top sects were like this. They advanced step by step on the path of martial arts. They seemed to be far ahead, but once they met a martial artist of the same realm who had climbed through the ranks in the martial world, only death would await them. Moreover, with her rare situation, the chess and sword music school was magnanimous enough not to chain her up like a ferocious beast. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly as he vomited blood. It was as sad as it could be. It made Huang Baozhuang, who grew up in the chess and sword music school and didn't have much experience in the world, feel so guilty that she completely forgot that this man with a saber was asking for it. There were two distinct extremes. One of them had caused a terrible disaster in her last appearance, while the other of them only knew how to immerse themselves in sword practice and keep a straight face in the chess and sword music school, which was the stupidest way to deal with everyone. She would do whatever her master said. After her master passed away, she was at a loss like a blind person, only daring to hide and cry secretly. At this moment, she had forgotten to be reserved and shy. She reached out her trembling hands to help this strange man wipe away the blood, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wipe it clean. Su Fengnian gently raised his hand to stop her. She was more of a hindrance than a help and said helplessly, "It's okay. You'll get used to vomiting. You won't die." Su Fengnian curiously asked, "Who is she?" Huang Baozhuang sobbed and fell silent. Su Fengnian didn't ask further. In the Liang dynasty, the diabolism was very weak, especially when the 6 great devils were killed by Qi Xuanjin alone. After Su Xiao became famous in Jianghu, some gangs with names that were slightly suspicious of the diabolism hurriedly changed their names and started to behave themselves. However, the Beimeng dynasty was very different. Except for supporting a few big sects to monopolize Jianghu, the Beimeng royal court had always ignored the so-called diabolism sections. Therefore, those big evil sects that openly ate people's hearts and livers and used yin to nourish yang could still thrive. The Beimeng royal court had always adhered to the principle that people in Jianghu should solve Jianghu matters with their own hands. This time, in the Beimeng martial arts ranking, in addition to the top 10 in the world, there were also 10 diabolism giants. Any one of them would be famous in Jianghu 10 times in the Liang dynasty. Among them, Luoyang, who ranked first, fought in the Eastern Brocade, Tangerine, and Dragon Waste prefectures with only her hands. Finally, she openly killed her way to the imperial city and killed everyone she saw. That was not enough. Only when the god of war, Tuoba, arrived at the imperial city, did he stop the footsteps of this purple-robed devil. The northern Mang Empress was watching the battle from the top of the city walls. She had been patient from beginning to end and didn't mobilize the 6,000 armored soldiers guarding the imperial city. Instead, she said, using 6,000 armored soldiers to kill Luoyang, wouldn't my majestic northern Mang lose 12,000 good men? Such a Jianghu, such a Bei Mang, should be seen with her own eyes. Fengnian, have you ever thought about whether the 300,000 cavalrymen of Beiliang will be able to defend against a direct attack from the Empire of Beimang if they have to worry about being stabbed in the back? That night, Su Xiao asked this question as they were nearing the end of their secret conversation. Su Fengnian moved back and leaned against the wall to stop the bleeding. He raised his arm and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He smiled bitterly and said, I was impulsive at that time and was disrespectful to you. Please forgive me. Huang Baozhuang shook her head and pointed at Su Fengnian's face. She continued to gesture and said, Your mask is broken. Previously, when he was squatting at the foot of the wall at Yanhui Pass, he had put on a mask that Xu Xiu had meticulously made. After the battle with her, Su Fengnian carefully tore it off bit by bit. With Huang Baozhuang's help, his original face was gradually revealed, and it was slightly pale. Su Fengnian stretched out a hand. Huang Baozhuang thought that he wanted her to support him, so she also stretched out her hand and was pulled into his embrace. Huang Baozhuang was at a loss and her delicate body stiffened. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, I know what you want to say. You don't like me. I didn't say that I liked you. I just vomited so much blood. In any case, I have to earn back my capital. I don't do business where I lose money. The exhausted His Royal Highness closed his eyes. He remembered Su Xiao saying that when he was young, he was beaten half to death when he met his wife for the first time. Chapter 407. At a young age, Huang Baozhuang had been brought by her master to the immortal abode in Beimang's heart. Her slender shoulders had been burdened with too many burdens early on. Later on, apart from practicing her sword and playing chess, she had nothing else to do. The chess and sword music school placed too much importance on her, and did not allow anyone to privately write down their thoughts on this piece of fine writing paper. As she grew from a young child to a young lady, she had almost only interacted with her master and the two manor heads. Countless times, she had stood on her tiptoes on the towering pavilions, overlooking the distant sounds of laughter that had nothing to do with her. She was filled with curiosity and longing. After Huang Baozhuang turned 10, she began to realize that there was another version of herself. At the age of 16, she was born on Mount Qingshan. This version of her was so strong that the chess and sword music school had no choice but to have a grandmaster keep an eye on her at all times. She slid to wherever she could as if she were stepping on a watermelon rind. After she turned 20, her master was no longer alive. Other than the Grandmaster Bronze Man, only senior martial brother Hong would come to play chess with her from time to time. Both of them were terrible chess players. After the manor head of the chess manor saw their games, he was no longer willing to watch the game from the sidelines. Huang Baozhuang knew that apart from her existence and her sword practice, she had no other good points. She was terrible at chess and was illiterate. She had always envied her senior martial brothers and sisters in the sect for having the ability to read and write poems. Before they entered Yinmen Pass, senior martial brother Wu Miaozai of the East Deity sect had made a bet with senior martial brother Shihu of the West Deity sect to see who would be able to read records of the Buddhist shrine word for word. As a result, when she ascended the city wall and saw his back, she heard him recite it so easily. Her master, the two manor heads, the Grandmaster Bronze Man, and senior martial brother Hong. Including her, there were a total of 6 people. However, if His Royal Highness knew that he was only ranked 3rd from the bottom in terms of number of people, he would definitely feel that this kind of erudition was too insincere. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Fengnian took out a stack of thin masks from his bosom. He carefully peeled off one of the masks and pasted it on his face. Huang Baozhuang didn't hide her astonishment at all. Even though it looked like he was just slapping a mask on his face, it was actually a meticulous work that wasn't inferior to embroidery. Su Fengnian's essence, qi, and spirit were severely damaged. He was afraid that he would reveal any flaws. Just as he was about to tell her to check if there was anything wrong, she had already reached out her hand and slowly and gently smoothed out some of the tiny imperfections on his face. There were a total of 6 masks. His Royal Highness didn't know the specifics because Xu Xiu had been burning the midnight oil for more than 20 years. His Royal Highness didn't know the specifics either. In any case, during that period of time, Aunt Xu, whose breasts were like spring bamboo shoots, would caress his face whenever she had the time. Every time she caressed his face, it would take a long time for several incense sticks to burn. Only God knew if she had any thoughts of taking advantage of him. There were a few times when His Royal Highness could clearly feel her 2 cherry tips standing straight up on his chest or arm. His heart was in a complete mess. She was indeed a mature woman. When spring arrived, she was like a cat that couldn't stand loneliness. Su Fingnian saw that Huang Baozhuang's eyes were full of interest and amazement when she was helping him. He smiled and explained. This mask was made by a master of disguise who came from the southern Xinjiang witchcraft sect. She said that there were 5 levels to the art of disguise. Pawn, ventilation, rooting, enchanting, and reincarnation. Pawn is the crudest form of disguise. It can only fool ordinary people with poor eyesight. Ventilation is considered to have reached a higher level. If one can take root, it won't be easy to see through. Enchanting, not only one's appearance will change, even one's demeanor will change after putting on the mask. As for reincarnation, she said that she had only heard of it. You should know that the face is born from the heart. Putting on this kind of mask is equivalent to changing a part of one's root bone. It may even cause unpredictable changes to one's fate. She helped me make 6 masks, 1 for pawn and 1 for enchanting, and 4 for rooting. The one in your hand is a pawn. The one that was damaged just now was a rooting. You people from the chess and sword music school should be able to understand the deeper meaning of this saying. Su Fingnian stood up. Huang Baozhuang hurriedly stood up and took a few steps back. Su Fingnian knew that they shouldn't stay here for long. Before leaving, he whispered, "You and I will treat it as if nothing happened today. Don't tell anyone about it." Unexpectedly, Huang Baozhuang shook her head. Su Fingnian asked in surprise, "You want to report it to the chess and sword music school?" She nodded her head. Su Fingnian frowned. He was in a dilemma. If the woman in front of him was only a direct disciple of the chess and sword music school, killing her would be the safest thing to do, regardless of whether it was right or not. However, she had a mysterious background. Killing her was equivalent to releasing an invincible devil, if not heaven or earth. It was no different from suicide. However, kidnapping her was really not a wise decision. She was destined to be an important chess piece of the chess, sword, and music house. Her importance was probably only second to Hong Jingyan. Taking her away was equivalent to stabbing the chess, sword, and music house in the ass. Yet, she was still shouting for them to chase after her. The chess, sword, and music house was powerful and lofty. Who else would they chase after if not her? They couldn't kill her or kidnap her to seal her mouth, so how could they just let her go? Chapter 408. Su Fingnian rubbed his forehead and pondered. This woman looks quite amiable. When he was threatened by her heart, the first thing she did was tell him to run for his life. Why is she still so stubborn? She doesn't know how to be tactful at all. Su Fingnian sighed heavily. Well, it seems that he won't be able to clean up his mess. Anyway, at that time, in order to not cause trouble for the Fish Dragon gang, he had asked the hook-nosed old man for a copy of Legend of the Ram. This would dispel the doubts of Jianghu people outside of the chess and sword music school. It also meant that as long as Wang Weishua was careful, he would be in trouble. After he parted ways with the Fish Dragon gang in Luqing, he would make a big fuss anyway. You chess and sword music school can do whatever you want. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Huang Baozhuang hesitated for a moment and gestured with her slender fingers. I'll only say that I saw you and that you wanted me to spit out the pearl. But I won't say your name, your sword, or your mask. Su Fingnian was stunned for a moment. With a bright smile on his face, he took 2 steps forward and spread his arms as if he wanted to give her a goodbye hug. Huang Baozhuang blushed and took 2 steps back. How could Su Fingnian, who grew up surrounded by rouge and powder, give up just like that? He continued to shamelessly take 2 steps forward, and there was even a hint of pitiful innocence on his face that seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. Shan Jianqing of the chess, sword and music school became even more bashful, his cheeks like peach blossoms, and he took a step back. 2 steps to 1 step. How could the experienced playboy His Royal Highness not know the mystery behind it? Did he think that the countless gold, silver, jewelry, and silk were given for free? Su Fengnian hugged the woman who didn't like him but just wasn't good at rejecting him. He sniffed her hair that was tied up with a red sandalwood hairpin and smiled mischievously. In the future, I'll go to the chess and sword music school to find you when I have the chance. If you feel that you're at a disadvantage when I hug you, you can hug me back. Finally, he was willing to let go of Huang Baozhuang. He did not know if it was because of the pearl in her mouth or because of her innate talent as the dragon concubine, but her body was as cool as a spring in the summer and as warm as a jade in the winter. Su Fengnian stepped out from her side, deliberately not looking at her tearful and aggrieved expression. With one hand supporting himself on the city wall, he leaped down the city wall and left Yanhui Pass, heading toward the desert. Huang Baozhuang stood at the top of the city wall in a daze. She had once heard from her master, who had traveled all over the world, that there were wild geese from the south returning to the north at Yanhui Pass, passing through with reed leaves in their mouths. If she was lucky, she might even be able to see the mirage. She had mustered up the courage to ask the manor head for permission to go on this trip. After a long time, Huang Baozhuang's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned around and saw 2 people standing at the end of the blue brick corridor. She relaxed and smiled. In Huang Baozhuang's vision, there were 2 men standing side by side. One of them was unbelievably tall and sturdy. He was almost as tall as Huang Baozhuang and Su Fengnian. This giant's skin was a rare golden copper color. The giant man who looked like an immortal from the heavens had a wooden expression. Beside him stood a man who looked even sharper than him. He looked to be in his early 30s and held a string of heads that looked like candied haws. Some of the heads had dried blood, and their faces looked dry. Some of the heads still had blood dripping down, but they were still vivid and lifelike. Old Gusong's head was among them. He must have been extremely terrified before his death because the facial features on his head were twisted. If His Royal Highness was still at the top of the city wall, he would definitely mistake this person for the young Wang Xianji from Marshallarch City. They didn't look alike, but they were 2 alike. The man who looked to be in his 30s handed the huge string of candied haws to the bronze man beside him. He walked towards Huang Baozhuang and smiled. Only Huang Baozhuang would think that he was smiling. Any ordinary person who had some worldly wisdom would feel a chill all over their body when they saw this man's smile. This was because his eyes didn't have pupils and only had a strange silvery white color. He took out the Qingfu sword codex and stared at Huang Baozhuang for a moment before he slowly said, I went to the Bailiang border city with the bronze man to return a gift to that Qin Jibao who killed our Beimeng royal family. On the way back, I picked up a few secret manuals. This Qingfu sword codex should be given to you. I won't hand it over to the prefecture lord. After this man handed over the Qingfu sword codex, he didn't say anything else. He rose from the ground and pierced into the sky like a feather arrow. The entire top of the city wall shook with his step. Huang Baozhuang saw this senior martial brother step on the back of a large goose that was at the front of the line and flew towards the north. She held the Qingfu sword codex with pure reverence in her eyes. This senior martial brother was Hong Jingyan. He once pointed to his eyes while playing chess and said that in the entire world, he only saw 2 people. One was Wang Xianji and the other was Tuoba. Huang Baozhuang's bronze man grandmaster's left shoulder tilted downwards. She jumped up with a smile and stood on his shoulder. In the desert shrouded in moonlight, the bronze giant carried 6 or 7 heads in its hands and ran wildly towards the north with the woman. In Beimeng, only a few immortal mansions like the chess and sword music school would have this scene of rolling green mountains. Huang Baozhuang liked this 6th-class name from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to lie to this home that didn't have any family. Secretly hiding something was already her limit. In the silent night, the old scholar carried a heavy bamboo bookcase to the top of the city wall. He looked at the shattered stone tablet and shook his head in pity, muttering to himself about the younger generation. The old man with a face full of hardships stood alone below the platform. He had been away from his home for more than 20 years. Whether it was because of homesickness or some other mischievous thoughts, it was time to return home. Chapter 409. Su Fengnian finally caught up with the fish dragon gang before they entered the city. It was not a pleasant journey for the whole night and 2 days. After his ocean of qi was severely damaged by the woman, more than 300 aperture acupoints were turned upside down. Later, he found that she had implanted a lot of external qi as sharp as sword qi. It was extremely difficult to peel off the cocoon. In order not to delay the cultivation of the sword, Su Fengnian almost went crazy after removing those disgusting and impure qi. It was like looking for a few ants and cicadas in the huge Yanhui Pass. It was extremely difficult. However, he still delayed the sword for a day, and Su Fengnian scolded him all the way. Fortunately, this kind of extremely delicate and laborious work was similar to the way he carved the chess pieces in the Qingshui Pavilion sword practice record on Mount Wudong. It had an indescribable benefit for digging deeper into the mystery of the Big Yellow Courtyard. The Big Yellow Courtyard was like a sword embryo. Old Man Li's two-sleeved green snake was hammered by the weight of 10,000 caddies, while the latter was the quenching of the famous sword when it was finished. Both were indispensable. After Su Fengnian reunited with the fish dragon gang, he stopped the basic secret skill of the Big Yellow Court. Young Wang Dashi was very happy. Lu Nerong and Gong Sunyang, who must have bought the bowstring, nodded to Su Fengnian. The city of Leaving was as prosperous as the big city of Lingzhou in the hinterland of Bailiang. The people of the fish dragon gang, who were desolate after coming out of the Tuma Pass, no longer felt angry and hostile. They only felt that they had finally come back to life. Su Fengnian had a forged letter from the former army supervisor of weapons. The handwriting was exactly the same, but the content was changed. The seal was even more genuine. Even the ink paste was taken from the treasures on this Wu San official's desk. Ordinary people could not imagine that the boorish general would fall in love with the Kuei Hong ink paste from the House of 8 Treasures. This further confirmed the absolute authenticity of the secret letter. According to the introduction in the letter, Su Fengnian had transformed into the nephew of a distinguished guest in the general's mansion, and his surname was Su. Su Fengnian naturally knew the address of the meeting. After entering the city, he asked someone for the way. Su Fengnian led the fish dragon gang to a mansion that was actually built by officials and businessmen in Jiangnan. After the gatekeeper reported the secret letter, a thin old man in luxurious silk walked out. His footsteps were hurried. After seeing Su Fengnian, they first bowed to each other. The old man asked the gatekeeper to settle the people of the fish dragon gang. Then he warmly took Su Fengnian's arm and stepped over the threshold together. He laughed and said, "I have been friends with Brother Qi for many years. Sister-in-law's frosty eggplant was delicious. Even now when I think about it, I still drool. There is no such delicacy in Leaving City." Su Fengnian looked embarrassed and said, "Sister-in-law's eggplant is too spicy and salty. Uncle Wei is used to it." The thin old man squinted and smiled. He nodded slightly and held Su Fengnian's arm more tightly. He laughed and said, "Spicy and salty is the best way to eat. How are Brother Qi and sister-in-law's health?" Su Fengnian sighed with a gloomy face. "Sister-in-law's health is good. It's just that uncle has an old lung disease when he was young. He can't get rid of it. When it rains, he coughs nonstop. It's worrying." The old man was silent for a while and said in a low voice, "I have some snow lotuses here. You can bring some back for Brother Qi and stew it with rock sugar. It can nourish the stomach and lungs." Su Fengnian made a gesture of wanting to bow in gratitude. The old man quickly supported him and pretended to be angry. "You child, we're all family. Why are you treating us as outsiders?" Although the land in Luqing wasn't as expensive as in the cities of the 2 dynasties, it still cost 60 to 70,000 taels of silver to buy a decent residence. The residence of the old man surnamed Wei was a large residence with 5 entrances. It was impossible to buy it without 150,000 taels of silver. If there was such a residence in Great Peace City, it would be the envy of many third-rank officials who had been officials for many years. Going around the screen wall and the fake mountain, they walked along the central path. On the 2 sides, there was an accountant's house and a family school. The hall was grand and magnificent. Further in was the flower hall where banquets and music were held. There would most likely be a small pond filled with lotus flowers. This was probably the common characteristic of the residences of Jiangnan officials and merchants. The courtyard was deep, elegant, and quiet. Su Fengnian saw the armchairs in the hall that didn't quite match the style of Jiangnan. He smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Wei really is nostalgic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used these Southern Tang beauty seats." The old man sat and talked with Su Fengnian, Lu Nerong, and Gong Sunyang. When the three guests were seated, he placed his butt on the beauty seats and smiled from the bottom of his heart. "In this life, I won't be able to return to my roots, but I have to remember where I'm from, right?" The old man sat down with a dozen or so shops in Lucheng. He exchanged polite greetings with Lu Nerong and Gong Sunyang. Compared to Su Fengnian, who was his nephew, he was clearly much colder. He quickly stood and said, "I'm going to personally count the goods. I have to sell them for a good price for the military inspector. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose face. No need to see me off. Treat this as your own home." The two young and pretty servant girls stayed in the hall to serve people. Naturally, they were closer to Master Su, who was more like a relative to the old master. The tea had only cooled a little before they asked Master Su delicately if he wanted to change the tea. Chapter 410. In the accounting room, old Fartway looked at the main hall through the window. He seemed to have remembered something. With his back to the three accountants, he took out the secret letter from his sleeve and dipped it in his saliva. Then, he used his yellowed fingernail to scratch the seal. He wiped it with his saliva and sniffed it. He heaved a sigh of relief and put the letter back into his sleeve. He nodded and muttered, "It's this smell. This business trip is not bad." Old Fartway, who was able to lay a foundation in Lucheng, narrowed his eyes and dozed off. He then smiled knowingly. "Since you are really Brother Chi's distant nephew, and you have worked hard on this journey, as your uncle, shouldn't I go to the Golden Phoenix Pavilion to invite you back? It's just that I don't know what this nephew likes. If it's something bland, it would save me a lot of money and trouble. Chiu Shui and Chun, the two maids in the main hall, would be good. This old uncle is already so old. I have the heart but not the strength to eat." Before entering the city, Lu Nerong had reminded the gang members to be careful when living under someone else's roof. Actually, she was overthinking. Along the way to the north, the Fish Dragon gang was no longer as complacent as when they first left Lingzhou. This trip to Beimang, they had seen the arrogance and treachery of the military family's disciples. They had also personally experienced the cruel methods of the soldiers. They had also seen the scene of the Jianghu people snatching the secret manuals. They had already been polished to the point that they did not have any temper to speak of. Especially the three strong young men who had followed Miss Lu into Yanhui Pass. They spoke of the lady's shining white thighs, her heavy twin peaks, and how she had stomped a big hole in the strong men. This made the Fish Dragon gang members even more terrified. Old Fartway, who had been calculating all his life, was very meticulous. He first asked the housekeeper to sound out the situation. After the dinner, the nephew nodded his head and Miss Lu from the Fish Dragon gang tacitly agreed. After the banquet, he sent people to bring the members of the Fish Dragon gang to the brothel in Luyu City to drink. The brothel was not the highest grade in the city. It was not that old Fartway could not afford it, but he was afraid of causing trouble. The brothel was the most unreasonable place in the city. Old Fartway had a lot of assets, but in the northern Mang, silver could make the devil turn the millstone. The premise was that you had to let the silver pass through the hands of the rich and powerful first. It was fine to do business with these people, but if you were jealous of them in the brothel, they would fall out faster than flipping a book. Old Fartway did not want to get into trouble just because of his relationship with the weapons supervisor house. The Wei residents intentionally or unintentionally arranged for Lu Nerong and Su Fengnian to stay in the room at the back of the flower hall, separated from the rest of the Fish Dragon gang. Su Fengnian's bath and change of clothes were taken care of by two delicate and pretty maids. His Royal Highness did not blush with shame, but the two maids who had never done such things before were extremely embarrassed. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Su Fengnian walked out of the room and knocked on the door next door. Lu Nerong opened the door and remained silent. She sat by the window and looked at the pool. The cool breeze brushed past her face. Compared to the previous trip to the desert, it was like being in a fairyland. Su Fengnian picked up a pear and took a bite. He asked, Are you still angry about the fish dragon gang going to the brothel? Lu Narong glared fiercely at this bastard who said that going to the brothel was as normal as eating. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Fortunately, I am not a member of the fish dragon gang. Otherwise, I would be angered to death by you, the future gang leader. It was not easy for me to survive until I reached Lu City. My eyes are burning with anger. My Miss Lu, of course you don't have any thoughts as a woman, but do you think it is easy for a man?" Lu Narong said angrily. "Then why don't you do that kind of dirty business?" Su Fengnian suddenly felt sad, and his face was full of desolation. Lu Narong was confused. After looking at each other for a while, she seemed to have discovered an earth-shattering secret. For the first time, she showed a sympathetic look and asked in a low voice, "You can't do it?" Su Fengnian took a bite of the juicy pear and said angrily, "It's none of your business whether I can do it or not." Lu Narong's expression was very strange, as if she had confirmed that fact. She very considerately changed the topic and asked, "When we reach Lu City, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Generally speaking, with Wei Feng's ability, this transaction is considered a success. When you return to Lingzhou, he will secretly take care of you." Lu Narong said angrily, "Since he has this ability, why didn't he help earlier?" Su Fengnian calmly asked back, "Is he your father or are you his daughter-in-law? Why do you need to spend money and favors to help? Don't tell me that this deal has anything to do with Wei Feng. For an old fox like him who doesn't lack money, if the fish dragon gang doesn't have the ability to send it to Luqing, then they can forget about getting close to him in the future. After all, he is a prominent figure in Luqing. Do you really think that an off-duty weapons supervisor in Lingzhou is a big shot? It's just because of his feelings. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy and get money. If it doesn't, then Wei Feng will just lose some dispensable incense money. When doing business, in the end, other than the goods, you also have to put the person's ability on the scale to calculate the weight. If your fish dragon gang wants to live comfortably, in the end, you still have to work hard. If you become the leading gang in Lingzhou, Wei Feng might have to turn around and curry favor with you." Lu Narong was sad. They looked at each other for a long time without saying anything. She who had been in a trance suddenly followed this guy's line of sight and looked down. Wasn't it her legs? Lu Narong flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Damn rogue, where are you looking?" That guy actually slammed the table confidently, scaring her. He said shamelessly, "Is it against the law?" Chapter 411. When the servant girl brought a pot of tea and left, Gong Sunyang gently locked the door and poured a cup of tea. It was a white porcelain cup of light green tea, sparkling and lovely. He picked up the cup but put it down. His feet were poisoned, so he endured the pain and took off his shoes and socks. He was over 40 years old, but he was still standing. Gong Sunyang looked out the window and sighed. He endured the pain and took off his shoes and socks, lost in thought. In his youth, wherever the iron hooves of the Su royal banner passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. With a thunderous momentum, they stormed the western Shu imperial city. When the grievous news of his father's death came, his grandfather wrote a suicide poem and sacrificed himself for the country. It was said that Shishu was second only to West Chu. Their suicide poems were the most popular in the 8 kingdoms. Although the old emperor of Shishu was mediocre and incompetent at governing, it was precisely because he was such an incapable ruler that when he was taken away by his loyal servants, he passed by the Qingyan street where the officials of Shishu gathered. It was filled with the cries of their families after the officials died. Most of the people who fled were like him, young boys and girls. There were very few young men who took off their official robes and mingled with the refugees. Who would have thought that those men who stayed at home, drank all the wine, hung themselves, and slit their throats with swords would have been cursing the emperor in court just a day ago? Perhaps they had just suffered the humiliation of being flogged a month ago? The Gongsun family of Shishu was good at using arrows in rapid succession. Gong Sunyang reached out to touch the reloaded horn bow on the table. Tears streamed down his face and his lips trembled. There was a knock on the door. Gong Sunyang quickly wiped away his tears and calmed his mind. He said to wait, put on his shoes and socks, and limped to open the door. Seeing that it was young Master Su, the latter said self-deprecatingly, "I was chased by Miss Lu with a sword. so I could only escape to Senior Gongsun to avoid disaster. Gong Sunyang laughed softly and said, "It just so happens that there is a pot of good tea here. It is better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone." Su Fingyan closed the door and sat down at the table. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Gong Sunyang moved the horn bowl and held the thin porcelain cup with 2 fingers. He slowly drank the cold tea. Su Fingyan reached out to pour the tea. He paused and asked, "There is something I don't know if I should say." Gong Sunyang's heart sank, but his expression remained the same. "Young Master Su, please speak your mind." After Su Fingyan finished pouring the tea, he stroked the edge of the thin cup with one finger and said calmly, "I have inquired with the local people in Yanhuiguan. There is only one long-established bao shop in the city. The old man surnamed Zhang has a cold temperament. If you can't pull the 2 stone bows at the door, he won't do business with you. Bao Changzhang, I think it is most likely a fake surname. This shop was easy to find and inquire about. With the strength of Elder Gongsuan's arms, he shouldn't have been stopped at the door. Then, I accidentally learned from Miss Liu that Senior Gongsun only arrived at the city gate after 2 hours. With Senior's feelings for the fish dragons, he wouldn't deliberately leave Miss Liu and the 3 members of the fish dragons in a dangerous place like Yanhui Pass. Then I guessed that Senior didn't have much money with him, so he spent more than half an hour bargaining there. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely. With Senior's experience in Jianghu, and he is also a master of continuous arrows, he should know the market price of string silk. So I asked myself, is it because Senior Gongsun and that old man Zhang are old friends? Is it because they are catching up? But I was curious. How close was their relationship that the future leader of the fish dragons had to wait for half an hour at the city gate? "Senior Gongsun, can you tell me?" Gong Sunyang hesitated for a moment. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. Take your time. I just came to drink tea and chat. I can afford to wait." Gong Sunyang put down the teacup and asked slowly, "Did the military supervisor of weapons and young Master Su set a trap for the fish dragons?" Su Fingyan sneered. "Gong Sunyang, you are you and the fish dragons are the fish dragons. At this time, you still want to confuse the public? There is no doubt that the fish dragons have a clean background. Lu Narong and even Xiao Chong were kept in the dark by you. This deal was facilitated by you. What I want to know now is what information you gave to Old Man Zhang. Was it the military defense map of Bailiang? Or was it the distribution of the Bailiang army? I think it was a combination of both. That's why you stayed in the bao shop for so long. What kind of big pie did the Northern Mang paint for you? Is it to recover Western Shu in the future? Or is it to destroy the Bailiang cavalry? Or is it to support the Gongsun family of Western Shu? Gong Sunyang's expression was complicated. He said, "Since young Master Su still dares to attend the meeting alone, I think it's not wrong. Young Master Su hides his strength, and is at least at the second stage. Gong Sunyang just wants to know how much money young Master Su can earn with the head on my shoulder, and the bao shop in Yanhui Pass. How much can he earn?" Chapter 412. Su Fingyan glanced at Gong Sunyang's hands, which were resting on the edge of the table, and said with a smile, "I can even kill Xiao Chong. Killing you, Gong Sunyang, who has fallen back to 3rd rank, won't be difficult. Besides, how far are we from each other? Even if you manage to raise your horn bow and quiver and pull away enough distance for a string of arrows, do you really think you can escape from the Wei estate? Will Wei Feng let Bei Meng know that a son of a Bailiang general has come to the city? At that time, not to mention Wei Feng and I, the fish dragons will be the first to die tragically. Loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness don't need to be mentioned. Loyalty and righteousness, to you, Gong Sunyang, seems to be dispensable." The mild-tempered Gong Sunyang's face turned ferocious. His 10 fingers grabbed the edge of the table like hooks, but he still didn't make a sound. The table trembled slightly, causing the 2 cups of tea to ripple. The aroma of the tea grew stronger. Su Fingyan stretched out 2 fingers to press down on the thin, white, and translucent teacup. He lowered his head to look at the surface of the tea in the cup and said emotionlessly, "Have you ever thought about how a single Gong Sunyang, or perhaps several hundred people like you who have been hibernating in northern Liang without regard for their lives and live like dogs? Yes, you have racked your brains to send information to Northern Mang in an unending stream, wishing that you could break Northern Liang's foundation day and night. But if there really comes a day when Beiliang's 300,000 cavalrymen are all wiped out under Beimang's all-out attack, the entire Beiliang will be filled with smoke, and everyone will be satisfied. But when the North Gate is opened, how many people will die in the old Western Shu, the old Southern Tang, the old Eastern Yu, and the old West Shu? 20 years ago, you were a stray dog. Even as a stray dog these years, you still have a strong sense of righteousness, not hesitating to flirt with the Beimang barbarians for the sake of national enmity. If the Beiliang cavalry really is defeated one day, all the Han people in the world will change into barbarians' clothes. How interesting. Gong Sun Yang, I really admire you survivors of a perished country, who remember the righteousness of spring and autumn. Without waiting for Gong Sun Yang to retort, Su Fengnian, who seemed to have lost interest, flicked his finger, and the porcelain cup filled with tea began to spin, not spilling a single bit of tea. Looking at the teacup, Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "It's quite boring to say such empty words." Gong Sun Yang said, "As long as young Master Su can promise not to drag the fish dragons into the fire, Gong Sun Yang is willing to surrender." Gong Sun Yang's Gong Sun Yang, Gong Sun Yang's Gong Sun Yang. Senior Gong Sun, please don't test me. If I have any ulterior motives towards the fish dragon gang, I have 100 ways to destroy them. I will help you pick up the word E that you lost. I'll give you the word loyalty as well. How about that? Gong Sun Yang's cloudy eyes gradually became clear. He leaned back and leaned heavily on the back of the chair. He looked like a short-sighted old farmer, who didn't know where to put his life after carrying a burden for so many years. Now he could finally take a break. Gong Sun Yang smiled. Now I know that there are benefits to being alone. I'm sorry to old gang leader Lu. And I Rong is a good girl. I hope young Master Su can treat her well. I'll have to rely on young Master Su to take care of her when she returns to Lingzhou. As for how to explain it to her, I'm sure with young Master Su's wisdom, it won't be too difficult. Su Fengnian shook his head. You don't need me to explain anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Narong, who had accidentally come to Gong Sun Yang's place to discuss business, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly pushed open the door. As tough as she was, she bit her lips and shook her head. Uncle Gongsun, don't die. She was dejected and powerless. Let's go back to Lingzhou together, okay? Gong Sun Yang rubbed his eyes and didn't look at Lu and Irong. He said softly, "It's a pity that I don't have any wine. Young Master Su, it shouldn't be a problem to drink a cup of tea, right?" Just as he reached out his hand, he stopped. He who was about to die muttered to himself, "It's better to go down and drink to my heart's content. I'll have to trouble young Master Su to take Lu and Irong out." Su Fengnian said coldly with a heart of stone, "Gong Sun Yang, I'll watch you die." Lu and Irong said heartbreakingly, "Surnamed Su, are you still human?" Gong Sun Yang, on the other hand, was even calmer. He smiled, "That's good. Only then can I be considered completely dead. And Irong, tell old gang leader that Gong Sun Yang has let down the fish dragon gang all these years. His death wasn't unjust." Lu and Irong was unusually quiet. She didn't look at Gong Sun Yang, but stared at Su Fengnian with her red eyes. There's no more Gong Sun Yang in the world. Gong Sun Yang closed his eyes and straightened his back. He straightened his clothes and smashed his fists on his temples. He collapsed on the chair. Lu and Irong covered her mouth. Blood seeped through the gaps between her fingers. Su Fengnian turned his head and said, "Don't be in a hurry to cut ties with me. Don't think about leaving without the goods. If that's really the case, Gong Sun Yang's death will be in vain. As for what you hate me for, you can come up with a plan after returning to Beiliang. After leaving the Tumbling Horse Pass, I can kill Xiao Chong. In Beiliang, I can force Gong Sun Yang to die. Lu and Irong, don't join in the fun now." Lu and Irong released her palm. Her mouth was full of blood. She said coldly, "Tell me your real name." Su Fengnian thought for a while and pointed at the spring thunder saber. "If I can return to Beiliang alive, you'll know who I am." Lu and Irong said firmly, "Xiao Chong didn't betray the fish dragon gang. You killed him." Su Fengnian looked at her for a while. He didn't say anything, but he still nodded. Good. When I get to Lingzhou, I'll burn incense and worship Buddha. I'll ask Bodhisattva to bless you to return to Baoyang alive. Lu and Rong turned around resolutely. Su Fengnian sat on the chair indifferently. He stared at the 2 cups of tea that neither of them had time to drink. He wanted to tease her by saying, "What a beautiful pair of legs. They're gone just like that." But when he saw the blood flowing from the corner of the old man's mouth, he didn't say anything. He just leaned over and gently wiped it with his sleeve. Chapter 413. The owner of the house, Wei Fengchu, flew into a rage when he heard about the death. Qiu Shui, the maid who came to deliver the news secretly, was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. However, after years of nourishing his body, Wei Fengchu was no longer like an ordinary merchant, but more like a scholar. He immediately suppressed his shock and anger, and let Qiu Shui lead the way. This second-class maid was afraid of delaying the master's business, so she walked quickly. At first, Wei Fengchu didn't say anything and followed her into the courtyard. Walking in the narrow and dark corridors on both sides, Wei Fengchu coughed. The maid, who was carefully trained and sold to the Wei mansion at a high price, quickly slowed down. She looked back and saw that the master was deep in thought. She obediently walked forward with small steps. Wei Fengchu, who had experienced countless storms in the business world, took this time to weigh the pros and cons. According to Qiu Shui, young Master Su went to the house of the old man with the horn bow, and not long after, this murder happened. It seemed that he had a conflict with the woman named Lu Nerong from the Fish Dragon gang. Wei Fengchu rubbed his temples and rubbed his temples. Wei Feng rubbed his temples. When he was close to the house where the corpse was, he signaled Qiu Shui to stay in the corridor. Then he quickened his steps and walked into the house with a worried expression. He did not reprimand his nephew who came from afar, but locked the door. Seeing that the young man was so calm after killing someone, he thought more highly of him. A playboy killed someone in his own yard. This kind of lawless calmness was not something to be seen in public. To cause trouble in someone else's house, he was either very shrewd or had someone to rely on. No matter what, Wei Feng felt that it was a good thing. He thought that Brother Qi did not have a son, but he had a distant nephew who was worth cultivating. No wonder this business was led by such a young man. A 30,000 taels business was really not small. Wei Fengchu immediately calmed down and moved a chair to sit down. He didn't show any anxiety and asked, "What do you need Uncle Wei to do?" Su Fengnian had thought of a set of words that could justify himself. Even if it wasn't perfect, it was enough to temporarily deal with an old fox like Wei Feng. Of course, the premise was that Lu Nerong didn't go crazy and mess things up. He didn't expect Wei Feng to not ask anything, which surprised Su Fengnian. The reason why he dared to tell Wei Feng at the first moment was that he pretended to be the son of a general in Lingzhou. He was sure that Wei Feng wouldn't dare to go to the yamen and splash dirty water on him. As long as Wei Feng thought that he could work in the Wei mansion, then there was a discussion. Seeing his nephew's expression, Wei Feng took a look at his face. He poured a cup of herbal tea and smiled. "Nephew Su, to tell you the truth, even the granddaughter of the gang leader, Lu Nerong, as long as she is in Uncle Wei's house, you can do whatever you want, as long as she is in my house of Uncle Wei's." "What? The yamen? Do you think the yamen, the guest of the a small gang like the Fish Dragon gang? Ling Ling? To Ling, the yamen of the armies of even if Uncle Wei lent the Fish Dragon gang 10 times the guts. Would they dare? Nephew Su, Uncle Wei and Brother Qi are friends who have gone through life and death together, so we don't speak politely. Prostitutes are heartless, actors are unrighteous, and merchants are greedy for money. The old saying is true, but it doesn't mean that people like Uncle Wei don't care about friendship at all." When he saw his nephew stand up and bow again, Wei Feng glared at him and scolded with a smile. "Nephew, you must have learned this habit from the landowning households of Lingzhou. In the future, if you want to make a name for yourself in Lingzhou's northern Mang, this pedantic scholarly style cannot be the first. Why don't you try to bow again? See if I don't kick you out of the house. When in northern Mang, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's better for you to drink big bowls of wine and eat big chunks of meat. Originally, this old uncle wanted to let the servants bring you around the city to enjoy the scenery. Don't even think about it. Just stay by this old uncle's side for the next 2 days and watch how the business is done. Brother Qi is full of brotherhood in the Jianghu. Uncle Wei is far inferior to Brother Qi when it comes to wielding swords and spears. However, you don't have any other skills, but you know the ways of the world that can be exchanged for real money. Su Fengnian raised his cup and said with a bitter smile, Uncle Wei, I'll replace wine with tea. Cheers. Wei Feng said with relief, that's not bad. After drinking the tea, he got up and poured a cup for Wei Feng. After sitting down, Su Fengnian said slowly, Uncle Wei, I still have to tell you about this matter today, otherwise it won't be good. The eldest son of the general has always coveted the fish dragon gang and Lu Nerong. He wants to take her as his concubine. Originally, the fish dragon gang's strength was not among the best in Lingzhou, so it was impossible for them to win this business. However, since the eldest son is selfish, he can't be judged by common sense. The deputy leader of the Beimang gang, Xiao Chong, has a son called Xiaoling, who is Lu Nerong's childhood sweetheart. There is news that when Xiao Chong returns to Lingzhou to wash his hands, he will take the opportunity to propose marriage between Xiaoling and Lu Nerong. How could the eldest son let the father and son of the Xiao family get what they want? Therefore, after leaving Tuma Pass, I have some martial arts skills. According to the eldest son's instructions, I was lucky enough to kill Xiao Chong and frame a few horse gangs. I didn't expect that the guest Gong Sunyang would notice the clues and threaten to tell Lu Nerong and the fish dragon gang. Therefore, I had no choice but to fall out with them. I roughly set up a trap, and only told Lu Nerong that Gong Sunyang is a remnant of the spring and autumn period, who secretly colluded with the Beimang. This way, I barely managed to calm the simple-minded Lu Nerong. Uncle Wei, are there any flaws in this plan? If I ruin the eldest son's plan, even if I bring money back, I won't be able to make a name for myself in the general's residence. Presumably, Uncle Wei also knows that although the second son is born of a concubine, he is quick-witted and has made some achievements in Lingzhou's scholarly circles. Therefore, the mother and son are quite favored. The second son has deliberately tried to rope them in again and again, which has already made the eldest son dissatisfied. This trip to Beimang is both an opportunity and a crisis for me. If I succeed, everything will be fine. If not, I'm afraid I won't even have a foothold. Wei Feng's eyes revealed a trace of the elder's appreciation of the younger generation. He smiled and nodded, stroking his beard. Even though he was sitting next to a dead person, he still said slowly, Nephew, you are able to plan step by step on small matters and have good foresight on big matters. Not bad, not bad. You are a promising talent. Su Fengnian lowered his voice and blushed. Before I left, I wanted to shamelessly ask for a letter from my uncle, so that he could put in a good word for me to Uncle Wei. However, when Auntie started at the dinner table, she was scolded by Uncle Wei. He said that a man who wants to start a family has to do everything himself. Asking for charity is not a damn skill. Fortunately, Auntie slapped the bowl and said that she would cook tomorrow, so Uncle Wei didn't continue to scold me. Wei Feng laughed and pointed his finger at Su Fengnian. This was the first time the old fox laughed so comfortably. Then he sighed and said, It is indeed Brother Qi and Auntie's temper. When Uncle Wei was young and down, he freeloaded for 3 years. Although Auntie occasionally complained, it was because she was angry that I didn't strive for it, and lamented my misfortune. She hoped that I would have a bright future, not because she was stingy with those bowls of rice that didn't come easily. She also had bad intentions and looked down on me. Uncle Wei didn't have the realm to repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. However, no matter how heartless Wei Feng was, he didn't dare to forget the kindness of living for 3 years. These years, Uncle Wei could be considered to have built up a large family business, but Brother Qi and Auntie never sent a letter to him. They were afraid that if they had something to ask of him, it would reduce their friendship. Brother Qi and Auntie were kind, but how could they not be cruel? They were already half a foot into the ground. Who knows when they would fall asleep and never wake up again? Why should they care about these things? Now that your nephew is in Uncle Wei's house, good. No letter from home is better than 1,000 words. Su Fengnian whispered. Uncle Wei, find a good place to bury this guest of the fish dragon gang. Is there any trouble? Chapter 414. Wei Feng waved his sleeves and said, It's not worth mentioning. However, Uncle Wei will speak frankly. Compared to the relationship with the weapons supervisor, you have to value your relationship with Brother Qi more. Therefore, it's okay if your relationship with Lu Nerong is stiff for a while, but you can't ignore her forever. In the future, if she enters the general's manor as a concubine and is favored, you have to know that a woman's ability is greater than anything else. If you're not careful, you'll be smashing your own foot with a rock. There are too many examples of this, so you have to be careful. To Uncle Wei, you're superior in both appearance and intelligence. You might as well go all the way and use some methods to capture Lu Nerong's heart. If she's like a fish in water in the general's manor, you'll have another backer. Wealth comes from danger. As long as you don't sully her body, I believe that with your prudence, it won't be difficult to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Since ancient times, those who achieve great things must have a few close female friends by their side. Su Fingyan was surprised. Wei Feng smiled and said, "If you can flirt with Lu Nerong, who still hates you today, before you leave the city, Uncle Wei promises to give you 8,000 taels of silver. Treat it as your expenses for managing your connections inside and outside the general's manor." Su Fingyan shamelessly bargained. "Uncle Wei, I'm a scoundrel who only cares about money. How about we round it up to 10,000 taels of silver?" Wei Feng was not angry but happy. He laughed heartily. "What an exorbitant demand. Uncle Wei likes it, so I'll agree." Su Fingyan smiled brightly. Wei Feng stood up and smiled playfully. "The two maids in the manor are very clean and pure. There's a saying in Beimeng to rear horses. These horses are not ordinary horses. Most of them are carefully selected from the Liang dynasty's Jiangnan. They're young girls who are bought at a high price. They're taught how to play the zither, go calligraphy, painting, poetry, tea, and wine. After a few years, only 3 or 4 of the 10 beauties will mature. This pair of maids can be considered outstanding. If they're placed outside the manor, they'll be worth 50 gold. Your nephew likes it, so I'll give it to you. There's not much use in keeping it in the Wei manor. It's good that you can bring it back to Lingzhou. You can get on good terms with those scholars who pretend to be cultured. With this pair of clever people, you'll get twice the result with half the effort." Su Fingyan, who was surprised, quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wei." Wei Feng walked to the door and said softly, "Old uncle will find an opportunity to have the servant girl, Qiushui, pass on some words to Lu Nerong. She will say that the Wei family has already buried this foreign official according to nephew's wishes. Having someone pass on the message will be more sincere than you personally explaining it. Don't worry, Qiushui has a delicate heart. That Lu Nerong is inexperienced and won't be able to see any flaws." Su Fingyan praised. "Uncle Wei's plan is flawless. Nephew has learned a lot. It's fortunate that the stubborn brother Qi has such a sweet-tongued nephew like you." Wei Feng shook his head and laughed. He seemed to have remembered something and asked in an unconcerned manner, "Nephew, do you know much about poetry and painting? How is your handwriting?" Uncle Wei has gone with the flow these past few years, and spent a lot of money to buy over 100 types. Most of them were plundered at a low price from the remnants of the spring and autumn period, who fled to northern Meng's territory. There are few knowledgeable figures in the Wei estate. Uncle Wei is afraid that he will make a mistake and be laughed at by the experts, so he is embarrassed to show them to others. If you kid know some tricks, then let this old uncle take a look. If Uncle Wei is in a good mood, I'll take a few." Su Fingyan rubbed his hands and recommended himself. "Uncle Wei has suffered greatly in this life because he can't read. As a result, I've been studying diligently to obtain scholarly honors. My handwriting is not bad. Furthermore, I've helped the eldest young master for many years. It's inevitable that I've seen some valuable paintings and paintings that can be verified as fake. I barely have some insight. If Uncle Wei doesn't mind, let me take a look." Uncle Wei sighed helplessly and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have brought up this pot." After sending Wei Feng out of the room, Su Fingyan saw the graceful servant girl Qiushui at the end of the corridor. The corner of his mouth rose. The latter was clever, and had guessed that she was already in the hands of this young master. She blushed. When she left with the master, she sweetly looked back and slightly twisted her slender waist to show a different kind of flirtatious charm. Su Fingyan returned to his room and sat down. There was no longer any smile on his face. If a girl like Lu Nirong was present, she would probably only think that the elders were kind and the juniors were well-behaved. She would never have noticed the smoke of war and intrigue that filled the air. At that time, when they were talking about letters from home, Su Fengnian knew that there was a small mistake that could not be considered a mistake. Because according to the information about the mercenary surname Qi in the general's residence, this person was illiterate, and it was impossible for him to write a letter. However, His Royal Highness did not have the thought of testing the old fox Wei Feng. If he lightly brushed it off with a few words, it proved that Wei Feng was certain of his identity and trusted him to the point where he would not nitpick on such a small matter. However, if he could not hold himself back, it meant that Wei Feng still had doubts in his heart. As expected, when His Royal Highness had just set a small trap, the old fox had used calligraphy and painting before he left to quietly set a big trap. Fortunately, His Royal Highness would not capsize in this small ditch. Moreover, Wei Feng's eyesight was not bad. He recognized that this nephew of his was a rare commodity worth hoarding. That was why he generously gave him money and a servant girl. It was all because he wanted Su Fengnian to have a meteoric rise in Lingzhou in the future. His business would naturally receive rich returns. If the old fox was only concerned about their brotherhood in the past, he definitely would not have been so generous. How could a young and inexperienced girl like Lu Nirong not be bullied in this jianghu where jackals and wolves ran rampant and foxes gathered? Su Fengnian quietly waited for Wei Feng's trusted aide to come and collect the corpse. He stood at the window and muttered to himself, "The jianghu is sinister. Senior Gongsun, if you're still alive, do you think that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over? Don't worry. If I return to Beiliang alive, the Fish Dragon Gang will receive some secret support. If I die in Beimang, you and that narrow-minded Miss Lu will have taken revenge. If I wasn't His Royal Highness with Senior Gongsuan's temperament, we could have become friends despite the difference in age. I know that Senior will definitely not betray anyone, and with that pouch of green ant wine from back then, I won't be the evil person who extorts a confession through torture. However, if I were to say that I knew about Senior's relationship with Northern Mang and still turn a blind eye to it, that would be too difficult for me. I believe that if Senior knew about this in the underworld, he would curse less." After personally watching the two retainers of the Wei family carry away the corpse that was gradually turning cold like tea, Su Fengnian returned to the room. He saw that Lu Nirong's door was tightly shut. He thought that it must have been difficult for this honest girl to not fight with her life on the spot. It was very strange. She was indeed an outstanding woman, but in His Highness the Crown Prince's memory, the clearest impression he had of her was not the time she killed the enemy alone in the inn at Toppling Horse Pass, nor was it the time she led the way on the yellow sand of the desert. Instead, it was the time she sat on the hillside with her arms around her knees in a daze, and the time she drank from the well at Yanhui Pass. The Qingming festival was approaching. How could it miss out on the bitter rain that broke the hearts of passers-by? The path to the tombs was muddy so that the later generations could remember their ancestors with every step they took. In the curtain of night, the heavens were not stingy with the pitter-patter of rain. Su Fengnian pushed open the window. The breeze was chilly. He listened to the rain patting the lotus flowers. However, his expression was cold. He wasn't sure if His Royal Highness could hear the bleakness and desolation in his voice. In Beiliang Palace, there should be a puppet with a similar figure. It was wearing the mask that Xu Xiu had meticulously made, carefully playing the role of His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian leaned against the windowsill without a trace of confusion. His eyes were abnormally resolute. At Toppling Horse Pass, he wanted to pull out his saber for the first time. In the end he failed. At the top of Yanhui Pass, he wanted to pull out the Spring Thunder but failed. Su Fengnian seemed to be admiring the scenery. In fact, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with both hands, washing the qi in his body over and over again. True yang grows from the root. Yin fu descends to the yellow court. The river flows endlessly and the spirit is firm. This is the Zhenren's great refining form. Su Fengnian stood still like this for a full 2 hours. He slowly exhaled a breath of qi that was like a sword according to the sword qi rolling dragon wall. With a bang, it stirred a lotus flower in the pond and turned it into fine powder in an instant. However, in the boundless curtain of night and rain, Who would notice such a shocking detail? Su Fengnian said as if relieved of a heavy burden. So this is the great yellow quartz so-called embroidery of the universe by the mouth, setting Chang in a blaze. Chapter 415. His Royal Highness only had 7 unopened acupoints left. After diligently removing the mixed qi that Huang Baozhuang had implanted into his body, he opened a new Ditsong acupoint. Combined with the sword qi that had been nurturing in his body during this period of time, he was able to form sword qi and destroy a lotus. After bathing and changing clothes during the day, he asked the 2 maidservants about it, and found out that this lotus was a rare drought hibiscus. Not only could it not grow in water with a great difference in temperature, but it also hated moisture and liked dryness. If the lotus root was soaked in water for too long, it would rot and die. The water storage in the pond was very particular. If it was properly cultivated, it would bloom a few months earlier than normal lotus, and its flowering period was also very long. A single lotus was very valuable, so it was nicknamed the 10 golden lotuses and the fierce woman lotus. Generally, a wealthy family could only grow 1 or 2 lotuses in a vat. They did not have the money nor the energy to take care of 100 lotuses, which was enough to show the depth of the Wei family's wealth. After exhaling a mouthful of sword qi to cut the green lotus, Su Fengnian felt his entire body relax. The circulation of qi was no longer stagnant. The wonders of the big yellow court were endless. The most obvious and straightforward thing was that it had exceptional hearing and vision. Su Fengnian seemed to be following the incantation and closing his eyes to concentrate, but he was actually listening to the slow blooming of a budding lotus. During this process, the sword qi rolled along the dragon wall and flowed violently along his meridians. It was the complete opposite of the bashful unfolding of the flower bud in the pond. Unfortunately, His Highness could only hold on for 2 hours before he could no longer withstand the burst of majestic qi in his body. Presumably, after opening 6 acupores, he could wait for a whole night for a lotus to fully bloom. Su Fengnian stretched and mocked himself. A good man should be able to endure. Su Fengnian sat back in front of the table and weighed his current wealth. Those flying swords would only be priceless after they were cultivated, but they were destined to be a pile of scrap metal in a short period of time. Although the process of drinking blood to become a fetus was very difficult, he did not have the old man with the sheepskin fur coat to temper him. Relying on this stupid method to cultivate the swords was also a kind of training. It was very difficult to find a good thing in the world where you could gain some benefits by suffering some hardships. Once he mastered the nurturing sword, entering the mysterious finger would not be as unreachable as it was now. The 5 pieces of facial skin made by Shu Xiu were very useful. As for the silk armor that he wore, it was invulnerable to water and fire, and invulnerable to swords and spears. It was all nonsense. If he really encountered a level 1 master, he wouldn't be able to survive. However, it was still useful to deal with sneak attacks from ordinary swords and sabers. Of the 6 pages in the saber manual, the most useful one was undoubtedly the latest page with detailed analysis of the rolling dragon wall of sword aura. Not only had it inadvertently helped him to break through 1 acupoint, but during this period of time, he had been diligently and tirelessly following the path of complexity rather than simplicity. Only then did he realize that in the beginning, the obscurity and stagnation were very difficult to bear. But once he got used to it, it was as the old saying goes, first bitter then sweet. The essence of the 12 moves in the stacked thunder armor of the thorny whale, which he had extracted from thousands of secret manuals, had to be repeatedly verified with the divine intent in his mind every day, quietly waiting for the day when he could accumulate enough knowledge and use it. Back then, he had chosen to sneak into the fish dragon gang and rush to Beimang, choosing to use the city as a foothold. Firstly, there were fewer wars in the north of Yuzhou, so there was more space in Jianghu. Secondly, the city magistrate of Beiliang, Tao Qianji, was a person who was bound to die. Not only was he familiar with the art of war and strategy, but his martial prowess was also outstanding, and he had a profound understanding of the military and politics of Beiliang. He was originally the commandant general of Gusai State in the south of Beimang, but because of the extremely unlucky royal family member, who was killed by Chen Jibao's surprise troops during a military parade, he was implicated and demoted to the city magistrate of Gusai State. In fact, his official position seemed to have been demoted by one rank, but he was actually in charge of the military and politics of Beimang state at the border. It could be considered a blessing in disguise, as he had escaped the confinement of the army. As long as he made some achievements, he would be favored by the governor of Longyao state, and even the empress of Beimang. According to the information gathered in Beiliang, Tao Qianji had a unique understanding of military tactics. He was especially good at trickery and had a violent temperament. What was most praised by the Beimang court was that he had to kill a Beiliang soldier every day before he could sleep. He had come to Liuwa city from Gusai province without bringing a single family member, a single cent of silver, or a single treasure. He had only brought 6 prison wagons with him, imprisoning more than 40 captured Beiliang soldiers on the battlefield. After a month they were all killed. However, Tao Qingmu was very close to many of his fellow generals in the Beimang border army. There would always be new prisoners sent to Liuwa city for him to behead with his own hands every day. It could be said that Tao Qianji was a young official in the Beimang court who was favored by various forces. He had both military skills and a good reputation among the people. Sooner or later, he would be like a carp jumping through the dragon's gate, and become an indispensable cornerstone of the Beimang court. According to the Beimang's Lu city lord, he had 60 armored bodyguards. Tao Qianji himself should have the strength of a second-rank fighter. Su Fengnian weighed the strengths of both sides and smiled sinisterly. Assassinations between the two dynasties were very frequent, but most of them were done by suicide soldiers, so the chances of success weren't high. Beimang had once spent a lot of money to create an assassin team. They asked for 2 to 3 experts from the top sects in the dynasty, as well as more than 100 elite soldiers from the army. A total of 130 people were divided into 3 groups to infiltrate Beiliang, avoiding the main force and attacking the weak. Their targets were all the mid-level military and political officials of Beiliang. However, they didn't expect that the 3 adopted sons, Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, would confidently split into 3 groups and kill them all. This caused the Beimang court to shake. The empress even entered a large-scale purge, and many heads were lost. However, in reality, she only found out a few pawns of the Beimang court that had been hibernating in the Beimang court for many years. The funny thing was that in the end, when they found out that it was the right minister of the Beimang, they found out that one of the spies was a two-faced person. The Beimang didn't refuse any business in Beiliang. Relying on the golden name of the right minister, they wantonly sold military secrets, causing the originally powerful right minister to resign and live in seclusion in the mountains. The enmity between Liang Mang and Liang Mang was not something that could be explained in a few words. It was like a chopping board. Today it was smeared with your blood, and tomorrow, it would be added with my blood. Layer by layer, it had long solidified into a disgusting blood monument. A gentle knock sounded on the door. Su Fengnian knew that one of Qiu Shuichuan's servants had arrived. He said, "Come in." It was Qiu Shuichun, who was relatively small and delicate. Her skin was white, and she had a slightly round and inconspicuous oval face. For such a small girl, if you used a little bit of force on the bed, you would be worried that you would rub her body. She was worthy of being a little girl worth 50 taels of gold. It was a pity that Su Fengnian had to be a vegetarian monk for every day that he did not have the full yellow courtyard. There were so many women in Wutong Garden who were worth 80 taels of gold and above. His Royal Highness, not to mention his cultivation and other aspects, just his willpower alone was enough to make people sing and cry. The young servant girl carried the food box into the room. Her slender calves quietly came out from under her skirt. Her movements were playful as she hooked the door. Seeing young Master Su look over, she smiled with a red face. She placed the food box on the table, and stood to the side with her head lowered. She timidly said, "Sister Qiu Shuichun asked me to warm the bed tonight. I wonder when young master will be resting." She did not have the face to say the words "serve in bed." She looked at her toes, and her ears were completely red. In reality, during the cold of spring, it was a very common duty for servant girls in large families to warm the bed and warm the quilt. During the hot summer, no matter how tired the servant girls were from fanning themselves, according to the rules, they were not allowed to doze off for an entire night. She and Qiu Shuichun were both jaspers who had been carefully trained, and were very familiar with serving their masters. However, they rarely had the opportunity to show their faces in the way manner. Seeing this handsome young master who was highly regarded by the master, their love was far from that of love. It was the natural shyness and timidity of women that was real. Su Fengnian opened the food box and picked up a piece of date cake that melted in his mouth. He raised his head to look at the servant girl. Her face and figure were only 70 taels of gold, but she had a pair of beautiful eyebrows. Her eyebrows were charming, and she had a hidden charm at a young age. She did not know that when she started out in the spring, she was judged by a horse breeder that her eyebrows were worth 30 taels of gold. His Royal Highness had spent a lot of time looking at the beautiful flowers, so his eyesight was not bad. Su Fengnian reached out to pick up a piece of cake and handed it to the girl. He smiled and said, "There is no rush. Sit down and chat first." The little girl softly said, "Oh." She sat slightly sideways across from Su Fengnian. She took the cake with her head still lowered. Her small mouth slightly opened and closed as she ate carefully and slowly. Su Fengnian said something that spoiled the mood. "You guys are staying in the city. You should be paying respects to your ancestors and sweeping the tombs. Where would you find yellow paper? It will be the Qingming festival in 2 days. I want to burn paper at the corner of the street to pay my respects to the south." Chapter 416. The pretty maidservant raised her head and was about to speak when she realized that she still had some pastries in her mouth. She was afraid that she would be disrespectful to young Master Su and quickly swallowed them down. She reached out her finger to wipe off the pastry crumbs at the corner of her mouth. The maidservant's eyes were naturally filled with love. She smiled softly and said, "Young master, just give me your orders. Chun Nong will prepare them for you tomorrow." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. He reached out his hand to wipe off the pastry crumbs that were not actually wiped off. He squinted his eyes and teased, "It's here." The maidservant gave him a charming look and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Qiushui knocked on the door and entered. She saw the scene and blushed. She brought over more than 10 famous calligraphies and paintings. Old Master said that he wanted young Master Su to examine them to determine their authenticity. Most of the calligraphies and paintings were made of copper or red sandalwood. They were not light. Su Fengnian stood up and helped to move them to the table. Qiushui saw that Chun Nong was still in a daze and secretly tapped her forehead. She softly reprimanded, "Don't you know how to add oil for young master when the lamp is dark?" Chun Nong pouted her lips in grievance. She saw Qiushui's slight glare and quickly went to add oil for a white jade guanyin vase-style oil lamp with a smile. Su Fengnian did not care about this small fuss. He wiped his sleeves with both hands. After Qiushui moved the food box away, he slowly spread out a calligraphy and painting on the table. He smiled. It was Chun Chun's painting of flowers in hot summer from the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, the original work was in Bailiang Palace. He was not in a hurry to reveal the truth and rolled it up again. He opened the second scroll. It was Lu Ji's painting of birds in Cassia and Chrysanthemum Mountain. The colors were bright and the strokes were delicate. The blank space for 300 years was densely covered with the seals of later collectors. This was enough to prove the rarity of this calligraphy and painting. Su Fengnian had been influenced by Minister of State Li Yishan for many years. Even without the dazzling array of seals, he knew that it was undoubtedly an authentic work. He closed the scroll again and opened the third scroll. It was the painting of Plum Blossom Hengqin by the late emperor of the Southern Tang dynasty. However, it was a fake. What was interesting was that the latter was obviously better in terms of strokes. After Su Fengnian finished reading it, he said softly, "Qiushui, Chun Nong, bring paper and brush." Qiushui pulled up her sleeves with 2 fingers and ground with the other hand. Chun Nong did not dare to be lazy and helped to put a paperweight on the calligraphy. Su Fengnian's strokes were slow and leisurely. Qiushui and Chun Nong looked at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. They obviously did not expect young Master Su's calligraphy to be so beautiful. It was to the point of concealing it. They admitted that they would not be able to write something like this even if they worked hard for 10 years. Out of the 11 paintings, Su Fengnian purposely could not tell if 3 of them were real or fake. He pretended that he did not dare to speak carelessly and mistook 2 of them as rare. The remaining 6 were all accurate. The last 8 had detailed reasons as to why they were real and fake, as well as their relative valuations. Among them, the valuations and the real situation were both wrong and right. Since the old fox Wei Feng wanted to test him, His Royal Highness could not be too honest. As for the small regular script of more than 100 words, of course he would cover it up. This kind of trick would not be exposed no matter what. After the ink was slightly dry, Qiu Shui could not bear to let go of the small regular script in her hands. She carefully put it into her clothes and bent down to pick up the heavy calligraphy. She was about to go back to her master to hand in the work. Su Fingnian smiled at Chun Nong and said, "Go help Qiu Shui. She doesn't need to warm the bed today." Chun Nong was half relieved and half disappointed. She opened her eyes wide and looked puzzled. Su Fingnian gently patted her cheek and said, "We'll talk about it after the Qingming festival." Qiu Shui and Chun Nong walked out of the room together with the calligraphy. There was a servant girl of the same age who came to hold an umbrella for Qiu Shui in the corridor. She was shocked to see Chun Nong and her initial jealousy faded a little. The smile in her eyes immediately became more sincere. Actually, there was no need to hold an umbrella to block the rain from her master's study to hear. It was just that the calligraphy in her arms was worth a lot, and she had to be serious about it, so she had an extra umbrella. The 3 servant girls walked back together. Naturally, there was a lot of teasing between the girls. Qiu Shui and Chun Nong came from the same family, and they were like sisters. There was a subtle gap between them and the servant girl who came from a different background. However, when intelligent girls interacted with each other, they naturally wore a thick mask with heavy makeup. Su Fingnian closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. This was the second time he traveled with Li Chuangong's clay figurine. As long as there was a bed to sleep on, most of them would be in this position asking for trouble. Moreover, if they didn't take off their soft armor, the room would be adjacent to or facing the old god of Swordly. It was easy to imagine how afraid His Royal Highness was of death. Although the majestic Tao Qianji was dressed in a civil official's robe, it was difficult to conceal the aura of a general that had crawled out from a pile of bones. The study room was simple and crude. Many of the antiques and treasures that had been purposely left behind by the previous city magistrate were all pawned on the first day. All the gold and silver that had been obtained were distributed to the remaining city magistrate soldiers, while the civil officials and scribes did not receive a single copper coin. During this period, there was an official who took advantage of the convenience of his duties to secretly embezzle 200 taels of silver. After he was arrested, 30 elite soldiers of the city magistrate's mansion broke in. His head dripping with blood was hung on the flagpole of the martial arts field. This official had some background. His clansmen reported this matter to the deputy head of Dragon Waste Province's county magistrate. Tao Qianji did not bring his family with him, but this former 4th-rank Chongsu general was not a rigid man. Every few days, he would spend money to invite the most popular women of the city's brothels to his manor. No matter how much money was spent, he would not skimp on it. At first, some of the brothels did not dare to accept, and were forced into his hands. After a period of fear and trepidation, the city overseer did not show any signs of settling accounts. Only then did they feel relieved. In addition, the heroic deeds of this Chongsu general continued to spread throughout the city. Gradually, Tao Qianji's reputation rose like a tide. Many brothels took the initiative to send their top courtesans to the city overseer's manor. Originally, they could earn dozens of taels of silver a night, but when they opened their mouths and asked for only dozens of taels of silver, Tao Qianji did not fuss over the details. He appeared more and more like a general, making the people of the city who were originally afraid that thieves would come and clean. In the continuous drizzle, Tao Qianji sat in the empty and shabby study, reading a military book by the light of a lamp. A trusted officer from Gusai Province stood at the door and respectfully said, "Princess Hongyan of Jade Toad Province has come to visit in the rain." Tao Qianji frowned and said indifferently, "If she enters the manor alone, I will not see her." A plump woman with a mink hair covering her forehead appeared beside the officer. Behind her was an old man dressed in brocade with his hands in his sleeves. She stepped over the threshold and placed her hands on the jade belt bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. She said sweetly, "Oh General Tao, You put on such airs. Or are you afraid of attracting gossip? The extraordinarily valiant city overseer frowned and put down the book. He was not the least bit afraid of this imperial relative with the xianbei hairstyle on her waist. He sneered and said, Princess Hongyan's beauty is known far and wide. She likes to keep male companions. A mere city overseer like me would not dare to enter her eyes. The old man in brocade snorted coldly. The corner of Tao Qianji's mouth curled up, and his eyes were full of disdain. Princess Hongyan, who was holding a satin umbrella and a mink hair covering her forehead, laughed wantonly. She waved her hand to indicate that the old retainer of the county overseer should not mind. She stared at the rude and unreasonable middle-aged city overseer, and said with her charming eyes, General Tao, I originally did not want to enter this manor. I have to kill people every day and the yin qi is too strong. I am not as vigorous as General Tao, and I am afraid that I will be haunted by ghosts. It is almost Qingming Festival, Tao Qianji said coldly. If Princess Hongyan does not have any important matters to attend to, please forgive me for not seeing you out. This plump beauty, who was one of the wealthiest in Jade Toad State, was offended several times, but she still did not show any anger. She smiled and said, All right, I won't beat around the bush with General Tao. Someone asked me to pass on a message to General Tao. 8 words. Tomorrow morning don't go out. Tao Qianji, who felt that he was being teased, was furious. The study was filled with murderous intent. The brocade-clothed old man's sleeves billowed like waves. The princess patted her cheeks lightly and said apologetically, Oh my stupid mouth. What nonsense did I say? I was wrong. It is indeed 8 words. Qingming Festival tomorrow, do not go out. General Tao, please believe me. I do not dare to disobey the person who said these 8 words. Tao Qianji turned around and said coldly without any fluctuation in his tone, I will not see you out. Princess Hongyan swung the silk satin umbrella that was soaked in rainwater and said with a smile, This princess will remember Lord Tao's hospitality today. Under the eaves of the courtyard, the brocade-clothed old man, whose martial power was definitely higher than Tao Qianji's, took the umbrella and opened it. He tilted it towards his mistress and said angrily, Princess, why don't you let me teach this insignificant 5th-rank city overseer a lesson? The mink hair covering woman, who was not in a hurry to step into the rain, reached out her hand to catch the rain. She did not answer the question but said with blurred eyes, Why is God crying? Early in the morning 2 days later, the rain was getting heavier, and the road was full of mud. City overseer Tao Qianji led 30 riders out of the city to visit the grave of a comrade who had died in battle. It was raining heavily on Qingming Festival. It was not easy to burn paper, but it was easier to die. Chapter 417. The Beimang border was similar to the Han customs of the Liang dynasty, especially after the refugees of the 8 kingdoms had moved in. In fact, there was not much difference. On the Double Ninth Festival, they would plant dogwood, enjoy osmanthus and eat mooncakes. On New Year's Eve, they would set off firecrackers and today's tomb sweeping day. The men of the family, regardless of age, would bring wine, food, fruits, and paper money to the graves. They would burn the paper money and cover the old graves with new soil. As the younger generation, the children and youths would fold tender yellow twigs and stick them in the graves. After burning the paper money, they would kowtow and pay respects to their ancestors, and pray for some good fortune before they could return. There was no fixed time to visit the graves during tomb sweeping day. It could be sooner or later. However, because of the heavy rain in Beimang, most of the graves were on the outskirts of the city and were not close by. Many of the common people were worried about their clothes and hoped that they could wait until the rain lessened before going to visit the graves. Therefore, the departure of the 31 cavalrymen from Beimang was very eye-catching. The limestone streets of Beimang were slanted from the middle to the sides. Normally, it was not easy to notice them, but during the heavy rain when the rainwater slid into the gutters, one would be able to see them clearly. The sound of the hooves of the 30 armored cavalrymen pounded heavily on the hearts of the people on both sides of the street. Connecting this Commandant General's bloody deeds of killing more than 100 enemies on the border battlefield and killing people, and drinking to his heart's content every day in the Beimang Manor. The common people felt more and more that they could rely on this Beimang Manor, who had a military background. Wei Feng was a merchant, and no matter how much money a merchant made, his status was still inferior to that of a landowning household. Although Wei Feng was one of the few wealthy people in Beimang, his manor was still 2 streets away from the Beimang Manor. Fortunately, the Wei Manor was on the main road of the city, quiet amidst the commotion. It just so happened that one could see the 31 cavalrymen galloping out of the city. Leading them was the armored Tao Qianji, who did not conform to the official system. His steed was a rare Fergana horse, light gold in color. Fergana horses were already exceptionally precious, and this fine steed, bestowed by the Gusai prefecture, was the most outstanding of its kind. It was exceptionally vigorous, making the rich in the city drool and the common people fearful at the sight of it. The city overseer, Tao Qianji, took the lead, his eyes looking straight ahead. Naturally, he did not notice that under the high walls of the Wei Mansion's main gate, there was a young man with a saber on his back, squatting down. A servant girl with a delicate body and charming eyes was holding an umbrella for him. That young master was squatting in a corner with his knees bent, his face facing the south. With great difficulty, he had burned several handfuls of yellow paper money. Probably because he had done his best, he put the remaining handfuls of yellow paper money back into his bosom. The pretty and pitiful maid reminded him in a low voice, "Young Master Su, it's not good to put the paper money for the ancestors into the arms of the living. Shall I help you keep it?" Su Fingyan stood up and saw that her left shoulder was soaked. He used his fingers to push the mahogany umbrella towards the maidservant. He crossed his hands and placed them on his abdomen. He looked at the armored horses galloping away in the rain. He smiled but didn't say anything. He just shook his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the small umbrella was quietly tilting towards his head. He took the umbrella, feeling both angry and amused, and held it over the 2 people's heads. The maidservant, Chun Nong, raised her small head and blinked her pair of eyes that were naturally overflowing with spring. Su Fingyan rubbed her head and smiled. "I'll send you into the mansion first. Later, I'll go out for a walk. You don't have to follow me. This time, I'm leaving the city and I don't know when I'll be back. If we get to the town god's temple, and the rain isn't as heavy as it is now, I'll help you and Qiu Shui bring a tray of zhoji soup dumplings." The young maidservant, who had just started to grow, said considerately, "It's just these roads. I'll be there in a few steps. Young master, you can just go straight for a stroll." Su Fingyan narrowed his extremely beautiful red phoenix eyes, and pretended to be wronged. He teased, "I wanted to say a few more words to a certain young lady, but she doesn't understand the situation." At that moment, the young lady seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her entire heart and liver trembled. She was so infatuated that she couldn't speak. She could only tilt up her small chin, which would suddenly sharpen if she was a few years older, and look at the young master with an intoxicating smile in front of her. Some first awakenings of love were always inexplicable. Perhaps most of them would be blown away by the rain and wind. However, the scene at this moment caught the young lady unprepared. Su Fingyan smiled as he sent her into the Wei Manor. After entering the door, the young lady didn't immediately walk into the deep courtyard. Instead, she stood where she was and looked at his slender back. She looked carefully and saw that when he held the umbrella and walked through the curtain of rain outside the eaves, his figure paused. It was as if he was looking through the umbrella at the sky that was like a large ink-stained inkstone. Su Fingyan held the umbrella and walked slowly on the street. His shoes and socks had long been soaked when he burned the paper. His Royal Highness in Beiliang stepped on the stone slabs in Beimang City to kill the 31 iron horsemen, including the mayor. The truth was that it was a bit cold. It was similar to the damned weather that made people shrink their necks and curse. The Fish Dragon gang had paid a huge price to send the goods into the city. In fact, after they handed over the goods to Wei Feng, they had nothing to do with it. However, they still stayed until today and agreed to leave the city in the afternoon. In the past few days, Wei Feng had done his part as a host. He had asked several stewards to take these country bumpkins who had never seen the world to experience the taste of gentleness. This alone cost more than 3,000 taels of silver. In the eyes of the Fish Dragon gang, this was a shocking extravagance. Even they felt a little embarrassed when they were eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Only Lu Nerong, who had suffered a lot, remained silent. She didn't tell anyone about the death of their guest, Gong Sunyang. The young Wang Dashi was the only idiot who had always stayed in the Wei mansion. In addition to practicing martial arts, he also memorized the incantation. The day before yesterday, young Master Su taught him a sword move. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, young Master Su seemed to be a strange master who was not afraid of his disciples' stupidity, but was afraid of his cleverness. Wang Dashi didn't feel burdened. Since young Master Su had kindly taught him, he would learn it honestly. He only knew that the move was called Three Jin. Just by hearing the name, Wang Dashi was quite fond of it and felt a sense of closeness. It was not like the tricks that the masters in the Fish Dragon gang used to scare people. Who were they trying to scare? Anyway, even Wang Dashi didn't believe that these moves could be that powerful. Su Fengnian stopped and turned to look at the unexpected person. He said calmly, "You're going to visit Gong Sunyang's grave?" Lu Narong, who looked miserable and haggard, nodded and then said word by word in a deep voice, "Or I won't let you visit the grave." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I'll just walk around the city. I won't go to Gong Sunyang's grave to say anything. I really have nothing to say. Miss Lu, you worry too much." Lu Narong strode forward, leaving Su Fengnian far behind. This new enemy of fate left the city one after the other. Lu Narong went southwest, while Su Fengnian went southeast. It was raining heavily, and the sky was as dark as night. The official road was muddy and difficult to walk on. Su Fengnian's boots were covered in yellow mud. After walking neither fast nor slow for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he did not come across a single gravedigger. Su Fengnian exhaled a mouthful of fog and closed his umbrella with a bang, allowing the soybean-sized raindrops to smash against his body. He began to run wildly, but he did not run straight along the official road. Instead, he ran in an extremely large circle. Every time his toes stepped on the ground, a mud hole would be created in the ground and countless splashes of water would splash up. If an ordinary person was watching, they would only see a green shadow flash past, leaving behind a string of water puddles that were 6 zhang apart like blooming lotuses. It was like using a pebble to float across a lake. City Overseer Tao Qianji came to a lonely grave mound. Lying inside was a comrade of the Wuxia border army, who didn't have any official title. When he died, he was only a sergeant. This old fellow entered the border army's infantry battalion at the age of 16, and had been in the army for more than 30 years. He spent 2 years relying on luck to kill a Northern Liang cavalry to rise to the rank of sergeant. Then he wasted an entire 20 years in this position as a sergeant, going back and forth on the battlefield, never killing many people. However, it was strange to say that after all these years of dealing with the King of Hell under a hail of arrows, he still didn't die. The old sergeant had only led a dozen or so brats under his command, and now, only 4 of them were left. Tao Qianji was one of them. He had been promoted from an infantry soldier to a cavalry soldier, rising rapidly to the position of commandant general. One of them had become a 5th-rank infantry commander. One of them had become one of the few outstanding sentries in the Wuxia border army. And the last one had an even more illustrious official position than Tao Qianji, vaguely about to become a pillar of the northern Mang royal court. The old corporal was greedy for life and afraid of death. What he taught these new soldiers was not how to kill the enemy bravely, but how to fight a war with a cowardly attitude. For example, he taught them how to play dead without leaving a trace, how to steal the valuables from corpses, and how to behead the enemy to gain military merits. But it was precisely this old ruffian, who was about to receive a salary and retire at home, who had died in a battle without warning. He had blocked a fierce Bailiang saber for his subordinate, and his entire back had been slashed open. He was just an ordinary foot soldier of the Baimang border army, and the soft armor he wore was completely useless against the sharp Bailiang saber. Tao Qianji and a few of his peers were still young at that time. They held the dying corporal in their arms and did not understand why this old man, who was addicted to alcohol, said that it would be better to die on the battlefield rather than in a coffin. Before the corporal died, he nagged and nagged. He was not a man of integrity, but he was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed down his face. In the end he said, "It really King hurts." 30 personal guards from Wuxia neatly dismounted from their horses and stood in the distance. Two of them took off their backpacks. One of them took out a few bottles of good wine that the general had specially bought with a lot of money. There was nothing else but wine. The other took out a large stack of paper money wrapped in oil paper and handed it to the general along with the fire starter. After that, he opened an umbrella to block the wind and rain. Chapter 4:18. Tao Qianji squatted on the grave mound and smashed a wine bottle with his fist. 6 or 7 bottles of expensive soju from Gangnam-do in the Liang dynasty flowed freely into Baimang and seeped into the mud in front of the grave along with the rainwater. Tao Qianji flicked the tongs used in the army and ignited the yellow paper. He muttered to himself, "Old man, you don't have much ability, but you taught us how to survive. At that time, if you didn't say that it was useless for you to accumulate military merits and gave those 2 heads to Dong Zhuo, this guy wouldn't have the glory he has today even if he was beaten to death. If you didn't block a knife for me in the end, I wouldn't have been able to get you good wine. That Dong Zhuo is a stone in a latrine pit. He has a stinky and stubborn temper. When we were drinking, he let it slip that he didn't have the face to see you. An old man who is as prideful as he is. I didn't think as much as he did. Since we're already in Luqing, it wouldn't be right if we didn't bring you a few bottles of good wine that you've coveted for a long time during the Qingming festival. You're a narrow-minded old man. When I stole your wine, it was like stealing your wife. Oh, I forgot. You've been single your whole life. If you're still alive today, old man, you only need to tell us who you like. Dong Zhuo and I won't be afraid of anyone. We'll help you snatch it." Tao Qianji held the burning yellow paper in his hand, completely ignoring the burning pain. He said softly, "Before I came to visit your grave, I killed a Bailiang soldier. I chopped off his limbs with my own hands with a Bailiang knife. I know you're a coward and I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well, so I didn't bring him to your grave to disturb you. Old man, let me tell you. In fact, the Bailiang cavalry only thought we were invincible when we were young. It was mainly because we were scared by you. Every time before we went to the battlefield, we would see you trembling and your legs shaking just by hearing the hooves of the horses. Even Dong Zhuo and I were scared to death. Now that we've killed so many Bailiang soldiers, it's actually not that big of a deal. When we came to Luqing, we brought 4 cages of Bailiang soldiers. Many of them were begging for mercy like dogs. Some of them were worse than dogs when they drew their swords against their fellow soldiers in order to survive." After the yellow paper was burned, Tao Qianji clapped his hands to disperse the ashes. He slowly got up and said, "I won't keep you from drinking." The 31 cavalry silently mounted. Tao Qianji. Tao Qianji's. Tao Qianji. Of Tao Qianji. Tao Qianji nodded and said with a smile, "I thought those parasites in the imperial family's sauce jar would take the opportunity of my demotion to come here and clamor to beat a drowning dog. It seems that I overestimated their courage." The captain sneered. "What kind of brave soldiers can these embroidered pillows wearing silver armor and carrying silver swords produce? Even if there were 100 of them, they would only be stuffed between our teeth." Tao Qianji raised his head to look at the gray sky. The rain showed no signs of abating. He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Return to the city." The sound of thunder, rain, and horse hooves. One cavalryman followed the other. They rushed out of the 2 to 3 miles long muddy path near the burial mound, and were about to turn into the official road. Tao Qianji's pupils shrank. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He raised his hand and the 30 cavalrymen behind him stopped instantly. Normally, the official road could allow 4 cavalrymen to ride side by side. But after the heavy rain, it was full of potholes. 3 cavalrymen riding side by side was the limit. If the cavalrymen wanted to maximize the impact of their charge, 2 cavalrymen would be the best. On the official road splashed with water droplets, a young man with a saber stood with an umbrella. There was no way the military officer who was proficient in scouting could investigate every single blade of grass and tree within a range of 3 li in such a short amount of time. Together with the fact that the heavy rain had erased all traces of footprints, he could only guarantee that there was a group of around 10 people. Towards this fish that slipped through the net, the Northern Mang 6th-rank military officer berated, "Who goes there?" The man with the saber didn't speak. He just slowly closed the umbrella and inserted the tip of the umbrella into the mud beside him. Tao Qianji was indeed a decisive general. When he saw the young man's action, the corner of his mouth twitched. He said calmly, "2 teams charge. Kill without mercy." The 2 cavalrymen rushed out side by side. The horses under the cavalrymen were strong. They were good horses that were familiar with war. When they ran, they showed a very dynamic visual beauty. When the rain washed over them, their mane trembled with the rhythm of their muscles. For a moment, the sound of the horses' hooves covered the sound of the rain. The 2 unsheathed sabers were as clear as snow. The blades were wider and thicker than the Bailiang sabers. They were similar in length but slightly less sharp. The curvature was bigger. Experienced soldiers had to match the running speed of their mounts when they attacked. The road conditions caused the horses to bump up and down. The 2 cavalrymen had thick arms. They were originally brave spearmen of the Gusi border army. When they attacked with their sabers, they were imposing. If they weren't elites, they wouldn't be qualified to be brought to Luqing by Tao Qianji as his personal guards. The 2 tall horses attacked at the same time. The young man who was sandwiched in the middle didn't move his feet. His body turned like a top and drew an arc. He leaned back toward the horse whose saber missed. He stepped back with his right foot and pressed his back against the horse's side. Then, with a loud bang, the man and the horse, which weighed nearly 2,000 pounds, were knocked out. The 4 hooves were suspended in the air. They fell down 60 or 70 feet away. The cavalryman on the horse fainted on the spot. Leaning against the back of a horse, the young saberman leaped forward with the help of the rebound force. He took a few steps forward at lightning speed and punched the muscular buttocks of the second war horse. Blood splashed out in an instant. The war horse whined and spun half a circle in the air before landing in the mud outside the official road. The cavalryman was indeed brave. He bounced off the back of the horse and slid a long distance in the mud. He wiped his face with a ferocious expression. The 2 leading cavalrymen of the remaining 8 cavalrymen, who had been charging in 2 rows, were fearless in the face of this swordsman's cold-blooded methods. Based on the experience they had gained from countless battles on the battlefield, they once again cooperated with their comrades to strike with their swords. The young man didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. His body was like a swimming fish. He slid through the curtain of rain and lowered his head to avoid the saber. He ignored the cavalryman on his right. His left hand was glued to the arm of another cavalryman. His feet were lifted off the ground by the momentum of the horse's charge. He quickly flipped onto the horse and sat behind the cavalryman. He pressed his hands on the cavalryman's head and twisted it in a crisscross manner. The crooked arm snake stuck to the chest of the corpse. With a twist, the corpse that weighed 140 or 50 pounds was thrown backward. It hit the head of the cavalryman who was chasing behind him. The head of the horse that had fought with its master for many years was smashed. Its front hooves were bent, and it crashed into the mud. The cavalryman rolled a few times. The 4th cavalryman was skilled in horsemanship. Not only did he avoid the fallen horse, he also bent down and reached out to pull up the first man. The latter jumped onto the horse without hesitation. The 2 men rode together and continued to pursue without fear of death. It was obvious that Bei Meng's soldiers were brave and good at fighting. Chapter 419. The machete man had no intention of engaging in a horse battle with the remaining city riders. The mount suddenly neighed in pain. Its 4 legs seemed to have been crushed by a heavy weight. The machete man on the back of the horse soared into the air, turning around in midair and stabbing at the 2 riders. The 2 riders only saw a shadow sweep over their heads. Their heads were cut off by a sweep of his leg. Their bodies rolled into the yellow mud in the distance. The handsome swordsman, who had never drawn his saber, stood on the back of a galloping horse. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body shot toward another cavalryman like an arrow leaving the bowstring. After a few leaps, he kicked the cavalryman in the chest, and the cavalryman in armor was brutally crushed to death. The cavalryman was separated from his horse one by one, and his internal organs were shattered into a mess. Other than the second rider, the rest of the 10 riders were all dead. The frightened lieutenant asked in a low voice, "General, should we send someone to report to the city?" Tao Qianji nodded. He leaned over and patted his horse's head. He said calmly, "You 20 riders will scatter and return to the city. Don't worry about me." The lieutenant's eyes turned red. He called out in a hoarse voice, "General." Tao Qianji smiled. "How can I die so easily? I also don't want to die here." After Tao Qianji finished speaking, he coldly said, "Listen, return to the city." After a brief hesitation, the 20 riders left with hatred in their hearts. The young machete man didn't stop them. He jumped off his horse and onto the official road. Obviously, he only had eyes for Tao Qianji today. Tao Qianji was sitting high on his pale golden Fergana horse, with one hand holding the reins and the other holding the broadsword. With a calm demeanor he asked in a loud voice, "Did that puppy Morong Zhangtai send you to assassinate me?" The assassin standing on the road didn't say a word. He just walked toward the remaining city magistrate. Tao Qianji sneered. Could it be Princess Hongyan's new male companion? How did this little girl's standards suddenly increase so much? Interesting. Tao Qianji, who was wearing an excellent black armor, jumped off his horse and patted his horse's neck. The psychic Fergana horse trotted away reluctantly. It neighed and paced back and forth a few dozen feet away, impatiently stomping its hooves. The burly Tao Qianji seemed to know that the assassin would not reveal anything, so he did not waste any more words. The moment he drew his broadsword, killing intent filled the air. As the two sides charged at each other, the official road was immediately filled with murderous aura. It was actually far more imposing than when the young assassin had clashed with the 10 riders. Tao Qianji's saber technique was simple and unadorned, simple and quick. It was a killing move that he had honed during his military life. There was absolutely no sloppiness in his movements. The two men, who were determined to leave behind one of their corpses, collided with a loud bang. The Mang saber hacked down on the short saber's scabbard. Obviously the Mang saber did not have the extravagant hope of killing the enemy in one strike, because it had accumulated 70 to 80% of its strength. Therefore, the saber edge slid down with unparalleled swiftness. It was aimed at the young swordsman's abdomen. The young swordsman did not draw his saber. He only used the scabbard to block the attack. He did not look at the tip of the saber that was about to touch his abdomen. He twisted his right wrist, and the short saber in the scabbard left his hand. It spun in front of him and formed a perfect circle without any gaps. When the raindrops that covered the sky and earth hit the circle, they were rebounded. Tao Qianji narrowed his eyes. The tip of his saber did not shrink back. He suddenly exerted force, trying to pierce through the circle that was no thicker than the scabbard. The tip of the Mang saber rubbed against the simple scabbard, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal and stone colliding. Tao Qianji's chi flowed like a spring, layer upon layer. In an instant he multiplied his arm strength several times, and the tip of his saber blossomed with a bright white light. The young assassin retreated. He did not see how he touched the scabbard, but he was pulled back. His right hand swept out in a subtle angle, and the scabbard in his hand spun rapidly around the tip of the saber like a viper. Then it climbed up and was about to chop off Tao Qianji's wrist that was holding the saber. Tao Qianji pulled back his hand slightly and snorted coldly. Where did this unorthodox saber technique come from? Insignificant skill. This cavalry general, who had always been famous for his horse battles in Gusai, swung his sleeves. His Mang saber successfully knocked away the strange scabbard that was still spinning incessantly. Seeing that the person in front of him was unarmed, his Mang saber shone brightly and was about to break the silent assassin's chest. However, when Tao Qianji saw the assassin's right arm pull back and then pull back, he became vigilant. He used the 1,000-pound fall. His feet sank deep into the mud, and he lowered his head to avoid the scabbard that was about to cut his head. Tao Qianji, who had dodged the attack, pulled out the tip of his foot, splashing a large piece of mud as he pounced on the young swordsman with endless strange techniques. Both of his hands gripped the hilt of his saber. His robust body leaned forward, and with a strong momentum, he crashed into the young swordsman with his saber. The scabbard did not cut off Tao Qianji's neck, but it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it circled in the air like a swallow and came to the assassin's left hand. With a flick of his finger, the scabbard left his hand in the blink of an eye and stabbed toward Tao Qianji. Somewhat aggrieved, Tao Qianji twisted his Mang saber and rolled his body along with it. He stood still on the side of the official road, and stared at the assassin who had accurately controlled the scabbard to kill with a flick of his finger. He laughed sinisterly. It's actually the flying saber of the Jianghu boars. Let me see how long you can do it in one go." The scabbard was like a nimble swallow circling around the beam. Every time the swordsman flicked his finger, it would circle incessantly. Neither side gave the other a chance to rest. The white light of the Mang saber was like a firefly. Tao Qianji rolled his saber and moved away. The scabbard circled in the air like a swallow, constantly colliding with the Mang saber. In contrast, Tao Qianji, who was full of murderous intent, was unable to restrain his anger. The rolling momentum of his saber was terrifying. The assassin, who was none other than Bailiang and His Royal Highness, was much more leisurely. On the official road, he used the flying saber that he had stolen from Xiaochang outside the Tumbling Horse Pass, and the Fish Dragon Gang's master's three-cupped fists. He had mastered it thoroughly, and was strolling leisurely. He seemed to know when to advance and when to retreat. He already had a somewhat lofty Grand Master's demeanor. There was once an old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat, who made an immortal kneel with an umbrella. The scabbard of the Spring Thunder had failed several times against Tao Qianji's armor. Su Fingnian's eyes suddenly became fierce. The sword intent in his chest suddenly poured out like a river. He unbelievably used the flying saber's scabbard to perform the embryonic form of the sword Qi rolling dragon wall. The scabbard closed and the Spring Thunder finally returned to Su Fingnian's right hand. Tao Qianji knelt on one knee. Bei Meng's saber was stabbed into the ground. Thick blood flowed from his wrist along the blade. His armor was shattered. His whole body was badly mutilated. There were even some wounds where his bones could be seen. Tao Qianji raised his head and grinned. "Boy, are you still not going to pull out my saber?" Su Fingnian thought for a while. The corner of his mouth pulled up into a cruel smile. Then he tirelessly performed the sword Qi rolling dragon wall 10 times. After 3 times, Tao Qianji's armor was completely broken. After 6 times, only his right arm holding the saber was still intact. After 10 times of the sword Qi rolling dragon wall, Tao Qianji's body was already smashed. He knelt on the ground with his hands on the hilt of his saber. Su Fingnian slowly walked forward and mercilessly used the Spring Thunder's scabbard to send him flying. The Fergana horse galloped over. Su Fingnian sneered and leaned to the side. He gently jumped up and wrapped his arms around the horse's neck. He bent his knees and leaned his body back. Taking advantage of the momentum, he flipped the warhorse over. It collapsed on the official road with a loud crash. The Fergana horse's entire back was smashed, and it died on the spot. From beginning to end, Su Fingnian didn't waste a single word with this Beimeng city magistrate, who should have had a bright future ahead of him. Su Fingnian stood up and allowed the rain to wash away the mud on his back. He repositioned the Spring Thunder saber and pulled out the umbrella. Facing the direction of Beimeng, he pulled out the handful of yellow papers that he had deliberately left at the foot of the wall of the Wei residence and gently scattered them into the air. A 7,000-word chapter. Please receive a red ticket. Chapter 420. Walking in the heavy mud with an umbrella, Su Fingnian slowly tore off a piece of root mask and put it in his pocket. Among the 6 masks meticulously made by the southern Xinjiang with Xu Xiu, there were 3 levels of air passage, root formation and spirit. The air passage mask could be smeared and removed at will, but it would take a lot of energy to use the root formation mask. According to Xu Xiu, the mask could only be used once. As for the reincarnation mask, which changed one's foundation, one could not restore one's original appearance even if one was disfigured. The root formation mask could be used 3 to 4 times. Su Fingnian did not want any men of sacrifice to follow him. He left a puppet in Bailiang Palace as a smokescreen. After entering Beimeng, he would inevitably become a thrifty miser. He would kill 6 second-rank martial artists, 3 Vajra martial artists, and 1 finger Xian martial artist. This was one of the goals that Su Fingnian had set for himself in northern Mang. The reason why he chose Left City in Dragon Waste Province as the base of northern Mang was mostly because of Tao Qianji, the city overseer. This former commander-in-chief who had been demoted in public, but was actually promoted in private, was placed in Left City by northern Mang royal court. How could it be as simple as keeping Tao Qianji away from the grudges between him and the several members of the royal family of the younger generation? Northern Mang Empress sat on the throne of the royal court and cast covetous eyes on the Liang dynasty, that had unified the spring and autumn period. She was truly acting as if she was sitting in the north and facing the south. Who dared to say that Tao Qianji was not a key pawn that she used to target northern Liang Yuzhou? Although this person was only a martial artist who was close to second rank, Tao Qianji was far more than ordinary in terms of rallying the people at the border and the threat to Beiliang in the future. When he talked with Su Xiao secretly, he mentioned this new city magistrate. He said that killing Tao Qianji was equivalent to killing 3,000 Beimang soldiers. At this time, Tao Qianji, who liked to torture and kill Beiliang soldiers every day, had not yet stabilized his foundation. How could Su Fingnian not make a move? Tao Qianji could be considered to have died at a good time. Although Su Fingnian had taken off his mask and the simple and unadorned spring thunder saber at his waist was not very conspicuous, the 20 or so armored bodyguards had fled back to Yu City. Even if they were like a group of dragons without a leader, with Tao Qianji's achievements in managing the army, they were bound to set up an inescapable net. Su Fingnian had been strolling around the city for the past 2 days, and had already thoroughly studied the layout of Yu City. Instead of going through the city gate, he chose a section of the city wall where there were few signs of human habitation, and climbed up the wall, like an ant attacking a city. The rain was still pouring down heavily. He climbed to the top of the city wall and leaped over it, landing lightly at the base of the inner city wall. He walked through the deserted alleys and narrow streets. Other than Tao Qianji, there were still other experts in Yu City. Small groups of cavalry roamed in different directions. The martial law was cleverly enforced, loose on the outside but tight on the inside. Su Fingnian was worthy of being called an expert when it came to this level of patrolling and searching. Naturally, he easily avoided them, and even went to Zhou Ji's store to buy a tray of piping hot soup dumplings. From the time he left the Wei mansion to the time he returned, it had only been 3 hours. There was still an hour until lunchtime. The maidservant Chun Nong had been waiting in his room. When Su Fingnian pushed open the door, the bored girl was leaning against the windowsill in a daze and did not notice him. It was only when she smelled the aroma that she suddenly turned her head. She saw young Master Su, drenched in sweat, holding a tray of food in his hands. Her eyes reddened for no reason. Su Fingnian had no choice but to interrupt her brewing emotions. He teased, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I bought it along the way. Take it and eat it with Qiu Shui. As for changing clothes, I'll do it myself. I don't want to spoil your appetite." Are you crying? Don't. If outsiders see me, they'll think I'm worse than a beast. I want to take a tray of soup dumplings and elope with you back to Beiliang. The young maidservant sniffled. Seeing young Master Su's determined expression, she hesitated for a moment before giving in to the gluttonous bug in her stomach. She carefully took the soup dumplings and walked to the doorstep. She glanced back and smiled charmingly. Su Fingnian waved his hand and waited for her to trot far away before locking the door. He took off the spring thunder and placed it on the table. He took out the tightly wrapped knife manual and a stack of dough. He did not take off the silk armor that was warm in winter and cool in summer. He changed into a clean and comfortable scholar's robe and put away his personal belongings. He could really be considered to be alone in the world. Chun Nong must have eaten the soup dumplings carelessly. She was dragged back by the ear by Qiu Shui, who was more sensible. She helped young Master Su with his hair. Chun Nong kept throwing meaningful glances at Sister Qiu Shui. The latter quietly sighed and asked, "Young Master Su, are you leaving Luqing to return to Lingzhou today?" Su Fingnian nodded and went straight to the point. "Uncle Wei's original intention was for the two of you to return to Lingzhou with me. However, there's a saying, if a man doesn't have a career, how can he start a family?" Turning his head, he saw the two maidservants looking at each other. They were very cute. Su Fingnian laughed and said, "You really believe me? I'm just poor and can't afford to raise the two of you. I want to make a few more trips to Beimang and earn some money before bringing the two of you back to Lingzhou in a grand manner." Chun Nong, who was combing Su Fingnian's hair, timidly said, "Chun Nong and Sister Qiu Shui can play women's and zither. It's fine even if we don't need young Master Su's support." Qiu Shui's thoughts were much more meticulous and mature. She quietly shook her head at Chun Nong. The latter's eyes were wet like a broken dam. She was like a pool of water that had been wrinkled by the spring breeze. She was full of affection, but she obediently bit her lips and did not cry out loud. Of course, Su Fingnian would not really bring the two maidservants back to Beiliang. Even if he used his identity as a disciple of the military supervisor's mansion, it was not suitable. Furthermore, his real identity was like a lightning pool. If he stepped into it carelessly, he would easily be crushed. The two delicate 10 golden lotuses were best grown in such a quiet environment. If they were transplanted into a turbulent river, they would only die early. During the last lunch in Lucheng, the most eye-catching dish was actually a fried snail with ginger and pepper. Qingming's snail, as fat as a goose, was a pile of green on the white jade plate. It was a pity that the members of the fish dragon gang were a group of boorish men. They only recognized pigs, cows, and sheep as meat dishes. They did not know how difficult it was to find these seasonal snails from the muddy ponds and streams in Jiangnan, and transport them alive to Beimang. Fortunately, there was a roasted whole lamb at every table, which made the fish dragon gang feel greasy. Today, Lu Nerong had said that they were not allowed to drink, which was a bit of a fly in the ointment. However, after Xiao Bangzhu and foreign guest Gongsun left, Miss Lu became more and more at ease. Gradually, she became more and more independent. The members of the fish dragon gang were sincerely convinced. The tears on Chun Nong's cheeks disappeared, but she was in low spirits. On the other hand, Qiu Shui was still graceful and considerate. She stood beside Su Fingnian, picked out the meat of the snails with a bamboo stick, and put them on the plate one by one. The old fox Wei Feng's generosity had already won the favor of the fish dragon gang. They knew that Grandpa Wei was rich and powerful, and he was a tycoon who had a firm foothold in Beimang. Naturally, he was arrogant. Otherwise, many people would want to recognize him as their godfather. Originally, they did not know much about Grandpa Wei and did not like him. Now, it was obvious that he was related to Grandpa Wei. Many people completely lost the courage and interest to challenge Grandpa Wei. They began to think about how to be more friendly on the way back to Beiliang to make up for the estrangement from the northbound trip. Wei Feng smiled and said, "Nephew, fried snails are like old wine. Even the king of hell would not leave. This fried qingming is not a famous dish, but it's really hard to enjoy this taste in Beimang. You should try more." He should really treat him as his nephew. Wei Feng did not continue to be polite. He turned to Lu Nerong and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, Grandpa Wei still said that if you really want cash, you can immediately send it to the fish dragon gang's carriage. The Wei family also has some strong men who can help to escort. I dare not boast, but I can still squeeze out 20 men." Lu Nerong shook her head and said with a smile, "It's too rash to bring tens of thousands of taels of silver to the border. These days, the fish dragon gang has been treated with great care by Grandpa Wei. We have spent too much money, and we really don't have the face to let Grandpa Wei worry about us." Lu Nerong trusts Grandpa Wei, and also trusts the two banks in Beiliang and Beimang. Wei Feng stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Lu Nerong raised her cup. "Lu Nerong does not dare to drink too much, but I respect Grandpa Wei very much. I will toast Grandpa Wei 3 times on behalf of the fish dragon gang. Grandpa Wei, you can drink as much as you want." She drank 3 cups in a row without spilling a drop. Wei Feng took a sip and put down the cup, but no one thought that the old man was putting on airs. During this period of time, in addition to relying on the Wei family to live a happy life in the city, they also heard a lot of anecdotes about Grandpa Wei, which were more interesting than the stories told by the storytellers in the tea houses. The wind and rain stopped, and many people went out to visit the tombs on the street. When they came, there was a carriage with goods and a Gongsun Lianxia with a horn bow at his feet. When they left, there was only Su Fingnian with the spring thunder saber in the corner. Before getting on the carriage, he bowed to Wei Feng. This time, the latter did not pretend to be angry and accepted it calmly. Watching the fish dragon gang go farther and farther away, Wei Feng withdrew his gaze and glanced at the 2 maids, Chun Nong and Qiu Shui, who were not able to send him off. He frowned and moved his lips slightly, but it was unclear what Grandpa Wei said. Passing by the city gate, Su Fingnian, who did not have the spring thunder saber, took the initiative to get off the carriage. The guards at the city gate opened the entry records and checked them carefully one by one. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they let them go. 100 steps away from the city, Su Fingnian, who was leading the horse, subconsciously looked at the city gate, and saw a woman with a mink hair covering her forehead standing side by side with the well-dressed retainer. She made a fierce gesture of cutting her throat with a knife. Su Fengnian smiled. Are they all rushing to die on the Qingming festival? Stay in the city. Stay. At this moment, Su Fengnian had the impulse to draw his knife. A princess with a xianbei hairstyle on her waist. Her head seemed to be no lighter than Tao Qianji's head. Chapter 421. Finally, God's face was no longer gloomy. The sky slowly cleared up, and the first ray of sunlight shone through the clouds that had been cloudy for many days. The plump woman wore a mink headband on her head and a jade belt on her waist. She held a satin umbrella in one hand and swung it back and forth. She looked down at the slender man who had left the city with the fish dragon gang. After doing that bloody action, she seemed to be amused by herself and burst into laughter. The old man in embroidered clothes beside her could not understand her master's thoughts. He asked in a low voice, "Princess, why are you competing with this Bailiang commoner? Do you need me to take action?" 2 days ago, Princess Hongyan, who had personally gone to the city lord's mansion to deliver the message to Tao Qianji, shook her head slightly. She stopped laughing and said playfully, "Old Dragon King, I'm just playing around. I don't know why I can't help but want to bully and scare this guy when I see him. But it's strange. Even though I know it's impossible, I still feel that this guy has something to do with Tao Qianji's death. We women's intuition can't even be understood by ourselves." The old man in embroidered clothes smiled and said, "How can I deserve to be called Dragon King by Princess Hongyan?" The woman, who was already extremely wealthy in the Beimeng dynasty, smiled and did not comment. She gently spun the satin umbrella with a red sandalwood handle. She had liked rainy weather since she was young. She would spin the umbrella in the rain and shoot the raindrops. The Northern Mang Empress, who was over 50 years old, had always been cold and indifferent to the royal family. She was only exceptionally fond of this young princess. When Princess Hongyan was still a child, she would often follow her father into the palace to meet the emperor. His Majesty the Emperor would personally place her on his lap and watch her play. This was once a rare and heartwarming scene in the imperial palace. Unfortunately, after she grew up and left the imperial city, it was inevitable that her warm relationship with the emperor would gradually drift apart. This was especially so after Princess Hongyan's father committed a serious crime of speaking out of turn. It had already been several years since she last saw the iron-blooded empress who had killed the empress, the emperor, and the emperor's descendants. She sighed and shook her head to dispel some of her gloomy emotions. Her eyes sharpened as she said, "Tao Qianji is beyond redemption. His death is not to be regretted. He was such an important figure in the royal court. Yet he was angry with me, a princess. He insisted on leaving the city during the Qingming festival. Now look, he's been killed." According to the description of the guards, the self-proclaimed painter Helian Jiyuan also painted a portrait of him. Hundreds of light cavalry equipped with only a broadsword, searching the city like headless flies. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? Tao Qianji's death is so dubious. Murong Zhangtai and the rest of the scum who have old and new grudges with Tao Qianji will be played to death by Fatty Dong, and the rest of the young men with real power in the army. It will be a big fuss over a minor issue. After all, Murong Zhangtai and I are cousins. The old man, who always had his hands in his sleeves, smiled and said, "If the princess grieves over the death of the rabbit, then you are giving too much face to Murong Zhangtai and the others." The woman's face changed like the day in June. She giggled and said, "That's right. Although these brats always followed me around when they were young with 2 trails of snot hanging from their noses, it's a pity that the older they get, the less adorable they are. I'm too lazy to care about them." The old man in embroidered clothes naturally didn't rely on flattery to become one of the top officials in Jade Toad Province. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Tao Qianji was an expert in both horse and foot combat when he was young. If he practiced his broadsword technique for more than 10 years, he might have a chance to reach a higher level. That Gu Jianteng in the south was a great grandmaster who relied on killing people. There are many hidden guards in the city, which means that the slightest movement in Bailiang can't escape our eyes. Therefore, the assassin who broke through the border single-handedly is most likely not a weakling. After easily killing 10 elite cavalrymen, He then killed the small second-pin Tao Qianji in a short time, and made the reinforcements rush to empty space. The key is whether or not the assassin drew his broadsword when he killed Tao Qianji. If he didn't, then it's a bit exaggerated. I reckon that not only will the city be in a state of chaos, many of the feudal officials in Dragon Waste province will also be on tenterhooks. The woman with the mink hair covering her forehead laughed heartlessly and said, Dragon Waste province can't be compared to Gusai province, which has been through the flames of war for a long time. The old men here are used to living like princes and all of them are fat. When they look down, they can't even see the little bird under their crotch. It's better if more of these Beimeng officials die. The old man in embroidered robes laughed out loud. This young master's tongue was indeed as vicious as ever. Although he had followed her around for many years, and had already toured all 8 provinces of Beimeng, he was still surprised from time to time. Princess Hongyan murmured softly, Liang has Zhao Go, but don't we also have a spider web in Beimeng? I'd like to see when this assassin will run into the web. 2 cocoons, 6 men holding poles, 300 men catching men, and 80 women pouncing on butterflies. They're all like mad dogs. Hearing this string of obscure words that did not cause any ripples in the ears of the common people, the old man in embroidered robes looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not make a sound. The woman with the mink hair covering her forehead smiled charmingly and said, Old Dragon King, what are you afraid of? Weren't you a big shot in this spider web before? Now that there are 6 insufferably arrogant men holding poles, almost half of them have to call you martial uncle. The old man sighed and said, Without that layer of human skin identity, even a newly promoted man catching men won't take this old servant seriously. Chapter 422. She smiled and said, Everyone says that the old Dragon King has 1 foot in the Vajra realm, and 1 foot in the Profound Finger realm. He is ranked 9th among our northern Mang's 10 great devils. The old man in embroidered clothes was slightly absent-minded and shook his head. Compared to Tuoba, Hong Jingyan and Luo Yang, whether it is in the realm or the ability to kill, I am far behind them. The woman touched the mink headscarf on her head. She looked innocent and charming as she said sweetly, You may be lacking compared to them, but you are much better than them. I am so envious. The old Dragon King smiled knowingly. Outside the city, the young man from the Fish Dragon Gang, Wang Dashi, was walking beside young Master Su who was leading a horse slowly. The young man had followed young Master Su's gaze and looked back. When he saw the woman with the mink hair covering her forehead, he was startled. Not all young men in Jianghu had the courage and confidence to not be afraid of tigers. Wang Dashi was very afraid of this enchanting woman who had hooked up with the soldiers at Tumbling Horse Pass. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that she was both dangerous and indecent. Su Fingnian mounted his horse and came to Lu Narong who was leading the group. He said directly, I will part ways with the Fish Dragon Gang when we reach Yanhui Pass. There are some private matters that the general's residence has asked me to deal with. In the carriage, there is a small box of fire pleats that I asked for from the Wei residence as well as a few calligraphy and paintings that old man Wei gave as a gift. It is also an additional compensation from the general's residence to the Fish Dragon Gang. Miss Lu can decide whether to accept it or not. In order to build a relationship with the government, it was not appropriate to give real money as it would easily violate taboos. It was better to give a few tasteful treasures to play with. Moreover, it was not necessarily useful to just worship the Bodhisattva in the temple. They also had to bribe the monks guarding the door. The Fish Dragon Gang was really terrible in this regard. The more you lose the initiative and want to make up for it, the more you can't rush it. Actually, old Chief Lu has a good reputation in Lingzhou. As long as you're willing to lower your head, it won't be difficult for you to break the deadlock. In the end, don't look down on those old men who lower their heads and smile apologetically. They also have embarrassing situations where they lower their heads and lower their heads. If you think about it from another angle, unless the King of Hell sends the black and white impermanents to take their lives, there's actually no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. Lu Narong coldly glanced at Su Fingnian. She pursed her lips, revealing her sharpness. This girl was like a piece of unpolished jade. After being polished by life, she became more and more resplendent. Su Fingnian didn't mind her deliberate indifference and continued, I'm just saying this because I want to leave on good terms. Lu Narong turned to look at Su Fingnian calmly and said, I won't throw it away, nor will I find it dirty. The fish dragons deserve it. Su Fingnian smiled and turned to point at the youth who was running with his head down on the muddy official road. He whispered, Lu Narong, do you know that he likes you? Lu Narong followed his finger and saw the unknown youth in the fish dragons. She was stunned. Su Fingnian looked straight ahead and slowly said, Don't misunderstand. I'm just telling you the truth. Otherwise, you might never know that there's such a fool who has a one-sided love. Lu Narong frowned. I actually know. Su Fingnian didn't linger and annoyed her. He pulled on the reins and slowed down. Although he was no longer as cynical as the young heir after 2 different travels, no matter how good his temper was and how smooth his temper was, he wasn't so thick-skinned that he liked to be scolded and looked for supercilious looks. As for why he took the blame at the Wei residence and didn't explain the cause of Xiao Chong's death, it was because Lu Narong was burning with anger at that time. If he explained it, it would be a cover-up. Why bother? Moreover, if she wanted to hate, then let her hate thoroughly. His Royal Highness had walked step by step all these years. He was almost numb to this kind of misunderstanding. Wasn't this the guilt His Royal Highness felt for forcing Gong Sunyang to his death? Returning to the youth's side, Su Fingnian laughed in a low voice. Wang Dashi, just now I told Miss Lu that you like her. Wang Dashi was first shocked, frightened, and alarmed. Then his face flushed red and he almost cried. Young Master Su was the person he admired and was most grateful to in his life. How could he dare to blame him? He could only lower his head and shake his shoulders. It was obvious that he had been wrong to the point of choking. Su Fingnian smiled and comforted him. I lied to you. Wang Dashi raised his head, unable to speak. He was at a loss and disappointed. Su Fingnian smiled. Wang Dashi, I'll teach you a good way to pursue a girl. Do you want to hear it? It's a real story. Wang Dashi hurriedly wiped his eyes and said in a low voice, Young Master Su, just say it. Su Fingnian gazed at the bright sky where the dark clouds had dispersed. He said softly, Walk in front of her and tell her that if you want Jianghu, I'll give you one. If you want the world, I'll give you one. As for me, I just want a son. Will you give it to me? Wang Dashi was dumbfounded. He stammered, I don't dare to say that. The corner of Su Fingnian's lips curled up and he smiled gently. Wang Dashi then realized and asked curiously, Young Master Su, who is it? He has such guts. In our Lingzhou dialect, he's very domineering. Su Fingnian said softly, My father. Chapter 423. Su Fingnian really wanted to tell this ignorant youth who had just entered the Jianghu that those great heroes in white robes and wielding swords in front of people also had to worry about their 3 meals a day. Those beautiful women who seemed to be above the common populace would also have such petty thoughts. Those vassals who flaunted their power also had the grievance of swallowing their teeth and blood. But in the end they gave up. It was good to have one more day of daydreaming about the Jianghu dreams of a youth. Su Fingnian bent down and rubbed the soft mane of the brown horse he sat on. His father, who had been rude to his wife the moment they met, had received a beating. But what surprised the world was that this young soldier from the East Liaoning expedition had escaped death again and again, and climbed to the top of the court step by step. Other than the armor that was no different from that of an ordinary general, he had also put on that blue satin python robe that everyone in the dynasty knew about. But in His Royal Highness's eyes, the King of Bailiang, the pillar of the country, the great general, these awe-inspiring titles, probably because it was dark under the lamp, he rarely thought deeply about them. What he remembered the most was Su Xiao sewing cloth shoes year after year. In his youth he had felt that Su Xiao was extremely bored, and now he still felt that Su Xiao was boring. Boring. The butcher Su Xiao had many things to say. Zhao Chongling was dead. So many of his old brothers who had lived but not died with him were dead. He had never taken another consort. His children had married, traveled. Who could he find to talk to? Su Fingnian exhaled deeply. He suddenly realized that he was also very bored, at least on this trip to the north. For some reason, His Royal Highness thought of Wooden Sword Wenhua's catchphrase. He was very depressed. The fish dragon gang safely reached the vicinity of Yanhui Pass. Su Fingnian also turned back north. The reason why he did not leave the city and went to the heart of Dragon Way State was because he was afraid that old Foxway would notice. Refusing to accept the spring water was already suspicious. Su Fengnian did not want to cause more trouble over such a small matter. The parting with the fish dragon gang was neither sad nor joyful. It was as calm as water. The fish dragon gang did not dare to enter the city and could only spend the night on a lush slope. The feeling of using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed was not good. It was just something to talk about after success. Not many people were willing to suffer such hardships. Of the fish dragon gang, only the young man sent Su Fengnian off. As the sun set in the west, Su Fengnian stopped before getting on the horse and said with a smile, "The fist technique I taught you is not a divine mental cultivation method. It relies on dripping water to penetrate a stone. You can treat it as strengthening your body. As for the sword technique called 3-Jin, you may not be able to use it in your entire life. If you knew that the swordsman who created this sword technique was an old blacksmith with a missing front tooth, you would be very disappointed. As for him, his surname is Huang and he is from Western Shu. He has been poor all his life and has neither a wife nor a disciple. I will treat it as accepting you as a disciple on behalf of old Huang. Both of you are stupid. A stupid master does not mind that his disciple is not smart. There are too many sly people in Jianghu. Every one of them is a fox who wants to become a demon. I am one of them. Honest people are rare. You are one of them. So don't learn from me. If I don't return to Bailiang, at least he still has one move of his sword technique." After Su Fengnian mounted his horse, the man, the horse, and Spring Thunder rushed towards northern Mang. Wang Dashi stopped and looked into the distance. When young Master Su's figure disappeared, he clenched his fists and encouraged himself, warning himself not to be lazy. As soon as he turned around, he saw Lu Narong standing not far away. The courage he had just gathered disappeared. The young man was only left with uneasiness. Lu Narong laughed it off and walked back to the hillside together. No matter how slow Wang Dashi was, he could see the tension between Lu Narong and young Master Su. He said carefully, "Young Master Su is really a good person." Lu Narong said softly, "Of course he is a good person to you. I don't deny it." Wang Dashi's face turned red. The young man was simple and honest. He was clumsy and did not know where to start. Su Fengnian rode alone to the north and sat on the horse's back. He used the basic Taoist incantation to cultivate the qi of 1 inhalation and 6 exhalations, which was seamless with the horse's back. He blew to remove heat and calm the heart, breathed to calm the 8 winds, breathed to plant the green lotus, breathed to raise the dragon and tiger, and constantly supplemented by knocking on the teeth to knock on the gold and jade, which echoed in his mind. As time went by, the qi of the body was like a bear's meridian and a bird's extension, which formed the 3 pure heavens. The most obvious thing was the formation of a layer around the heart. Different Taoist scriptures had different descriptions. Some said that the Jindan became the Yuanying of the Jinren, while others said that the heart was planted with the longevity lotus. Su Fengnian could already clearly feel the 6 qi of the heart in his body circling around his heart, like a dragon biting a pearl, providing a strong protection to his heart. However, Su Fengnian was still far from reaching the state of introspection. But in the process of crazily absorbing the qi of the yellow court, he had a vague embryonic feeling of borrowing the celestial phenomenon and earth qi. Although there was still a layer of window paper to break through to the Vajra realm, Su Fengnian was confident that the Vajra realm was more similar to the heavenly king form of the white-robed monk of the 2 Zen temples, which was different from ordinary top martial artists. Otherwise, he would have died under Miss Hehe's hand knife attack. The mysterious qi of the yellow court was that before the heart was exhausted, even if the limbs were broken, it would seriously affect the combat power. It was much more practical than the priceless silk armor on his body. Therefore, it was easier for the sages of the 3 religions to approach the land immortals than the dragons and pythons of the Jianghu. However, a high realm did not mean that one would be strong in killing people. Although Buddhism also had the saying that the Vajra glaring eyes could subdue the 4 demons, they still paid more attention to the Bodhisattva's benevolent 6 paths. This was also the painstaking effort of the Beimeng martial arts evaluation, the national advisor Qilin Immortal, and the host of the 2 Zen temples to be independent of the evaluation. As for Tsing Yi Chao Chongqing, One should know that this person was once a peerless Confucian general, who led troops to kill. He was known as the weirdo who made the heaven and earth kill. He was the #1 weirdo among the millions of scholars in the Liang and Beimeng dynasties. As his realm increased, Su Fengnian's perception of the heaven and earth increased clarity of heaven and earth. When he thought of the meeting on Gangnam-do, he could feel Chao. Chapter 424. With the protection of the slender female warrior, Su Fengnian finally reached the second floor safely after paying the deposit. The female owner of the inn, who looked unusually steady, personally carried a basin of well water and placed it on the shelf before leaving with a smile. Su Fengnian washed his face. Since his skin dared to claim that it was rooted in the ground, a normal grooming would not hinder him. The basin of well water was already very muddy. Feeling refreshed, Su Fengnian pushed open the window and turned his head to look at the wine bowls and tea sets on the table. They were actually expensive Jiangnan craftsmanship, with 3 colors of yellow, purple and green, extremely beautiful. No wonder the inn dared to ask for 50 taels of silver as a deposit. This duck-head Greenin's business was booming, so it should not be an unscrupulous in that use human flesh to make buns. Seeing the female owner chatting and joking with the Jianghu heroes without regard for them as strangers, Su Fengnian felt relieved. He did not dislike fighting and killing, but if he had never met each other, it would be really boring to fight to the death just for money. It was not easy to wander Jianghu. Who would want to drown in Jianghu? There were 6 dining tables in the courtyard, with more than 20 people sitting there. Most of them were bare-chested and had hairy chests. When they drank and ate, their chest muscles, which were more spectacular than a woman's chest, trembled. Fortunately, these heroes could still maintain their amazing appetite. Shoddy knives, swords, and axes were casually placed on the table. There were few good ones. Beimeng was short of copper and iron, and Bailiang was strictly controlled. Even if one brought a hoe across the border, he would have to meticulously register it. When the wandering heroes of the Liang dynasty went out to gain experience, most of their weapons were of high quality, but their horses might be much worse than those in Beimeng. After all, the horse farms in Beimeng were much better. It was not easy to raise mature horses to fight in an army, and the 8 prefectures also kept a close eye on them. However, it was not difficult for rich heroes to spend a lot of money to get 1 or 2 horses to decorate their shop. Su Fengnian did not care about the boorish men in the courtyard who were full of vulgar words. However, the relatively quiet diners at the tables on the first floor of the inn were not simple. Among them, the diners at the 2 tables in the corner were all strong men. Most of them had the valiant spirit of soldiers that Su Fengnian was familiar with. The moon surrounded by stars was a white-haired old man with a conspicuous red mole between his eyebrows. He looked calm. A handsome and unruly swordsman in white sat alone at a table, drinking wine leisurely. His white scabbard was wrapped with silver threads, and the golden tassel on his sword was very eye-catching. The seniors of Jianghu had earnestly advised him not to reveal his true colors, but this swordsman did the opposite. He definitely had something to rely on. At the other table sat a young woman and a young girl, dressed in silk and satin. In the chaotic duck-head Green Inn, they looked especially pure. The young girl had red lips and white teeth, and looked 70 to 80% similar to her mother. When Su Fengnian went upstairs, he caught a glimpse of the child standing innocently on the bench from the corner of his eye, asking her mother to eat this and that. The young woman with an oval face had a lot on her mind. Her face was gloomy, but she forced a smile to deal with the child's coquettishness. Su Fengnian did not plan to go out to find food. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and reached out to cover his ears. His fingers were placed behind his head, and his index finger overlapped with his middle finger. He slid it down and lightly tapped the back of his head 24 times, knocking on several major acupoints of the Feng Mansion's Phoenix Pond. It was the great yellow courtyard's double-cry heavenly drum sinking heavenly water. Inside his body, the sword aura rolled and rolled like a dragon wall. It could be said that he was in an abyss of suffering. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he heard the sound of the door next door opening and closing. Judging by the weight of the footsteps, it was undoubtedly the mother and daughter. Su Fengnian stopped breathing and took off his outer garment. He sat cross-legged on the bed and flipped through the saber manual. The 6th page was the incomparably domineering sword aura opening shoe style. The 7th page was the thin stream swimming fish style. According to the rough annotations in the words, it was probably Wang Xianji's enlightenment when she crossed the stream to catch fish when she was young. It was combined with the quintessence of a sword expert who returned from the martial emperor city with his sword broken. It was like a fish swimming in water. It was also like a mountain range that stretched endlessly. Su Fengnian could not grasp the context of this style. He sighed and lay back, closing his eyes and concentrating. The Great Yellow Courtyard was the Supreme Heart Sutra of Taoism. Su Fengnian had been forced to clear his mind and restrain his desires for the past 2 years. It was glorified as Golden Chamber Ceiling, which made people go crazy. If word got out, he would be laughed at to death by Li Hanlin. Su Fengnian bent his finger and lightly flicked the scabbard of the Spring Thunder Saber. He heard the light tapping sounds from next door, and the tender voice of a child singing a Beimeng ballad. It was faintly melodious and had a unique charm. The green grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back again. The spring breeze blows this year. Will the young master return? The green grass is green on the green flagstones. On the green flagstone bridge, a man in green hums a tune from Jinling, whose daughter smiles with her head lowered. Su Fengnian felt comfortable listening to the song. He smiled and pricked up his ears to listen to the ballad. However, the good times did not last long. A violent sound of horse hooves could be heard, and even the inn shook. The jingling stopped, and the ballad stopped. Su Fengnian sat up and walked to the window. He saw that in the dust, nearly 100 armored cavalrymen had swarmed in. The leader was a white-robed young master riding a black steed that had been tamed by the king of wild horses. He directly smashed the inn's courtyard door. Other than 5 or 6 cavalrymen, who followed him into the courtyard, the rest of the cavalrymen stopped outside the inn. Dust rose everywhere. The cavalrymen and horses were one entity. This kind of tacit silence and solemnity was far more suffocating than shouting and provoking. Su Fengnian glanced at the general sitting on the black steed. He held an iron spear in his hand and wore a xianbei hairstyle with a jade buckle. However, he was one nobility lower than the woman with a mink forehead. Su Fengnian directly closed the window. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Since there were no nursery rhymes to listen to, and he didn't want to compete with the saber manual that he had stolen, a flying sword, Peach Blossom, flew out from Su Fengnian's sleeve. It floated in the air, calmly holding his breath and shaking the green lotus. He controlled the pocket-sized dagger to fly around the house, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, like a naughty child flying a kite. If it was in the Liang dynasty where the heads of the Wulin's ambitious and ruthless people would have long had their courage crushed by the cavalry, never did they expect that in this northern Mang's Dragon's Waste province, the men sitting at the table in the courtyard knew that there were over 100 elite light cavalry outside. Not only did they not avoid the brunt of the attack, but they also drew their sabers, drew their swords, and raised their axes. They did not even exchange a few pleasantries before more than 20 people charged over. The 6 or 7 riders did not panic in the face of danger. Aside from the 2 riders who were protecting the wealthy master who was dressed in bright clothes and riding a furious horse, the rest of the war horses retreated. The riders drew their bows and shot arrows together. The first wave of flying feathers accurately nailed into several people's foreheads, the tail of the arrows still trembling slightly. These men's blood was stirred. Not only did they not shrink back, they instead became even more unafraid of death. The 2 riders pulled up the reins. The war horses suddenly raised their hooves high and heavily stomped down, crushing the chests of 2 men who were close to them. However, one of the riders was immediately stabbed under the armpit by a Jianghu person who took advantage of the gap to sneak in. Then his head was chopped off with an axe. The flying axe continued to fly towards the noble on the dark horse, but it was easily pushed aside by the disdainful look on the latter's face with 2 fingers. The other rider's situation was even more tragic. His warhorse's foreleg was cut off. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, which blocked several sabers and swords, so he did not turn into a hedgehog. However, he still could not escape death. When his warhorse fell to the ground, his head was also chopped off by a sword. This bloody battle naturally appeared inexplicable in the eyes of outsiders, but the real bloody scene had yet to come. Li Wuliang's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 425. In the courtyard, The young man sitting on the back of the dark horse was as motionless as a mountain. His iron spear was like a torrential downpour. Every time he pulled out a spear, a fountain of blood would come out from the enemy's body. Some of the flustered and exasperated flying axes were deftly deflected by him. After the cavalry behind him reaped 5 or 6 lives with their second volley of arrows, he expressionlessly pulled out his Beimang saber and urged his horse to charge forward and entangle with those Jianghu ruffians. Soon after, dozens of people rushed out from the second and third floor of the inn, and dozens of hooks appeared on the yellow mud wall of the courtyard. The warhorse turned around and galloped forward, and the 3 walls collapsed with a loud bang. There was no longer any Sihiyuan. The dark horse retreated as it fought. The young man, who was not an embroidered pillow, seemed to have had his fill of killing. He leisurely retreated from the courtyard with his horse. Several Jianghu ruffians whose eyes were red with bloodlust did not care about the arrows stuck in their bodies. They roared and ran out of the courtyard. Just as they rushed out of the courtyard, they were shot to death by the rain of arrows. A man cleverly rolled forward and raised his hand to chop off the dark horse's iron hooves. In the end, he was stabbed in the back of the neck by the white-robed young man, who fiercely stabbed down and pinned him to death on the ground. This white-robed young man with an elegant face twisted the iron spear and flipped the corpse over. The iron spear still did not let go of the corpse and smashed the man's face into mush. Su Fingyan heard footsteps and put away his flying peach blossom sword. After he got up, he heard a knock on the door. It was the shop owner. This strong woman carried a plate with a roasted lamb leg into the room, along with some snacks for eating. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry to disturb you, young master. It's true that the other rooms are occupied by customers who want to kill. Most of them are old acquaintances who have had dealings with money. As the lady boss, I don't have the face to look for a place to watch the show. So, I came to you shamelessly. Take this lamb leg as a gift for young master. Let me stand by the window for a while. What do you think?" Su Fingyan nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, lady owner. By standing here, you are sticking a protective talisman that will keep me out of trouble. This roasted lamb leg can't be eaten for free. Give me as much money as you want. This way, I can live with a clear conscience." A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the strong woman, as if she didn't expect this unfamiliar guest to see through her act of kindness. After she put down the plate, she picked up the food and walked to the window. She cracked some melon seeds and explained calmly, "You may not know, young master, but the Green Duck Inn has been doing business for more than 20 years. Countless people come and go, and there will always be some fighting. However, the Green Duck Inn has never cared. Everyone who comes is a guest. As long as they pay enough money, they can stay and eat, drink, and visit prostitutes. As for whether they can leave alive if they are found by enemies, or have a private fight in the inn, it is up to fate. The Green Duck Inn has coffins all year round. When the time comes, they can go in and lie down and wait for their relatives to come and collect their bodies. If there are no relatives, the Green Duck Inn will help bury them. They are not afraid of becoming a lonely ghost. This is not the first time that there has been a fight between soldiers and bandits like today. A few years ago, there was an even fiercer fight. The inn was not originally like this courtyard house. That time it was completely destroyed. My husband happened to have a bit of a scholar's temperament, so he fixed it up like this. Young master, don't worry. The gratitude and grudges in Beimang are all about not being bystanders. This is called being particular about the poor, and also being particular about the good. It is an old rule in the underworld. Only those devils dare to ignore it." Su Fingyan tore off a piece of mutton that was not greasy and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. He asked curiously, "It has already become like this. 100 cavalrymen against 50 or 60 Jianghu people. Is there still a need to be particular about it?" The lady boss cracked the melon seeds very quickly. She leaned against the window and turned her head with a smile. Of course. If you are not particular about it, you will become a devil. In Beimang, everyone wants to be a devil, but not everyone can be a devil. Take my husband for example. He always says that if I dare to cheat on him, he will become a devil." Su Fingyan was speechless. He did not even dare to glance at the lady boss's small waist for fear that he would be seen as not particular about it. The lady boss seemed to be a person who could not hide her thoughts. She spilled the beans from a bamboo tube and said, "The one sitting on the crow horse is Murong Jiangshan. He is a bit far from the royal family, but in Longyao province he can be considered a first-class young master. His cousin in Gusai province, Murong Zhangtai, has a better bloodline. We are just ordinary people. We only know that the lord of Bailiang, Tao Qianji, died for no reason on the Qingming festival. So our wives and daughters hurried over, and said that it was because Murong Zhangtai coveted General Tao's little wife that he killed him. We can't see through the swords and shadows of the people above us, so we can only watch the fun. Most of the men in the inn have nothing to do with Tao Qianji, but they think that General Tao, who killed Bailiang people every day, was a hot-blooded man. When they heard that Murong Zhangtai wanted to snatch General Tao's wife, they felt sorry for the orphan and the widow. So for some reason, they gathered together and said that they wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Of course, some of them must have been hired by Tao Qianji's old subordinates. Murong Zhangtai and his group of nobles, no matter how bad they are, at least they have dozens of Beimang sabers and dozens of war horses. Today they brought 100 cavalrymen with them. But it's still hard to say who will win. I believe young master has also thought of the identity of the mother and daughter next door. They also have a group of former loyal subordinates of Tao Qianji, especially that old guy with the red mole between his eyebrows. He is no weaker than Murong Jiangshan, who wields an iron spear. Su Fingnian came to the window and saw the blood flowing like a river outside. He sighed in his heart. Is this the Jianghu of Beimang? Moreover, according to the landlady's tone, she didn't think highly of Murong Jiangshan, who led the charge. But if it was in the Liang dynasty, this kind of young master who could subdue women in bed, fight on horseback, talk and laugh while killing enemies, would already be very difficult. In the eyes of many people, he was already an ambitious and ruthless person with a bright future. But in Beimang, he was just a common young master of an aristocratic family? Su Fingnian frowned. Moreover, in the Liang dynasty, the Jianghu killings could also be so fierce and tragic. But to say that there was no irreconcilable hatred between them, it was simply unimaginable that they would throw their lives away just for the widow of a general with a good reputation. Outside the building, Murong Jiangshan laughed and said, "Whoever can withstand my spear for 10 rounds, you can be an official, gold, or women, whatever you want." Curses were heard everywhere. "Little bastard, your mother said it was too big under my crotch last night. Come call me father." Just as he finished speaking, this man was shot to death by a feather arrow. Murong Jiangshan, stick up your ass. I haven't touched a woman for many days. Look at your soft and tender skin. Before this man finished speaking, Murong Jiangshan, who looked calm, threw an iron spear and pierced through his head. More than half of the 100 cavalrymen were killed. Except for those who escaped halfway, and those who retreated back to the inn. The rest of the Jianghu people were either dead or wounded. Murong Jiangshan drove his horse forward, bent down and pulled out his iron spear. He stabbed those who were still breathing to death one by one. Then he waved his hand and signaled the remaining 20 cavalrymen to eliminate the root of the problem. He took only 10 cavalrymen, and entered the courtyard again. He laughed and said, "Old bastard Sui Song, come out and die with your guards." Su Fingnian murmured, "It's not the same." Chapter 426. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of tall and thin man that couldn't be beaten with a stick. His eyes were soft and there was a trace of a smile on his face. The man nodded at Su Fingnian as a form of greeting. The lady boss saw that the dust had settled downstairs. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Sui Song was not at a disadvantage against Murong Jiangshan, but there was a hidden expert among the 10 riders who killed people like picking up grass. After a few rounds of killing, all of Tao Qianji's soldiers were killed. Without exception, all of them died without an intact body. Most of them had their arms torn off. Sui Song was held back by Murong Jiangshan, who was holding a spear on horseback and couldn't help. The old man's eyes were red. He was surrounded by a few riders who were a few feet away from him. He pulled his bow but didn't shoot. Like a monkey, he let the old man fight like a trapped beast. When Murong Jiangshan withdrew his spear, he revealed a flaw. The old man was about to capture the leader of the bandits. But suddenly, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by that expert from the army from behind. The two of them were in a strange position, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sui Song's chest was broken into pieces. Before he died, he was hit on the back of his head by the expert behind him. Sui Song's eyes were red and he couldn't save him. The old man's eyes were red. He was surrounded by a few riders who were a few feet away from him. He pulled his bow but didn't shoot. Like a monkey, he let the old man fight like a trapped beast. When Morong Jiangshan pulled back his spear, he revealed a flaw. The old man was about to capture the leader of the bandits. Suddenly, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by that expert from the army from behind. The two of them were in a strange position. This expert from the Beimeng army turned his head and looked at the window where the lady boss was standing. He was about to jump up from the ground and rush into the room on the 2nd floor to kill. Morong Jiangshan was holding his spear on horseback. He signaled this guard from the Imperial Guards Bureau to not act rashly. In the palace of Beimeng, there was a group of cold-blooded guards that were at the top of the military force of the dynasty. The hidden minister, the bell chaser, and the Zhaojia soldier were all the best cold-blooded butchers in the Beimeng army. The 3 of them added up to a total of 400 people. Morong Jiangshan was only a marginal member of the royal family. He was far from being qualified to have any of the 3 guards as his retinue. This first-class Zhaojia soldier was borrowed from his cousin Morong Zhangtai. The Zhaojia soldier had been a Zhaojia soldier for the past 20 years. He had made great contributions in the military. The Beimeng military god Tuoba was also a Zhaojia soldier. Morong Jiangshan didn't mind the people on the 2nd floor looking down at him. He raised his head and said with a smile, "Today, I've disturbed the Duck-Head Green Inn, Morong Jiangshan. I'll compensate you 10 to 1 for the loss of the inn. May I ask where shopkeeper Xie is? My cousin Morong Zhangtai and I have long heard of him." The lady boss turned to look at her man and asked, "Old ghost, you just fought with the great demon Luo Yang and lost so miserably. How did you become so famous? Even the Morong brothers want to recruit you? Could it be that this time Sui Song and the others died unjustly because of you?" The man who was flirting with the lady boss not long ago was dumbstruck. A trace of mutton hung on the corner of his mouth as he stared at the thin and sickly man. The number 1 of the devil path, Luo Yang, was invincible. Except for the last time when he was stopped by Tuoba outside the imperial city, there were countless experts who fought with Luo Yang, but only a few of them survived. I heard that one of them, surnamed Xie, was one of them. He became the number 10 devil path expert, just behind the old dragon king. Lady boss, shopkeeper Xie, please don't frighten me with your husband and wife. Even if I, old Fong, have a lot of guts, I can't stand this kind of torment. The lady boss ignored the crazy rough man. She looked at her man with a difficult expression and asked, "Hey old ghost, let's put Morong Jiangshan on a bonfire and roast him. What do you think we should do?" The man who was not good with words calmly said, "You say I'll do it." The lady boss sighed and looked at Su Fingnian who had been watching with folded arms. Su Fingnian, who knew something was wrong, smiled bitterly and said, "Lady boss, why are you looking at me? Do you think I can go out and challenge Morong Jiangshan? Even if I want to, I'm powerless. I'm just staying in this inn. I paid all the money. You can't force me to be a good person who upholds justice, right?" The lady boss nodded and said, "That's true." The customers who came and went only knew that shopkeeper Xie was Xie Ling, who loved to get drunk, a sickly man who had a tigress at home. But they didn't know that he was the Xie Ling who could fight with the devil path expert Luo Yang without dying. The man stared at Su Fingnian and said slowly with a calm tone, "The dragon appears when the corpse is buried. The thunder rises when the abyss is silent. Young master's cultivation is amazing. Your body is weak. It's obviously a Taoist's great ability to rejuvenate. If you're not a disciple of the state preceptor Qilin Immortal, I can't think of anyone who can have such a magical ability at such a young age. But the Duck-Head Green Inn has never broken the rules. If young master doesn't want to do it, Xie Ling will have to force young master to do it for the sake of the rules set by his wife. Young master, you don't have to be too difficult. You just have to make sure that the mother and daughter die outside the inn. When the time comes and those soldiers dare to enter the inn, I'll kill them all." The lady boss's face was full of guilt. She smiled and said, "Young master, please don't blame him. My husband is not very reasonable. If he didn't force himself on me, I wouldn't be willing to live a poor life with him. The white-clothed swordsman lying in the corridor is most likely Morong Zhangtai. Young master, you can take him out and threaten him, you can buy some time. Su Fengnian saw the dark-skinned young man appear and disappear like a ghost. He slapped the man's head and killed him on the spot. He cursed, I've long found this surnamed Feng unpleasant to the eye. He never pays for his food, credit. Go to the king of hell for credit. The lady boss laughed. Don't talk nonsense, you just hate him for sleeping with your sister Ying Tao. Su Fengnian, who had entered the den of thieves, said bitterly, Lady boss innkeeper, it's not enough for you to play the good cop and the bad cop. Now you want to pull this little brother to play the bad cop to intimidate me? This way of doing business is too particular. The lady boss laughed. If I was 20 years younger, I would definitely chase after young master. The waiter stared. You poor swordsman, don't talk nonsense, otherwise I'll smash you to death with a stool. At that time, you won't even have your life and your sword. Su Fengnian asked, you want me to weigh the pros and cons? Young master, you have great ability but you don't do things quickly. The lady boss laughed. Alright, after all, it's Aran that is in the wrong first. Old ghost, go to the door and block for this young master. Soldier Chin, don't show off blindly here, you're just a dog meat that can't be served. I'm going to the next room to have a private chat with the soft and tender woman. Young master, why don't you come with me? Su Fengnian followed the lady boss to the next room. The mother and daughter hugged each other and squatted at the foot of the wall. The young woman was weeping with tears. Her heart was as dead as ashes. The young girl didn't know what was going on. She just sobbed with her mother. The lady boss clicked her tongue. She's really a charming young woman. Young master, isn't this what you men call? I can't help but feel pity for you. It's worth it to fight with Murong Jiangshan and his gang for such a beautiful young woman. To want a beauty and not want the country, that's what a hero is. Who cares whose wife the beauty is, isn't this the truth? Su Fengnian was silent. The lady boss looked at the frightened young woman and pointed at Su Fengnian beside her. She laughed. Don't be afraid, this young master is here to save you, but the reward is that you have to give him your virginity. It's fine if you don't. Anyway, Regent Tao Qianji's precious son didn't come this time. If you let me kill this troublesome young girl, your chastity will be saved. You don't want the last descendant of the Tao family to die, right? How miserable would that be? The young woman was dumbfounded. No matter how ignorant the young girl was, she knew that the situation was dangerous. She could only cry heartbreakingly, calling for her mother. She was very sad. Seeing the hesitation in the young woman's eyes, the lady boss laughed with her arms akimbo. After laughing, she said gloomily, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Your daughter is a piece of flesh that fell from your body. How could you do this to her? I can't have children in my life, but I'm so jealous of women like you who don't know how to appreciate your fortune. Every time I see a woman with a family, I want to chop her up and feed her to the dogs. The young woman, whose dirty and ugly heart had been seen through, instantly became resolute. There was no longer any trace of weakness in her eyes. She was born to be an actress. She stood up and pushed her daughter away. She said to Su Fengnian, young master, please save me. I am willing to recommend myself. What a baimang. Sons are always noble, daughters are as cheap as dogs. Su Fengnian went to help the little girl up. He didn't look at the young woman who was worthy of being a general's widow. He only looked at the lady boss and asked calmly, your man is seriously injured. Even if he had reached the finger-profound realm, without the support of his Vajra realm physique, he's just an empty shell. Why? Do you really think you're invincible? The lady boss was stunned as if she had heard a big joke. Young master, even if my man fell to the bottom of the first-grade realm as you said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's true that he's not invincible. But do you really think you're a dragon crossing the river? I'm a woman who's kind enough to warm your bed. Don't take my kindness for granted. Young man, if you're at the Vajra realm, I'll wash myself clean and stick out my butt for you to poke, okay? But do you have it? If you're not at the Vajra realm, you're just like an ant in my man's eyes. I just praised you casually, and you're so arrogant that you can't tell north from south? I'll give you one last chance. If you try to act tough in front of me again, I'll cut you to death. Su Fengnian smiled. Except for this child. All of you can go and die. Chapter 427. After the lady boss heard the young swordsman's bold words, her bucket-like waist twisted and turned, looking more and more like a fat peony growing on cow dung. She wiped the tears from her laughter and raised her head. She stretched out 2 fat fingers that were as thick as a woman's and gently rubbed the corner of her eyes. She said, "Young master, are you joking with me? Oh, you can't laugh anymore. You're laughing so hard that your crow's feet are showing. Young master, you're really bad." Su Fengnian also laughed. He shot a glance at the young woman who had an ashamed expression, and stroked the head of the frightened child who was hiding behind her. He asked, "Lady boss, was it your man who had long planned to use me as a scapegoat and present me to the Morong brothers with both hands?" The lady boss was thick-hearted and did not bother to hide it. She nodded and said with a smile, "My man still has this bit of eyesight. Otherwise, how could he have found me in a field of flowers? I know young master's skill is neither high nor low. If you die and this fox-like troublemaker is sent out, it's good to settle things peacefully. As for the fate of the mother and daughter, Arin can't control it. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the little girl for finding a man with bad luck. Then it's young master's bad luck. If it was in the past, as long as you brought enough money, you would have enough wine, meat, and girls." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "With the innkeeper's skill, you'll be a distinguished guest wherever you go. Why don't you just fall in love with the Morong brothers who came prepared? Or do you think the bowl of the Morong family is too small and not enough to satisfy your appetite?" The lady boss continued to rub the corner of her eyes and carefully smoothed out the crow's feet. She said unhappily, "The Morong family is indeed the biggest pot in the world. Unfortunately, Morong Zhangtai and Morong Jiangshan are only small broken bowls. They can be used to send beggars, but to send my man, they're far from enough. If the Orange Province's disciplinary magistrate Morong Baoding personally comes to visit, then it'll be fine." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I understand. The lady boss and her husband are waiting for the best price. They are indeed shrewd businessmen." The lady boss pretended to be surprised and said, "Young master, why did you vow to kill everyone? Why did you stop after just saying that? As a man, you can't be like this. Although there are only 3 women in the room, all of them will look down on you." Qin Wuzu learned a move from this old lady's man and knocked Morong Zhangtai unconscious. "This old lady hasn't been idle all these years. Why don't I have a match with Gongzi? If Gongzi wins, then I'll go out and fight Morong Jiangshan. Don't worry, many people from Green Duck Head have died this time. Even if there aren't enough coffins, I'll definitely leave a superior Liuzhou cypress coffin for young master. However, young master's sweetheart may have to be borrowed. My husband has been waiting for you for several years, but he really hasn't encountered such a tempting delicacy like young master. To be honest, even if you are really the great disciple of immortal Qilin, I will still help him to cut you out. At worst, I will give up the inn." After revealing the secret at the bottom of her heart, the proprietress smiles gloomily when she reaches the happy part. She is waiting for the young man to show panic, but she is the first to open her eyes wide and say in a trembling voice, "Flying sword?" The tall and thin shopkeeper Xie carried the unconscious Morong Zhangtai down the stairs. To show his sincerity, Morong Jiangshan only brought the guard of the imperial tent into the inn. When he saw the 10th person of the evil path, he even threw away his prestigious status and bowed deeply. Xie Ling put Morong Zhangtai on a wine table, not feeling flattered at all. After fighting with the number 1 person of the evil path, Luo Yang, although Xie Ling was severely injured, his reputation in Bei Meng's Jianghu rose. Everyone thought that it was an honorable defeat. However, Xie Ling knew that it was not easy. After concealing his identity for more than 20 years, he obtained a secret manual by chance. He thought that even if he couldn't be evenly matched with Luo Yang who attacked the imperial city, he wouldn't be defeated so badly. However, when he really fought against that martial arts giant who didn't leave anyone alive, Xie Ling realized that he was wrong. The only reason he survived was that the devil showed mercy. The arrogant Xie Ling wanted to use this battle to become famous and enter the military of Bei Meng. He wanted to walk the path that was proven to be correct by Tuoba. Now that he was disheartened and his cultivation was greatly damaged, he no longer coveted fame and fortune. Instead, he drank all year round to drown his sorrows. It was said that the super experts of Beimang's Jianghu had all become peerless devils. The first-class experts went to the military to make a name for themselves. The second-class experts lived like princes in the Jianghu and abused their power. The third-class experts and those who didn't enter the Jianghu had to struggle in the muddy pond. Xieling's strength had been greatly damaged, but his mentality was still there. Since he knew that the so-called Devil's Path was nothing more than a facade, he didn't want to go to the Beimang army and make a fool of himself. Moreover, from the beginning, his goal had been the two capitals' royal courts. What kind of thing did the little Morong clan disciples count for? Did they have the qualifications to order him around? It's just that although he looked down on them, he still had to pay attention to some rules. Jianghu, the military, and the government each minded their own business. If Jianghu people burned, killed, and plundered in Jianghu, the Beimang Imperial Court would never get involved. But if Xieling was in charge of the Duckhead Green Inn, he would suffer a calamity. With Xieling overseeing the Duckhead Green Inn, the Duckhead Green Inn would not stop them. But if the Morong brothers wanted to kidnap Tao Qianji's widow, the Duckhead Green Inn would not stop them. But if they wanted to kill two birds with one stone, not only they wanted the young woman's beauty, they also wanted Xieling to come out and add flowers to the brocade. It was inconvenient for Xieling to make things clear, so he let his wife play the bad guy and pushed the young man with the saber out of the inn, and put him to death. It was just to give both sides a way out of the situation. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. You brothers killed people and tore down the inn. I, Xieling, took into account that you are a relative of the imperial family, and did not pay any attention to you. But the orphan and the widow were taken out of the inn. The inn drew a clear line with you. If you still dare to take an inch and want a mile, before I, Xieling, became famous, my hands were actually stained with blood. At the beginning of the secret manual, it was said that in 1 year, one's heart and livers are 100 pairs. In 60 years, one can become an immortal. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to shock people to death. Chapter 428. There are millions of people in the Beimang Jianghu, and there aren't many who are more worthy of being called a devil than me, Xieling. After Morong Jiangshan got the promise from Xieling's eyes, he walked to the table that looked like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He put his hand near Morong Zhangtai's nose, and let out a sigh of relief after making sure that he was breathing. If his cousin, whom the family had high hopes for, died here, he would be in deep trouble when he went back. He might even be beaten into a cripple by his tyrannical father. The Morong clan had always worshipped martial arts since ancient times. Being brave and good at fighting was nothing to them. Only a talented scholar like his cousin Morong Zhangtai could stand out in the imperial court. The emperor was very happy to see Morong Zhangtai standing out in the imperial court with his true talent. Morong Jiangshan's family was a branch of the Morong clan, so he had to be careful. Xieling, who was hiding in the city, was the noble that he and his family wanted to rope in after finding out about his secret identity. He was just a stepping stone to show off his power to those scoundrels who died outside the inn. Seeing that Xieling didn't speak, Morong Jiangshan wasn't in a hurry to speak either. He was calculating if he had given enough bargaining chips. Tao Qianji's widow must be taken away. It wasn't as simple as his cousin Morong Zhangtai coveting her beauty, but it was driven by his family's interests. The two capitals and the 4 prefectures in the north and south were confronting each other like tortoises entangling snakes. This was also a scene that the emperor, who had the art of restraint, was happy to see. North Didi City was the Beimang imperial court that the Liang dynasty talked about. South Yanjing had absorbed a lot of people from the 8 kingdoms. Each of them controlled 2 prefectures, and were independent of the 8 prefectures. When the North Imperial Court official and the South Imperial Court official met, it would be a scene of the North using force and the South using words. Naturally, the Morong clan was a strong pillar of the North Imperial Court official. However, they had gradually infiltrated into Gusai and Longyuan prefectures over the years, and were suspected of poaching. Fatty Dong and Tao Qianji were the pillars of the South Imperial Court official. Back in Gusai Prefecture, they had given Morong Jiangshan and the other nobles a hard time. To the Morong clan, this wasn't just a small matter of face. Under the premise of not touching the emperor's bottom line, they spared no effort to keep each other at bay. Just like this time, When Tao Qianji suddenly died, the Beimeng Empress was naturally enraged. However, if Murong Jiangshan had only humiliated Tao Qianji's woman, the far-sighted empress wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The officials of the Southern Imperial Court had also suffered many such grievances in the past 20 years. Perhaps even Fatty Dong wouldn't shed all pretense of cordiality. This kind of imperceptible and extremely disgusting act of slandering the morale of the Southern Imperial Court was something that the Murong clan's descendants could easily do. After the matter was settled, the imperial city would receive a large number of cheers and applause, and the elders of the clan would also feel proud. As for Tao Qianji's delicate and tender wife, after cousin got tired of playing with her, she would definitely be passed around the circle of nobles in the imperial city. It was inevitable that she would be reduced to a broken shoe that everyone would step on and wear. Cousin would also be able to take advantage of this situation to take a step closer to the core of the circle. After all, in the imperial city, it wasn't difficult to buy a beautiful woman with money. However, if it was the wife of a Chong regent, then it would be rare. Both sides had their own plans. Murong Jiangshan wanted to snatch a woman to pave the way for the imperial city. If he couldn't get this unsmiling demonic hero to help him, then it wouldn't matter. When he returned to the clan, he would ask the elders to pay him a visit. He didn't believe that there would be a man who wasn't interested in a high position and a beautiful woman. As for Xie Ling, he couldn't figure out the identity of that swordsman. If he died, then everyone would be happy. If he didn't die, then Xie Ling would secretly silence him. A pair of exquisite heart and liver was the greatest tonic to him. It was better than 100 pairs of vulgar hearts and livers. Just like what his wife had said upstairs, this kind of tonic was 1,000,000 times more precious than bird's nest and shark's fin. Even if it was the disciple of the imperial preceptor of the Taoist saint in the imperial city, if he was unlucky enough to come to the death's gate, he would also die. Xie Ling suddenly turned his head and looked towards the stairs on the second floor. His killing intent soared. Murong Jiangshan was also shocked. A young man with a saber was holding 2 heads dripping with blood. Su Fingnian threw out a head first. "This head is a gift to the Duck Head Green Inn. Please accept it as a token of my respect." Xie Ling held the head. His eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. Su Fingnian threw the other head to Murong Jiangshan, who had gone through a lot of trouble, and said calmly, "This one is for the Beimeng Murong clan, please accept it." Murong Jiangshan didn't take the head and let it roll beside his feet. His face was gloomy and terrifying. The devil Xie Ling hugged the head and put it on his chest. He raised his head and let out an ear-piercing roar. The beams of the room trembled and dust fell. Su Fingnian said calmly, "Although the 2 women were courting death, the one with the bigger head was the one with the bigger head. But compared to them, their deaths were more aggrieved. They were probably still wondering how they died when I chopped off their heads. As for the one beside Murong Jiangshan's feet, she died in vain. After knowing that even if she walked out of the inn alive, her life would be worse than death, she used her own life to exchange for a life. That's all. What do you want to say? Do you want to die too?" Murong Jiangshan didn't even need to give the order. As the bloodthirsty pawn had already leaped into the sky, bent its body and smashed towards the arrogant boy, Xie Ling didn't even look at the battlefield. His eyes were filled with tears. He lowered his head and kissed his wife's forehead. Then he wiped the tears from her eyes. She once said, "Hey old ghost, so be it if you lose. It's not shameful to lose to Luoyang. Why don't we farm and raise chickens and ducks? Isn't it good to die together?" He didn't agree, saying that he wanted to fight Luoyang to the death again. These years he had been crazily killing people, stealing hearts and eating livers. He didn't look like a human anymore, but she never despised him. She thought that she wouldn't be able to defeat Luoyang in this lifetime, and would die with everlasting regret. "Why did you die first?" She said that if there really came a day when he was just a hair away from defeating that high and mighty Luoyang, then he would peel open her chest and eat her heart and liver. Xie Ling's tears turned into tears of blood. Chapter 429. The paladin's fists exploded like thunder in front of Su Fingnian's chest. The horse gang leader at the border had used a long time to cut open the mirage with his Xianhua hatchet, but it was unexpectedly broken by this imperial attendant in a flash. He was originally surprised that this young machete man could leak his chi, But he did not expect that he would succeed in one blow. It was just a show. The paladin suddenly stretched his body in the air like an ape's arm, and increased his strength to smash Su Fengnian's chest. He was determined to kill this reckless fledgling on the spot. Su Fengnian bent his body like a drawn bow. His head and feet did not move, and he used the depression of his chest and back to resist the tide-like punch. In a flash, his right hand pressed on the paladin's head, and was about to smash it. The paladin sensed that something was wrong. This young man was really ruthless. They had just started fighting, and he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. He used the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men. The paladin retracted his head and leaned back. He kicked out with both legs, but they were blocked by Su Fengnian's left arm. The paladin took advantage of the momentum to bounce back. His body stuck to the wall, and his hands hooked into the wooden planks like claws. When he was about to make a second counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and was shocked. His heart had been pierced by a sharp hidden weapon. This young man clearly did not pull out his saber. The paladin did not realize it at the first moment, because Su Fengnian's trick was really insidious and unheard of. First, he put on a fledgling posture to fight the paladin's fists and feet, and then he took out the sharpest and smallest of the 12 flying swords, the swan and eye, and quietly placed it 1 foot behind the paladin. The sword was sparkling and translucent, and its murderous aura was restrained to the extreme. If the Xianlei was said to be full of murderous aura after it was forged, like a swordsman who killed people from 1,000 miles away, the longest flying sword, the Tai, was like a bull carrying a cauldron. The swan and eye was too unremarkable. It was as simple as a baby. Even if it was placed in front of the eyes, if ordinary people did not pay attention, they could only see a blurry mirror image, like a small piece of rippling water. When the paladin missed its attack and retreated, Su Fengnian only needed to slightly shift the Tai's position and aim it at the paladin's heart. As if the paladin was seeking its own death, the paladin's heart was pierced by the Tai without any suspense. Unless one had an invincible body, it would be difficult to escape death. When experts fought to the death, how could it be as poetic and picturesque as described by the storytellers and the chronicles of wandering heroes? It had always been about who was superior and who was inferior. If they were not evenly matched, who would be willing to fight for 300 rounds? Murong Jiangshan, who was watching the battle, did not even know what had happened. In his eyes, the invincible paladin in the battlefield died an unnatural death as soon as it retreated. Its corpse fell to the bottom of the stairs, covering its chest that was bleeding like a fountain. The chi of the swan and eye flying sword remained in its body, hindering the paladin's futile attempt to recover its chi. It could be said that after the swan and eye cut, although it only created a narrow gap, it was like the end of the world, separated by yin and yang. This was also the meaning of the flying sword's name, Swan and Eye. Murong Jiangshan did not know what had happened, but when he saw the head of Tao Qianji's widow, his anger was mixed with a hint of fear. Being able to kill an imperial attendant with a flick of a finger, and being so young, could it be that he was a direct disciple of a prestigious school, like the chess and sword music school? It was said that Fatty Dong had a good relationship with the chess and sword music school, one of the top 5 schools in Beimang. The daughter of the master of the chess and sword music school was also ruined by Fatty Dong. What's done cannot be undone. Even if the master of the chess and sword music school was a hero of Jianghu, he had to hold his nose and acquiesce to the marriage of his daughter to this damned Fatty as a concubine. But would Fatty Dong, who was the best at weighing the pros and cons, really dare to offend the Murong family? Su Fengnian walked down the stairs and sneered. Murong Zhangtai, don't pretend to be asleep, or else shopkeeper Xia will dig out your heart and liver and use it as a tonic. Murong Zhangtai, who was lying on the table, still did not move. Xia Ling walked over and put the lady boss's head on the table. Then, with his 5 fingers like hooks, he fished out the heart of the handsome Murong family disciple, whose acupoints were sealed when he was carried down the stairs, and put it into his mouth to chew. Murong Jiangshan was scared out of his wits. He was furious. Xia Ling, and dares to harm my Murong family disciple? Xia Ling's eyes were red, and his mouth was full of blood. He held the heart and liver in his hand and chewed it while looking at Murong Jiangshan, whose scalp was about to explode. This devil who had been led astray and could not turn back said without any emotion. So it's a swordsman from the chess and sword music school. The heart and liver of a righteous person is so delicious. Don't look at the same kind of heart and liver, but after eating a lot of them, you will know that each person has a different taste. Some people are like fat geese, greasy and nauseating, but not very beneficial. Some are like flying snakes and turtles, and some are slightly poisonous, but can cure diseases. Some are like crab meat, which is even more delicious after being frosted. They are already top grade, and can heal broken bones, just like the one in my hand. As for the young master with the sword, he has phoenix marrow and dragon liver, which can only be found by chance. Xieling, never look at a person's face, but only at his heart and liver. Everyone in the duck head green inn knew that innkeeper Xia was a taciturn good person, and a sickly person. He was always amiable when dealing with people. However, they did not know that his good temper was cultivated by his heart and liver. Xieling said a lot for the first time, ignoring the timid Morong Jiangshan. He turned to Su Fengnian and said, "Since you know how to raise and ride a sword, you must have a good background. These two Morong people might not be as good as you. Why didn't you leave the sect later? You should at least wait until you reach the Vajra realm. You killed someone but you didn't run away. Obviously, you saw that I was seriously injured, and you think you can be bullied by dogs? Later, I will use my fingers to peel open your chest, and I guarantee that you will live to see your own heart beating. I will eat your heart and liver very carefully and slowly. Because of the severe pain, your qi will concentrate on your heart and liver, and the taste of your heart and liver will be better." When the restless Morong Jiangshan heard that Xieling was seriously injured, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He no longer cared about Morong Jiangtai's heart and liver, nor did he care about the little woman's head lying beside his feet. He quickly turned to Su Fengnian and said with utmost sincerity, "Young master, how about you and I work together to deal with this demon that everyone wants to kill? My Morong clan will definitely thank young master." The disciples of the Morong clan always keep their promises, and they value their promises more than their lives. Su Fengnian did not say anything. He saw Xieling's body darting out of the forest like a cheetah, rushing to Morong Jiangshan's front. He broke Morong Jiangshan's neck with one hand and hammered on Morong Jiangshan's waist with the other hand, accelerating the circulation of Morong Jiangshan's blood and qi. Then he lowered his head and bit on Morong Jiangshan's chest. As if he was drinking water, he swallowed the second heart of the day, casually throwing away Morong Jiangshan's warm body. Xieling raised his head with an intoxicated and satisfied expression. This scene was not inferior to the cruel description of hell in the Buddhist scriptures. Those who were timid would have already fainted. Xieling's pair of creepy blood-red eyes made people not dare to look into his eyes. On the second floor, a dizzy little girl was lying between the railings. When she saw that the demon had discovered her, the little girl burst into tears and curled up her delicate body. She thought that if she couldn't see the demon couldn't see her either. Xieling grinned hideously and dashed to the second floor. But Su Fengnian stabbed him and stepped on his waist, causing him to crash into a pillar. Under his stomp, the thick stone floor almost cracked. However, Xieling's body was soft and boneless. He circled around the pillar with his head and legs touching it. With a slight smile he stared at Su Fengnian and said, "Young man, you are so impatient. I thought that this little girl who had the least right to live was your bait, but I didn't expect that you would be able to tell the truth just by testing her. I get it now. It's not that you want to kill Tao Qianji's widow. It's that she knows that she wants to live an ignoble life. She wants to die for her innocence, but she wants you to protect this little girl. So it seems like you are indeed sent by Tao Qianji's sworn brother, Dong Zhuo. Are you from the pretentious chess and sword music school, or the Fox and Tiger Mount Tibbing?" Su Fengnian, who spoke the most authentic Beimeng accent, smiled and said, "If I say that I'm from Beiliang, would you believe me?" Black blood seeped out of the corner of Xieling's mouth. It was unknown whether it was the backlash of the evil art or some other mystery. He said calmly, "Even if you say that you are the prince of the Liang dynasty, I would believe you." Xieling's body slithered like a ghost. In the end he bent his knees and nailed his hands and feet to the wooden pillar. Black blood and saliva mixed together and fell to the ground. The demon who ate people's hearts and livers to increase his power squeezed out a smile and said, "No matter who you are, your heart and livers are mine. I will hang your corpse in the desert and dry it. If you are unlucky, you will be eaten by eagles." Su Fengnian was expressionless, but his eyes were clear. Xie Ling probably didn't see the despair and fear he expected, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His feet broke the thick pillar, and his body shot towards the young master, who was carrying a short blade, but riding a flying sword. The two collided, and the huge impact forced Su Fengnian's back to smash through the wall. Xie Ling, who was nimble beyond imagination, almost instantly broke through the wall and left the inn. A knee strike that could split iron and stone was stopped by Su Fengnian's hands. Xie Ling's fist landed solidly on his forehead. Su Fengnian's body flew back while his palm struck the demon's temple. One person flew back like a kite with a broken string, while the other person spun a few times in the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, both of them didn't hold back in their attacks. After landing, neither side showed the slightest bit of embarrassment. It was obvious that it would be difficult to determine the winner of this battle without dragging it out. The red-eyed Xie Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and leisurely stretched his neck. He squinted his eyes and saw that the blood on the young master's forehead had gathered. It turned from bright red to purple, but it quickly faded away at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. If Xie Ling's fist landed on a martial artist like Morong Jiang, it wouldn't be strange if all the meridians in his body were broken. Chapter 430. Then Xie Ling saw him take off the short knife from its scabbard. First he twisted it with 2 fingers, then flicked the scabbard. The simple short knife was like a nimble swallow circling around the beam. Xie Ling frowned. In Jianghu, sabers, spears, axes, and all kinds of other weapons were not rare. It was just the rough foundation of the sword-controlling technique, and could not be put on the stage. First of all, in the eyes of the experts, without enough qi to build a foundation, no matter how dazzling the weapon was when it left the hand, it would be useless. Moreover, as the saying goes, an inch shorter is an inch riskier. When the weapon left the hand, there were pros and cons. Although it increased the attack range, it exposed the weakness of not daring to fight in close quarters. Therefore, the sword-controlling technique had always been sneered at by the famous swordsman. Su Fengnian ran forward wildly. Every time the spring thunder reverberated, he flicked his fingers again. The short knife was always hovering around, spinning faster and faster. In the end, only the light of a firefly could be seen. At first, it was not extraordinary. When they were less than 50 feet away from Xie Ling, the man and the knife revealed their sharpness. The yellow sand on the ground was swept up by the spring thunder. When they were 3 feet apart, Xie Ling reached out his hand to grab the scabbard, but he did not manage to grab it. Instead, he exerted force with his 5 fingers, twisting away the hidden qi. Xie Ling clicked his tongue a few times, ignoring the fact that his palm was bleeding from the rolling qi. Su Fengnian arrived in the blink of an eye and cupped his hands 3 times. The first 2 attacks were blocked by Xie Ling's brute force, but the last time, Xie Ling used his 10 fingers to grab Xie Ling's chin and gave him a violent push, causing the great demon's body to fly into the air. Su Fengnian strode forward, creating 2 potholes on the ground. The 2 spring thunder scabbards with surging qi intertwined in the air, and rushed toward Xie Ling like a waterfall. Xie Ling, who was suspended in the air, laughed loudly. He supported himself with one hand and spun his body like a top, crushing the 2 ferocious qi that contained the majestic sword will. After Xie Ling succeeded, he did not hurry to stand still. He maintained the strange posture of supporting himself with one arm, and his head facing the ground. He looked at Su Fengnian and laughed darkly. There is a song from the chess and sword music school, and a sword technique that originated from the Liyang sword god Li Chuangong's Shukai style. It seems to be called the sword qi rolling dragon wall. What is your relationship with this outstanding disciple of the headmaster's sword qi? The 9 cavalrymen finally couldn't hold themselves back and broke into the inn. When they saw their 2 masters had their hearts dug out like peeling oranges, and the gatekeeper dead at the bottom of the stairs, they were shocked beyond words. Although they were the Morong family's personal guards and didn't need to care about the iron law of Beimeng's army, the death of Morong Zhangtai and Morong Jiangshan meant that the country had its own laws, and the family had its own rules. The Murong family had accumulated power for hundreds of years, so there was no difference between ruling the family and ruling the army. All of them would be sentenced to death. After the 9 cavalrymen looked at each other for a short while, they didn't hesitate to rush out of the inn. They jumped on their horses and rushed towards the battlefield where Xie Ling and Su Fengnian were fighting. If they returned alive, their families would be heavily implicated, but if they died with their masters, they would be richly rewarded. The rules of Beimeng didn't allow them to cherish their lives. 2 of the cavalrymen were cut in half along with their horses by the sword Qi. Most of them had their hearts dug out by Xie Ling. The last cavalryman wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that his heart and liver would be eaten. When he was about to retreat, Xie Ling grabbed his horse's tail and threw him and his horse toward a cold sword Qi. Xie Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the young master with pity. He said, as expected of the famous sword Qi rolling dragon wall. It's quite interesting. Unfortunately, 9 dragons is the limit. All 9 of them have been eaten by me. Brat, what other skills do you have? Show them all before you die. Su Fengnian looked at the demon, as if he was looking at an idiot. He said softly, it's true that there are only 9 dragons in the sword Qi rolling dragon wall, but can't I do it again? You ate hundreds of hearts and livers, but your power didn't increase. Why did you eat your own brain? Xie Ling laughed instead of being angry. He hooked his finger and said, don't be so quick with your words. The sword Qi rolling dragon wall is one of the few top sword moves that can integrate sword intent and sword moves. But it also depends on who is using it. Brat, you are still inexperienced. If you don't believe me, you can try it again. Su Fengnian, who had spring thunder swirling around him, smiled. Oh! The scarlet-eyed Xie Ling placed his fists on his chest and roared. With him as the center, countless small cracks appeared on the ground. Xie Ling's eyes were cold. He grinned and said, you've learned this ability to eat hearts and livers to live forever. It's not something that can be seen in the light of day. I've only used it once on the head of the demonic path, Luoyang. Brat, you can die without regrets. Bang! Blood mist filled the air. Xie Ling's remaining Qi acupoints numbered over 300. Countless threads of blood soaked through his clothes and broke out of his body. They scattered but didn't scatter. Finally, they condensed into 6 scarlet snakes the thickness of a thumb. They swam in the air like pythons spitting out their tongues, choosing people to swallow. Xie Ling wasn't in a hurry to give Su Fengnian a fatal blow. Instead, he continuously stepped on the corpses outside the inn. Every time blood splattered, the 6 snakes would gather together. The snakes gradually grew from the thickness of a thumb to the size of a woman's wrist. When Xie Ling stood on a badly mutilated corpse of a cavalry, the great demon with 6 red snakes coiled around his body spread out his arms. He bent his knees slightly and let out a roar towards the sky. It contained endless grief and hatred. Luoyang. In Xie Ling's life, in order to reach the peak of the martial path, he didn't hesitate to walk on this narrow path that everyone despised. He had originally vaguely seen the hope of going to the top of the mountain to look at the magnificent world, but he was forcefully knocked down from the finger-profound realm by Luoyang, who was 100 times more powerful than him. Luoyang was so high and mighty. Xie Ling hated Luoyang to the bone. He hated this idiot who said that he was delusional and wanted to devour an elephant. Xie Ling could tolerate losing to a young master who was already above tens of thousands of people, but he couldn't tolerate this young man's disdainful gaze and light tone. The most delicious set of heart and liver under the heavens is none other than Luoyang's. Xie Ling looked back at the inn, tears of blood flowing down his face. How many women in the world who smiled sweetly and spoke words of love from the bottom of their hearts were really willing to give up their hearts for their loved ones? Chapter 431. Su Fengnian was dressed in black and white. Although his clothes were badly damaged from the long journey and the battle, he still looked charming as he stood there quietly. Xie Ling's red eyes stared at this dissolute and elegant young master, who was as repulsive as Luoyang. He said stiffly, "Any last words?" Su Fengnian hung the spring thunder on his waist and shook his head with a smile. Xie Ling dashed forward, and wherever he went, the wind and sand billowed. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His breath was bottomless like a dragon drinking water. The second last realm of the big yellow palace was the Qi Sea. This was the real mystery of being undefeatable as the Golden Buddha. The two collided. Su Fengnian's feet were rooted to the ground and he slid backward in the yellow sand, but he never left the ground. The 6 blood-red snakes were like whips hitting a mirage. The two opposing vital qis clashed and burned, and the smoke was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The blood snakes couldn't get close to him for the time being. Xie Ling's punches and kicks were unrestrained and powerful. Every time Su Fengnian couldn't resist with his strength, he would be sent flying for more than 10 feet. Xie Ling didn't give Su Fengnian any chance to catch his breath. Before Su Fengnian could steady himself, his punches and kicks whizzed past. The outside of the inn was filled with devastation. In the sandstorm, Xie Ling's face was distorted like an ancient beast that had just been released from its cage. His eyes were bleeding, and his face gave people the illusion that he had lost his mind. He seemed to have gone mad and treated this young man who was close to him as his old enemy, Luoyang. He roared. Outside Xuanda City, more than 1,000 people have died in your hands. Participants, bystanders, innocent people, as long as you can see, they were all killed by you. What a bloody river. I took advantage of the situation to break through the Vajra realm and achieve the mysterious finger realm, reaching the 8 snakes devouring elephants. How old are you? How many people have you eaten? How can you defeat me? Because of you, my realm fell to the bottom of the Vajra Valley. My act of eating people's hearts and livers was seen by the world, and I almost became a rat on the street. How can I be ranked as one of the top 10 devils with you? If I'm not first, what's the use of being second? Luoyang, do you know how much your heart and liver can help me increase my cultivation? I've been thinking about eating you day and night. Not just your heart, but your entire body. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. The two of them finally opened up some distance between them. Xie Ling stood still like a demon god, and the 6 red snakes slithered around him. Su Fengnian knelt on one knee. His face was as pale as paper. Due to the chaotic flow of qi, the skin on his face turned into rootless duckweed. Before it could fall, it turned into powder. Xie Ling's scarlet eyes glistened as he said in a hoarse voice, "You really aren't Luoyang. You're too weak." Su Fengnian looked up and smiled. He slowly stood up. Tired. He folded his arms around his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, sword qi and death qi. Then he ascended Kunlun. His face was rosy, and a red date mark appeared on his forehead. If that was the case, Xie Ling would only regard it as a momentary recovery of consciousness. 3 times he traveled the sea. In such a dangerous situation, he was hammered again and again, opening the extreme spring of the remaining 6 acupoints. Su Fengnian, who revealed his true face, waved his sleeves. His elegant demeanor was peerless, like an immortal who had entered the mortal world. Xie Ling frowned. He made a stifled sound from his throat. It was like a blunt knife grinding a stone, but also like a mouse gnawing on a corpse. It was extremely unpleasant to hear. Su Fengnian said calmly, "I've heard of the demonic cult serpent swallowing an elephant. The Tide Listening Pavilion has a copy of half of it. It said that if you eat the heart and liver often, you can achieve immortality. However, you've cultivated for many years. You should know that the repercussions are endless. Do you really believe that the guy who gave you this tattered secret manual had good intentions? Are you sure you weren't cheated by the peddlers selling dogskin plasters by the roadside?" Xie Ling was extremely angry. The 6 blood-red snakes with unparalleled evil aura bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Su Fengnian asked, "Aren't you curious why I don't take out my saber? Do you think that I'm as F***king crazy as you?" Su Fengnian took out his spring thunder saber and threw it high into the air. Xie Ling was shocked. Su Fengnian was exactly the same as Xie Ling's previous rampage. He used the momentum he accumulated to reach the peak to kill Xie Ling, as if he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. After reaching the Vajra realm, Xie Ling, who had almost never fought with someone of the same realm, was extremely cautious. His cultivation was profound. In terms of killing methods and strategies, it was actually far less frightening than his eating of the heart and liver. However, this brat was born ferocious. He was only a fledgling in the Vajra realm. Xie Ling didn't believe that he would die here. The imposing young man with the saber suddenly retreated. He didn't care about the stagnation and injury caused by the reverse flow of qi. This young man, who had faced Xie Ling's treacherous technique countless times, appeared to have a firm will. He stared at the direction behind Xie Ling with his eyes wide open. He said in shock, Luoyang. Luoyang. 2 words. Luoyang, this person and even this name, had already been engraved in Xie Ling's heart. Xie Ling's thoughts turned. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed wildly. This young man's tricks were extremely laughable, even if he took 10,000 steps back. So what if he was stabbed by the saber? Looking up, Xie Ling saw the saber user holding the scabbard with both hands and thrusting it down. If Demon Xie had the leisure to take a look around, he would have realized that this stab had created an unusual and terrifying scene. The yellow wind within a radius of a few hundred feet seemed to have stopped in an instant. Much of the flying dust stopped in the air. The stillness and movement caused a sudden disturbance between heaven and earth. Following an invisible arc, all the qi flowing on the ground flowed backward like a boat going against the current and gathered at the tip of the scabbard of the spring thunder saber. Everything happened in an instant. But in an instant, life and death had already happened. Other than Xuanda City, Xie Ling, who felt a calamity for the first time in his life, raised his fists above his head and roared. Other than his voice, blood also gushed out. It was hard to say if it was a saber or a sword. The scabbard of the spring thunder saber stabbed down. Through the 6 coiling blood snakes, through the vigorous astral wind, through his fists, and through the top of Demon Xie Ling's head. The earth-shaking storm exploded and spread to the Duck-Head Green Inn. The entire inn, which was sturdy enough to block the storm, shook incessantly. Su Fengnian used the unsheathed spring thunder to nail the great demon's head to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and hurriedly took out a jade-green flying sword bamboo horse from his sleeve. He sat down cross-legged and nurtured the sword. As he fed the sword he cursed. I secretly learned a sword that can make immortals kneel. Are you going to King kneel or not?